Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh, harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh. Lifestyle always VIP. Rooftop parties, yachts on the sea. You gotta push further. You wanna run the world? No. You want the whole wide world to run around you. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. 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 To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. To reality, you gotta work harder. You gotta work
I don't know what you've been told, but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
Now listen to the music as I bring you to the light. You can stop to see it, don't just open your eyes. All you funky people, just join the funky line.
Girl, that groove make your soul shaker.
Everybody sing along.
Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I tell I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? reputation to uphold. So don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on to take them flights at death sight of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
Learn to let it go sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we're here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you're living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah. But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better spacing. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. You can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. What we doing? Baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, let it out, let it
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. I
money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Ooh, here we go. Back again, same scenario. Win, 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 win. Yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6. We like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Wins on me. It's a whole lot of wins on me. It's a whole lot of wins on me.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Words out of me comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in shouldn't be worried about your haters, let that fade off. Whichever teacher told me I wasn't gonna make it, should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking, when the education don't pay off. And I know your work, add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheap code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro and it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the jump all week, leveled up though. Ooh wee, that's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog, no leash. You all bark, no teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. AP on my wrist, chill. You ain't gang, you ain't even real. Gotta have a bag, I ain't no cheap thrill. Hopped up on a flight, baby, I ain't in my feels. They know I'm the truth. When I'm pulling up, I'm bulletproof. I don't really care about all the rules. I be Chris Brown with the moves. Got 'em like, damn, baby, how you doing, baby? When I'm stepping in the room, I don't look at nobody paper. I be locked in on what I do. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Hop in the car, loser, cause we going shopping. I can't fall in love, cause it's way toxic. Got that boom box for every time I'm bopping. I got a couple goons just to get it poppin'. I don't wanna link and I ain't tryna chop it. Tryna go against me and you need to stop it. People listening like I'm a prophet. People listening like I'm a prophet. Look at my clothes. Look at the way that I'm rocking the shows. I don't like little. No, sir, I be doing the most. I love the party. You kick it with me, then everything goes. I am a Barbie. Mary Ken and I'm pimping this hoes. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh, harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh. Life's not always VIP. Rooftop parties, yachts on the sea. You gotta push further. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another day of Game Changers EMEA. We have just 2 days left of the entire season here and time to find out who's going to be joining G2 Gozen as champions and who is of course going to be getting that title. But before I get ahead of myself, let me introduce you guys to your desk for today. Joining me, Yingsu, your host, will be Kakuka and Ender. Welcome you guys, welcome back. Ender, you were casting yesterday. How's everything going?
It's going good, you know. I like casting. I like the analyst desk. I like you guys.
You sounded pretty good. Yeah. I really enjoyed it. Very, very good job. Very happy to be with you guys. Always working with you is such a pleasure. And knowing that we're going to have a new Game Changers winner for the latest stage of the year is crazy, just like happened last year. So very excited for that, but we'll see about that tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna have a new champion no matter what, right? A team that's never ever won Game Changers before, so that is very, very exciting. And that is partially down to everything that happened yesterday. Because if we start with a bit of a recap, BBL, they looked insane, prime form. Kakuka, I can't think of a reason why they wouldn't be the favorites right now to win this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. Still fighting on that upper bracket. The performance that we saw yesterday against Falcons was beautiful. It was all very in character for BBL. The aggression, even when it comes from the defense, not only here on Ascent, but also when it comes to split. Falcons without an answer. Now fall down, and they're losing his mind, obviously. But now Falcons falling down to this lower bracket after not finding a correct answer to everything the BBL was putting on the table. Definitely worth of all those clutches and the position that they've managed to get themselves in the grand final.
Yeah,
and
I
then-
don't know about the rest of you, but did you hear what happened to G2? Are you guys aware? Yeah?
As I was casting the game, I am vaguely familiar. And look, like they got 2-0'd, and it was 2 insanely close games. I was literally smashing my forehead because in the second half of Split, neither team could win a round where the enemy team was on an eco. They just lost every single time. But this was 2 games where Ascend were down 12-10, fought back, forced it into OTs, and then clutched up at the end. Spadoka forced the OT back on Bind with a couple of really clutch rounds. And then on the second map, Jolina and Amy's defensive performance was just lights out, and it ended up getting it in the third OT.
The best Ascend I've ever seen in a long time.
We have to kind of reiterate this because G2, they fell there in the lower bracket. Of course, they finished 4th. Still a fantastic result, but this is the first time that they're not going to be in a grand final since 2021. Since when Zaz Kukuka was on the roster. That's a long time ago.
I miss Saz. I hope, Saz, wherever you are, that you're having a great time. Just know that we miss you. But definitely, the same as we saw last year, well, at least last year they got to the final, but they're not going to get that a trophy to celebrate. At least the performance was good enough for them to win champs. So maybe they can take this time to, you know, just learn about their mistakes and prep for champs.
Yeah, as you guys can see, a tweet from Petra there as well. And this is the other thing. And a lot of people are a bit confused. You know, G2, they came 4th. What does that mean about champs? Doesn't really matter. They qualified like 2 days ago.
Yeah, you know, they made it off of points. G2 turns out being the best team all year round for not just this last year, but like the last 2 years before that. It means you get to go to champs. And they're going to be defending their title, so I don't think anyone can be upset about that.
I mean, who would have thought? Who would have thought G2 would make it? But again, it's the three-peat that seems to elude them. Last year, they won 2, lost the 3rd one here in EMEA, but still went on to win champs. So anything could happen, it feels like, in Sao Paulo. But the question now is, what happens to the second slot? EMEA, we get 2 slots for GC champs in Brazil, in Sao Paulo. We've been banging on about these points to you guys this whole season. And I'm going to tell you right now, ignore the points. The numbers mean nothing. They don't matter anymore because what happened to G2 yesterday, because of them getting knocked out, Kukuka, there is only one way now for these teams to go, and it is just to win the entire tournament.
Exactly. Since G2 lost, they are already the team that is going off of the points because no team can get that many points. So the only way to secure that ticket to Brazil, it doesn't matter if you're Falcons and you're just coming from contenders, it doesn't matter if you're BBL and you've been fighting the entire year, you have to win it all.
Honestly, Yensu, I really wish that you were my high school math teacher, because just telling me numbers don't matter, like that would have just made my life so much easier, straight up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm rubbish at math, so I don't think you would have wanted me to be your math teacher. But looking at the bracket here, I'm gonna put you 2 on the spot now. We got 3 teams left: Falcons, Ascend, BBL. One of them is guaranteed a spot at champs. But who do you think will be taking it? Who is actually gonna go with G2 Gozen?
You know, a part of me would like to see Falcons just because of the storyline of, as I said, coming from contenders and actually managing to get that last spot. Just to, you know, remember and remind people how important it is to just grind your way up and you actually are fighting for the same chances. On the other hand, I feel like, being fair, one of the other 2 teams deserves it a little bit more. I'm gonna go with BBL.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, I think that has to be the answer. First of all, Queens is just in the name. Second of all, like, they're the team that all year long has been able to like consistently punch up. If you think back to like the start of the year with the BO3s that they took over G2 Gozen, right? So in terms of teams that I think could do the most damage internationally, as it stands, right? 2 teams that are playing today still have a chance to prove us in BO5s today and tomorrow. But as it stands, BBL are my vote.
Oh damn! You 2 both took BBL,
but for like
so...
a 5%. Hear me out.
I mean, we'll see. I feel like at this point anything could happen, especially with G2 being eliminated. But before we get into all of the nitty-gritty, serious competition, actually, some might say that this is an even more serious competition because I'm gonna put you, Kukuka, up against you, Ender, and I want to see who's gonna come out on top in this game of Guess Who. Kukuka is the reigning Guess Who champion here at VCT Game Changers EMEA. So, Ender, you're coming in as a bit of an underdog here, but the way that the game is going to work is that I'm going to give you 3 clues. each clue is going to get a little bit easier every single time. But if you're able to get who it is on the first clue, you get 3 points, second clue 2 points, and third clue you only get 1 point. So you kind of want to shoot your shot a little bit early on. That's all I'm going to say.
That was a lot of numbers and math. I'm confused, but okay.
It's yeah, you're
I'll try to get it right.
Go along.
So perfect.
But we will start on this board with the first candidate. Are you guys ready for clue number 1?
Okay.
This player is a duelist. So all the clues will be referring to one player.
Okay, I'm gonna say.
Round.
Do you want to go first, Ender?
Clue number 1. And do you want to go first?
Wait, do we both? We don't get to guess on each thing, right?
You do.
Yeah, we do. Why not?
It just depends on how many points you end up getting, but you do get to guess on each clue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go. Sarah.
Kakuka?
I'm gonna go Anya.
Kakuka is correct.
No, what?
That's nonsense.
It's actually correct.
Literally, I'm gonna pick someone from the bottom row. Oh, Anya's there.
Yeah, I mean, the second clue, if you were interested, was that her first team ever was Rick's GG Lightning in 2021, and her third clue is that she won Game Changers in 2022 Series 3. So I think you would have got Anya eventually, but Kakuka scores the maximum of 3 points. Well done.
That's so silly. It's like a coin flip. You get the most points for a pure guess.
Hey. Bo, you had the same odds.
I just unplugged my headset by accident.
Christy, you had the same odds. You had the exact same odds, so you can't complain about
Nonsense.
that.
Nonsense.
Let's do player number 2. Right, first clue here is a little bit more difficult, I would say, because this person's most play agent of all time is Sova. So let's see where you guys go with this one. Most played agent of all time being Sova. I'll let Kakuka go first this time because you went first last time. And Ender?
Glance?
Correct.
Boom! We take those. We take those.
Dude, that was such like a left field one because. Yeah, well, her most played agent is Sova, but only by 1 game. Like, Omen is her second played most agent. Like, she's 1 game away from overtaking the Sova.
Wow, okay,
especially with the performance that she's been having lately. I mean, despite losing yesterday, she was unreal.
Honestly, I would have thought that. I thought that would throw you off because, like, you don't really remember Glance as much as a Sova player.
Look, all I'm saying is,
breakfast.
So far, I'm just guessing G2 players. So
that is true, right? You're 3-3. Okay, 3-3. This could be the tiebreaker coming up to you guys here. Player number 3. The first clue is this player is the in-game leader of her team. She's an IGL.
Okay, I'm gonna go with
I'm going
the
Petra.
one and only. I'm going Vanya.
Okay, and Ender?
Petra.
You are both incorrect. I am sorry. You are both incorrect. Which means you cannot score 3 points, but let's see if you can score 2 points with the second clue. The entire team where she is from is they're from the same country. So all of her teammates and her are from the same country.
Oh my god, I have to think.
Oh my god.
What's that laugh that I heard in the back? I don't know.
This is a tough one.
Wait,
this one is a tough one.
I was gonna say
hard.
Madvi, but then it's off. Let me see. It's not you. It's not you. It's definitely not you.
This is a tough one. I feel like it boils down to like 2 or 3 players that it could be, but it's a tough one. All right, what do you guys think? I'm gonna have to push you here. You're gonna have to give me an answer.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Last clue. Last clue.
Oh, that's throwing them off. That's throwing them off.
Is there so many faces? It's impossible. Natasha.
All right. Incorrect.
Yeah, I knew, but I had to try
Christy?
something.
I'm gonna have to make you forfeit your go otherwise.
Jada.
Incorrect. And the last clue is that one of the best moments, so she says, of her career was winning contenders in stage 1. Not stage 2, not stage 3, but stage 1. Cast your mind back all the way to stage 1 and think about the team that won contenders and who it could be, which player it could be as an IGL for a team.
Is it Naz? No.
Oh my god!
Are we united in not knowing anything?
I blanked. blanked. This is like me in my history exam in the A levels.
GG.
You
I say
both
GG.
you both got it so fast for the first 2 picks. I felt that was like a false sense of security that this is going to be easy.
It's just there's so many
but-
faces. Sorry.
Yeah, there are a lot of faces, and I'm gonna have to reveal the answer to you guys because
We just
both
prefer
of you
tie.
failed. No, because there's
I was
one
gonna
more.
say
There's
no
one
instead
more.
of Natasha. I was like,
You guys have.
I even looked at the camera and said it. Why am I second?
Oh no, Kakuka, you should have bagged yourself. You should have bagged yourself. Okay, this means that we're gonna have a tiebreaker. I was only gonna give you guys 3, but we're gonna have a tiebreaker for player number 4. And here is a board of people that you might be familiar with. You might know some of these people. And a clue number 1 here for you would be this person is a caster. They have casted a Game Changers game over the last 3 years at some point.
Potter.
Kakuka?
I'm going Tom the Biss. Ness.
This is actually ridiculous because, Christy, you're correct. How did you get
Boom,
Potter?
my goat. My goat.
She is the
How
goat.
did
She
you
is
get
the goat.
Because Potter's always winning, so that's...
Why do I even go?
Honestly, I was gonna give you. I was gonna throw you off. I was gonna throw you off by being like, this person is from NA, and then you guys would be like, oh, who is it from NA? And then Mimi is in there as well. And the third one was that she's a
would
pro
Ender
player,
count
and you
as well?
definitely would have got it. Oh yeah, he counts. He's
There you go.
technically he's been to NA.
Look, I was
my
either
second
gonna
guess. You were
vote
my second
Mimi
guess.
or Potter, so...
Listen, my guess
Oh,
was
you
it was gonna
coin
be
flipped.
you because I thought that Alberto wanted to use the image that we used during rehearsals for this. And he just wanted to
Oh,
put
I
it on
see,
the
I
screen.
see, I see. Well, Christy has knocked Kakuka off of her throne. He is now officially
I'm the
Game
champion!
Changers Guess Who champion. Congratulations. And speaking of champions, of course, there can only be one champion here at Game Changers when it comes to the server. And that's going to come down to either Falcons, BBL, or Ascend. But in order to take on BBL, Ascend and Falcons, they have to go through this rematch because Kakuka, the last time they faced each other, Falcons, they came out on top.
Yeah, exactly. And as you're seeing on the screen right now, the first map went to Ascend pretty decisively. It was a 13-4. My mind is still connecting back of the game. But Falcons managed to bring it back in the next 2 maps. That means that mentally they were 1 step ahead. This was also a rematch on itself from what had happened in groups. But now we're talking about the revenge factor as well, because it was Falcons sending Ascend rising to the lower bracket. Now, if Ascend wants to win everything, they have to fight against each one of their demons, starting with them. Well, starting with G2 yesterday's second place is Falcon.
Yeah, that's like the number 1 demon. They gotta slay a lot of demons to actually make it all through there, and they gotta do it in a best of 5, which is a whole nother animal on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about Falcons a little bit as well, because yesterday it felt, I know it wasn't the best performance from them, but it was uncharacteristic, right? They were kind of doing things that they weren't doing before that BBL game. So in theory, maybe it'll be easier to correct coming into today's series.
I honestly think they just got really frustrated in the second half of Split on the attack. Like, this is the 4th or 5th round in a row that they just did 5-player hits nonstop into sites because playing the map, playing slow wasn't working. And it meant that BBL were just fast rotating. Look at this. We're 15 seconds into the round. BBL have 4 players on site, and the Cypher is already fully pushed up on the flank in the sewers. And because Falcons got so repetitive and got so readable, it really became a problem for them, and they're just sort of getting stuffed in all of their hits. I think it's going to be really important coming into today's matchup that they're able to sort of bounce back and pivot, especially if we see Split entering into the map pool, because this is the most readable half of a game that I've seen in a long time, and it was against the best team in the tournament so far.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like many things were working out for BBL on both the maps, but I agree with you on that there were a lot of mistakes that Falcons were making that really didn't seem like them. They were put under so much pressure. Do you remember how Ascend is always talking about, we just got to play our game, we just got to play our game? Well, BBL yesterday played their game, and Falcons was completely lost.
I mean, the good news is one of their players, Mad V, has been mad consistent. You feel free to use that one, you guys, if you want to. And I had a chance to speak with her a little bit earlier to discuss what went wrong in that game against BBL. Take a listen to this. I'm now joined by Mad V from Team Falcons Vega. Hello, Mad V. Welcome back. Now, you guys have had a great run. I think you guys are proving people wrong over and over again. But yesterday, it almost felt like you didn't play in the way that maybe you wanted to. There was a couple of times where we felt like, oh, this is not the Team Falcons we've gotten used to. So would you agree with that? Do you think maybe that's what went wrong, that you guys didn't play your own game?
Yeah, I actually don't know what happens to us when we play BBL. Even the first time, it wasn't us. Like we were all off, not all of us, but like some of us were not in the game. And even on splits, we threw a lot. And on fun, we threw so much rounds. Like we lost, I think, 3 clutches. This ruins the mental, ruins everything in the game. I really hope next time will be better.
How do you recover from that, though? Because like you said, you're not quite sure why. There was a couple of clutches that didn't go your way. So how do you actually get better from yesterday to go into this best of 5 today?
I mean, of course, we're going to learn from our mistakes. We did not like what happened yesterday. And we're going today with so much better playstyle.
Do you feel more confident about today's game? Because you played Ascend before. You guys are the ones that knocked them down to the lower bracket. And you yourself had a crazy good performance as well. So is this an opponent that feels a bit easier for you, maybe?
Of course, we're going in with more confidence, without underestimating, of course. We know how they play. We both know each other's play style. It will be a good match.
I will say that they're really liking Bind right now. I think ever since playing against you, they've kind of been playing a lot more of the other maps, like Bind, for example. Your Bind, though, I think you bring something a little bit different, right, on Bind. So talk me through why you guys run your comp. How do you feel about going from, playing Breach and Sky and stuff into playing Yoru?
When we were playing Contenders and the other Chinese, Bind was our permanent bind. Like we never got to play Bind. Even when we tried it, it was so bad. So our last choice was trying like a different comp. We tried playing Dora, and it actually worked.
Do you like it? I mean, because I feel like a lot of players who are normally don't play agents like Yoru, they get put on it, they don't have the best time. So what are your thoughts?
At the beginning, I wasn't comfortable playing Dora, but when I got used to it, having more playstyle, having more plans, it's so much better now.
Yeah, okay. I hope we see it today then. I hope we see it. And in terms of you, I know even though you guys lost yesterday, I think you've been very consistent. I know even throughout the group stage, Contenders here as well. I think you've impressed a lot of people that didn't know you before. So how does that feel to know that you're putting out some really good performances?
It feels so good. I've always played good in our tournaments and like in my country, but it feels different to like prove myself here in international events.
And last question. I don't usually talk about this. I feel like this doesn't get talked about a lot in Valorant because statistically there's a lot of more other things that people find more interesting. But headshot percentage, you are the headshot machine. I don't understand how you are getting like 45% headshot. I think you average like 38, 39% headshot every single map. What's your warm-up routine? How do you prepare? How do you get your aim so crisp?
I actually don't have a routine. I only play that matches and range. I tried Kovacs maybe once or twice, but it's so boring to me. I only play that matches and get in the game.
How do you get so good then? Like, do you just born with this? Yeah.
Maybe.
You're like, yeah. I just came out like this, I'm just this good at aiming. But I hope to see more of that today, Mad V, and hopefully your journey does not end here. Thank you very much for joining me, and just good luck in the series.
Thank you so much.
Honestly, the fact that she's like, I'm just born with this. I could just pull off stats like this as you do. Ender is very, very impressive because she's been pretty consistent here at Game Changers.
Oh yeah, I mean, she's just been lights out. Even I think in their game yesterday was absolutely on fire, was keeping up with everyone on BBL, so mad respect over on that front. But also, when these teams faced off last time, Mad V was really topping the charts, especially on the final map, the decider of Fracture. Mad V comes out of that 22 kills, 13 deaths on the Breach, so not even, entering into the fights, uses that second line of defense. But she was just so crisp with it, and a big deciding factor in that series.
You were in the interview mentioning the Euro, and of course we've talked about the amount of different agents that she can play at a top level. I was actually kind of surprised to hear that she was not very happy at first, because I was rewatching their game against Navi, and she seems so comfortable with an agent. So if that is how she plays when she doesn't like the agent, it makes a lot of sense that with the rest she completely obliterates everyone.
Honestly, they're so real for the fact that's like, we are not very good at bind, so why not try something different? And they seemed pretty good with it, so I can't wait to see what Ascend are going to do to be able to deal with this. And speaking of Ascend, they seem to be on a roll of just breaking curses. They managed to knock out G2, but the problem is, Kukuka, what's standing in front of them is the curse of never pushing past third place and never winning any best of fives.
Yeah, exactly. Not only not winning the best of fives, in fact, as you're saying, not only getting that that barrier on the top 3 is the fact that they cannot even get a single map when it comes to this best of fives. Now, as they're in the run from yesterday, from winning against G2, the stamina has to be through the roof. Lara, at an interview yesterday, was telling us that they're not even feeling that pressure anymore, that they're so used to right now, every match is everything since they're in the lower bracket. After winning yesterday, I feel like they can do anything that they want. Even getting them up will be a victory, but we all know that that is not what they're aiming for.
They're looking for more for sure.
Sorry.
No, honestly,
it was bad. It was not on level.
Yesterday, them fighting back in both games, it wasn't just 2 easy wins. These were multi-OTs. Like this round from Shell, this is in the second OT, I believe, just winning that one out. Amy absolutely stepped up later in this game too, on the defense side of things. So I think that has to give you a ton of confidence. But realistically for Ascend, this has been one of the most consistent teams all year, because it's 2 third-place finishes. Today, though, has to be their opportunity to push past that and make it.
Like Guild last year.
I mean, this is the thing. Today, losing, coming third again will not be enough. If they want to make it to Sao Paulo, they have to win. And it sounds like their win condition right now is that confidence and mentality. And you guys can listen to what Jelena had to say about why the curse is going to be broken today. Check this out. All right, I'm very excited for this one. We are joined by Jelena, the smoke criminal, coming in from Ascend Rising. Thank you for joining me, by the way, and taking the time to speak to me. Now, first of all, you guys took down G2 Gozen 2-0, clean sweep. How was that for you? How does it feel to be able to beat a team like G2 finally?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great feeling, of course. We struggled a bit before against them. And so having this, revenge match, it's a great feeling. And especially for me, a year ago, I wouldn't even have an opportunity to play against G2. And being here now, it feels really good to be here.
Yeah, it was great for us to watch you as well. You were kind of insane. It felt like there was nothing that you could do wrong. You weren't really making any mistakes. You were clutching. You were hitting your shots as well. So how have you made about your own performance, especially, like you said, compared to a year ago? What kind of player do you feel like you are now?
I mean, for me, I'm kind of always been confident in my own, gameplay and such. So for me, the way I can perform in these type of games is how I can contribute to the team in general, because if everyone is doing their part and we can all keep a good mentality, that's when, it's much easier for me to do my stuff as well in the game.
That feels like a trend with everyone, right? I think a lot of your teammates have spoken about that confidence and that mentality as well, which is why I got to ask, because you've been here before. This is to get for the top 2 for a grand final. It feels like it's almost like a curse for you guys. The best of 5, you're getting clean swept 0-3, not being able to get into that grand final. But you've broken a curse already, I feel like, knocking out G2. Not many people have done that before. So how do you plan to carry on breaking curses and make sure you actually make a grand final this time?
Yeah, I think for us, we've kind of... we haven't played the game yet, but we've kind of already broken the curse in the sense that we have this great mentality that we didn't have last split. We didn't have towards the end of groups even. We are extremely hungry to get this win. And sometimes when we go down and we don't have the advantage in the game, we sometimes not give up, but we don't have this desperation to keep playing, and winning. And I think we already have this mentality now, and going into these games, we just need to keep this up, and I think we'll be in a really good spot.
I think you definitely showed that in the overtimes, right? Back-to-back overtimes against G2, and you guys didn't give up. So at what point did you, as a team, start to kind of feel on the same page? Like I said, even in those overtimes against G2, you still didn't give up.
I mean, we kind of, even though, that's the thing, even though we were down, like, I mean, both games, I think we were down 12-10. We always kept talking between the rounds. We always had a plan going into the rounds. And so we always felt like every round we could win because we all were on the same page going into it. And so we weren't really like, we were down rounds, but we didn't really feel like we were just playing round by round, you know?
It didn't matter. Like, it wasn't, it didn't matter to you guys at the time. And last question before I let you go. The last time you played Falcons, didn't really go your way, but since then you've kind of avoided those maps. We haven't seen you on Fracture, we haven't seen you on Lotus since then. In the lower bracket, it is looking really good for you guys. I don't think you're going to be able to avoid that today. So was it intentional for you guys to maybe play something you're more comfortable with? And is that going to be a problem in this best of 5?
We're really confident, like, that we have this like big map pool that we can play a lot of maps, and so we kind of decide depending on the matchup what we feel like playing that day. So I wouldn't really say we've avoided the maps at all. And I think like we don't mind playing any map where I think we can go in against any map on Falcons.
Oh, I mean, I hope we see 5 today. I know you probably want to end it in 3, but I want to see all 5 maps today. But thank you so much for joining me, Jelena, and best of luck in this match. I mean, they spoke a little bit about the map pool, the confidence, everything there. And you can see, Ender, in their performance, Jelena and Speedovka, they were clutching left, right, and center. They did not at any time look like they didn't believe in themselves.
Oh yeah, look, that series, map 1 belonged to G2, and it was Spidoka with 2 clutches in round 23, and then again in OT to turn it back and secure it for the team. Like 1v2 clutches, right here, another one. So she was so good in the post plant in the late round that you just can't understate that.
She was onto something yesterday. I believe that Tom called her the goalkeeper, and that was so on point. Because you think that you're gonna get it, you think that you have a clean shot, and then it's a Spidoka, and it's like, it's a 2v1. She's not gonna get it. And on the other side, we have Jelena that yesterday went up head to head against the Glance that was giving everything for G2. Not only herself, but also Petra and the support. And she had to be aware of so many things, and they both did such a good job, especially knowing the problems that Ascend had in the past about closing the games, not only choosing the maps correctly, but learning that it's not enough to get to 10 rounds. You have to close it all. Yesterday, they proved that improvement is there. We were talking about at the beginning of the competition, no changes coming from them from stage 2 to this one. The rest of the year, there have been changes. So we expected this kind of improvement within the team.
Yeah, and we got to talk about the map vetoes this time around because it's going to be 5. Last time they faced each other, it was 3. Hopefully. Falcons came out on top, and especially in this best of 5 situation, Falcons, they were able to win their best of 5 recently in contenders. Ascend have never won a best of 5 before. This roster, they've been a little bit unlucky when it comes to it. As you guys can see with the map vetoes, Haven and Pearl are going to be taken away. But what about the rest of the maps, Ender? Where do you think that we're going to be going to, and how do you feel about these picks as they come up?
Well, there's only 5 maps left that we're going to be going to. I think that split is going to be a really important one, wherever that ends up falling in, because I think both teams yesterday, like even though Ascent won their split match, I think that they showed some weaknesses on attack, and I think we saw some very clear weaknesses on the Falcons attack. So we're going to be seeing that first. Falcons are going to be starting on the attack, and what they went for was so many of these 5-player aggressive hits. I think it's very important that they come in with different looks on attack, or this one could run away from them very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. For that split, I'm looking for the same. I'm looking for maybe an Ascent that is a little bit more aggressive. I want them to stay in their comfort zone regarding what they have prepared for the map, but adapt a little bit to what works so well for BBL. Bind, Fracture, Lotus, that means Ascent as the decider. I mean, it kind of makes sense because it's like the most standard map of them all. And after what happened yesterday and the fact that it was very close against these two teams, it makes sense that the most even ground for them is the Ascent. Although, my biggest worry, actually, is the third map. It's the Fracture.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a little bit worried for Ascend if they cannot take either split or bind. I think if Falcons take split or bind, I honestly don't see a way that Ascend can get back into this with Fracture being that third map. So I think a strong start is gonna be pretty important. But that split, we saw it already from Falcons yesterday. It didn't look the best, but as we head into Agent Select here, maybe they make a couple of changes, or maybe those changes come from in-game. But either way, Ender, as you said, they gotta change something on their attacks. That they can't do that again.
I think for Falcons, I want to see slower rounds, and I want to see them like look for some element of mid control, and I want to see similar stuff from Ascend, because while Ascend weren't just like 5-player rushing into sites, they ceded mid control almost every round on attack to G2, to the point where 3 or 4 rounds they were walk rotating through their spawn because they knew G2 had pushed up into mid, and it just blew open the map for them. So both these teams, the focus has to be mid control on their attacking side.
I think that Ascend has to learn that Falcons is not going to be G2. I think it's so important what you mentioned, and that, you know, Petra's on G2 and she's always going to be lurking. You have to be aware of that. But I think that I need, for example, Chanel to not be such a kamikaze. I need her to slow down at some points. I need a beginning of the map that is not like the one we saw yesterday. Ender, you were casting in. It was like round for you, round for you, round for you. Where's the even ground? What is actually the plan? What is going to happen? And another thing that I'm really looking forward is to how the coaches are going to impact the teams, because I feel like Aska did an amazing job yesterday and could be one of the keys to making it to the top final.
Hey, yo, I'm down for more W gaming from Chanel. I'm on the opposite side of this. But it's time for us to get into game for this all-important best of 5. And for me to toss this over to your casters for today. Take it away, Zach and Ash.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. It is lower finals day, and this best of 5 will decide who will be our finalists for tomorrow. I'm Zach, and I'm once again going to be joined by the wonderful Ash here as we head into this best of 5. And Ash, looking at the stakes for these two teams, that Game Changers slot that is on the line here, still viable for both of these teams. I think we have a hell of a battle that's going to be coming up on our hands, so let's jump into it. Map number 1, Split. We saw this yesterday, I believe, coming out of Ascend. I think one of the best games that we've had throughout the year, Ash. That said, though, what kind of changes, or what do you think we are expecting to see today from both of these teams?
I think it's difficult. I think the analyst is making some really good points. I think that this order of maps is actually quite in favor of Falcons if Ascend can't find something early on. And already this initial stack here from Falcons outside of A, but look at Ascend, they've moved up, they completely have that B main control, and rotations now being called for some information over in mid.
Yeah, like you mentioned, information gotta be guarded quickly by that Ascend squad, knowing that B's not where that hit is coming, prompting a quick flank as well to clear out mid. Falcons, in the meantime, they've taken control of Heaven, but Ascend, they have that information thanks to that camera, and Speedoka and Vents might be stuck between a couple of players, at least aware of that possibility. And Ascend, they're happy to just try and play for the retake here because they're just holding, waiting for that spike to finally go down as it does. And now a full 5-on-5 retake. Sandra spotting out one player, hated the most towards that CT. And the first blood, it's gotta go to Sandra.
What a way to do it too. Spidaka caught with her pants down, that util out, and this perfect drop on that wall coming through. It's a trade for a trade though, and down to a 3v3 situation.
Not if Lodge has anything to say about it, as she finds hated the most here. Another kill coming through as well. It's all down to Amy. She's been fantastic in the past as that anchor player, but a 1v4, it's too much even for her to deal with. And Falcons, they start off that pistol with a very nice measured execute here. They were so patient throughout the round.
They really were, and that was after Ascend found that initial B main control, had that read. That's why they were playing more for that retake. And we've seen how the retake protocols have actually been quite strong for Ascend. They've shifted into that a lot, I find, over stage 3 compared to before. And I found a lot of success on those retakes, regardless of what map it was. It was just unfortunate for Spadovka there just to get caught out with that utility out. So when we're just looking at this on a bigger level at this matchup here, both these teams have had quite close split games in the past, And Ascend, I mean, they've also have to be going off the momentum from yesterday, right? To be able to win twice, back-to-back OT matches up against G2 Goes, and it's got to give you that extra boost of confidence.
I mean, for sure. I think all of us were watching with bated breath for that particular map. And in particular, there were a lot of individual heroics as well that definitely made it possible for Ascend to pull it through. Against Falcons, though, in this lower final, they want to have a little bit more of measured team play. Falcons this time around setting their sights on that B site. They haven't been really fighting too much for Ultorb control. They're just going to, in fact, regroup completely as 5 to try and make their way forward. Guided Light going to find that early information here and might possibly trigger rotation over. Slowly but surely, you can see that Ascend, they're moving towards this B side. It might be a little bit too late, though, as Falcons, they're already making their mad dash in. Nobody home, and they will be able to get that spike down.
Yeah, it'll be another retake protocol, but again, Falcons, they have the advantage in numbers, right? It's going to be more about keeping as many of these weapons as possible in this situation for Falcons, ensuring that they're available for those trades and avoiding giving anything over towards the side of Ascend on this retake.
Nice little updraft to try and stay alive despite the pain shells, and of course the crossfires are a little bit too much for the Ascend members to deal with. Just gonna be one player left alive in Speedoka. She's not gonna be able to find anything. A 3K for Sandra on that round, and like you mentioned there, I think that they're gonna be Falcons, they're gonna be pretty happy with how that bonus anti-eco did play out. They're gonna keep 4 of those weapons in the next round.
Yeah, it's going to be a strong one at that as well, especially with how close quarters of the map split is. I'm looking towards the way that Falcons are going to look to adjust their positioning now that we're heading into a rifling round here for Ascend, right? We saw it in the pistol, all stuck together, 5 looking to take site over towards A. Now it'll be more of your traditional kind of 4-1 split, with Luge, the one to be lurking over on that A side. And early information already found here from Ascend, but they're not backing too far off right now. Still looking to hold these extremities, hold these choke points at the very least. And we're just seeing that immediate actual incentive over towards that the Seekers there for Madvi. And look at Luge already pushed up.
Oh no, the timing not gonna be in her favor though. Amy just goes for the peek and catches Luge trying to lurk into sight here. First blood gonna be going finally in favor of Ascend after the first couple of rounds. Falcons, they look to take mid control instead. Schnell, though, able to find the information off the back of that jiggle. Falcons still trying to take control of this B heaven area, and that well-timed dark cover. It's going to make their job incrementally harder here. Schnell still holding strong, spraying through the dark cover, and that will force Falcons to fall back unless they want to eat that spray of bullets. Sandra still hoping for some kind of aggression from Ascend to try and punish. Will, in fact, succeed as that dark cover goes down at the worst time to catch Schnell in the open. 3v4. Clock ticking down. 30 seconds left. They have to go for the commit, and that seems to be the call. B, it's going to be where they want to go. Trades come in once again. The spike, though, going to be dropped in the open. Angelina going to be making it fall once again. The trades in favor of Ascend throughout, and while it was an expensive round, 3 players lost. Ascend, they win their first.
That's the thing, though. Losing those 3 rifles does put a bit of a dent in your pockets as well. Going to have to elect for one of those light shield buys instead. And overall, this was a great timing as far as that fault line that was thrown out by Spidovka. Something that I'm going to be looking towards, having her just being able to kind of rotate very similarly to how we see Mimi play on the defense there, actually. Playing a bit further back, being able to have that reach with the fault line for either site. But instead, now kind of expecting this shift back over towards this A site. Holding over towards elbow there, going to give her ample opportunity to be able to use that breach utility for the stall, and it's a 4-person push here for Falcons.
They're going to be using the Seekers to make their way onto site as well. It's not going to really catch these tripwires, although it does smoke out a couple of players' positions, and you can already see Ascend. They're ready to make their way back onto site. A beautiful paint show from Schnell. Going to catch them at the choke to find the openers, and it will be a flawless for Ascend. Off the back of that paint shells, it just demolished any hope of Falcons to make that attack work out. They fall apart.
And that's the whole risk, right? The fact that it's one-dimensional to only have presence there over towards A main. You're not putting any pressure over towards mid. We've only really saw that during the bonus round coming out from Falcons. And Ascend, they respond appropriately, leaving mid pretty open as far as knowing that they're going to play a bit more to stall out for that site control instead. And back to that 4-1 split that we had seen previously. Blade Storm's now up here for Sandra, and she has been so consistent as far as finding those opening first picks. Not even just on this map alone, but across this entire series of Stage 2 of Game Changers for EMEA. It's just the confidence. She has great opportunities to just like have that timing, catch players off guard with her movement as well.
Yeah, she's been incredible at just finding the gaps in the defenses here. This round, though, Falcons, they're going to be having that lesser purchase. Like you mentioned, the Blade Storm, that main utility to try and find those opening picks with Sandra at the tip of the spear. As she charges forward here with the help of the Trailblazer. Another Pain Shells to try and cut this player off. And thanks to the concussion, it's going to be Sandra to find that first blood. A rifle retrieved as well, but not if Jelena has anything to say about it. Just lying in wait around the smoke to find that kill. And that will immediately put a stall to Falcons' plans of advancing on that B side. Once again, they're in their holding pattern, but they don't really have the time here. 30 seconds left. They have to go, and the call seems to be
30
B.
seconds left.
Yeah, shifting over towards that B side still with the late backstab potential from Lucha as well. But everyone disconnected at the moment. Just a slow crawl up. Hated the most on an island. Great sense of the game, though, to be able to just fall back in that situation. They're going to allow for that free plant here on the side of Falcons.
Left.
And Ascend, again, they play for that retake, knowing that they have the advantage when it comes to that weaponry.
Still a lurk from Lush to watch out for, though. I think she's going to hear the footsteps, so might be able to find the timing here. That's going to be very dependent on how the players on side are going to be ranking up and staying alive for a while. Beautiful neural theft to smoke out Luja's position. Now Ascend, no, they're going to be funneling quickly into sight to try and make things happen here. And Yoka will take care of that lurk. Madvi still on site, will pick up the upgrade, gets the collapse to boot, and suddenly this round, it falls away from Ascend's hands. Falcons, they make it work, and Madvi, we've heard so much about her throughout the stage, and this is exactly why.
The IGL on the side of Falcons has been so consistent. The fact that she's just able to convert this round in entirety there for Falcons. Man, it really does take your breath away, the fact that they're just able to isolate those 1v1 situations and divvy up Ascend there. It's tough.
That was a 1v2. It's just that it was a collapse, so it felt like a 1v1. But I agree with you. Really, really nice positioning to be able to take those duels with some kind of advantage. You once again see that attempt to go for that early information from Ascend. Trailblazers are going to spawn out multiple players, and it seems like they still want to try and fight for this here. Quite a bit of damage being done. However, Sandra, through that one way, able to take down Hated the most. That will slow Ascend's push down here.
You're just slowing things down. Again, it's such late mid presence that Falcons ever go for if they do opt to push for it. HGM going down, though, means that there's no additional information really to be garnered from Ascend, aside from the boom bot. Not going to be able to tuck from it here, though. Falcons opt to shoot it out instead. He's playing so passive and patient, waiting to see if Ascend will play more of that ebb and flow. Now, Chanel going to have to back off.
Sandra already having found that opener, willing to look for a little bit more through the smoke. And back, tap Chanel right in the head. Rozika able to put that lockdown, and that's going to make this round even more difficult for Ascend. There is some space towards that back side. That said, though, they already see that Astro utility coming in. From the shadows, forced out of Jelena to make it out in time, but will she cancel? She does indeed, and still gonna be in that back corner. Sandra, though, clears it out. Due diligence paying dividends here, and just 2 players left for Ascend to try and make this work out. Amy jumps down, finds 2 kills already. Spidoka with the 3rd, and while it seemed like for a second Ascend had a glimmer of hope, Sandra with the 4K denies it completely.
I like the idea there coming out from Jolena to be able to still maintain that backside control. You saw the protocols coming out from Falcons. There was a Nebula placed back there from Dana, expecting to either use that concussive gravity well. I'm not sure what ended up actually coming out, if anything ended up going out anyways, but when we're looking over towards the fact that Jolena actually committed to canceling that TP, it was difficult because she wasn't really in a position to be treated by anyone else. Everybody else on the site had to actually back off. It was one of those more like Hail Mary plays, expecting to get 1, maybe 2 caught off guard and stall out that push and try and buy a bit more time for the remainder of Ascend.
I think when you talk about time, that's exactly what Falcon are kind of excelling at. They know that Ascend like to go in for these early information plays, and you saw in the first couple of rounds, they were indeed doing that, testing the waters at B main. However, last round, despite that one bit, you saw how Sandra was just crouching in place, ready to try and get the kill. Despite the flashes, despite the dark cover, everything that Ascend used, Falcons, they've done their homework here to know how exactly Ascend wants to play. And the thing is, if you look at the history between these two teams, they're 1-1 so far. It's very fitting that this third brawl between them, it will decide who still has a chance at that Game Changers Championship.
It's a long journey too. Being in that lower bracket, having to go back-to-back best of fives. Whoever wins this series will be heading up against BBL Queens tomorrow, but we've still got, at minimum, 2 additional maps to get there, depending on how things play out. I know you and I are hoping for all 5, everything considered. Both these teams have been looking so good. Ascend have grown so much over the last 3 stages. And Falcons, that dark horse in this competition that have taken everyone by surprise as far as just their consistency. And Fortitude, Ascend, I mean, they're not too far from being able to tie things up. However, looking at their buy situation here, on an eco round, not really too much to work with. Chanel, though, could go big with the showstopper if she sees fit to pull that out.
Might indeed see that coming into play, and reading perhaps the money situation. Falcons, they go for a pretty straightforward execute towards the safe side. Already an opener coming out of Sandra as Amy, completely flashed, will fall on site. Spike will be going down to boot, and now on this Heaven area, it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade so far. Numbers still in favor of this Falcon squad, and Rizika towards Heaven catches both players. Just Jolina now, a 1v4. Fakes the teleport, hoping perhaps that somebody would walk into her dark cover, maybe make a little bit of a mistake there. But Falcons, they're so disciplined. They're not really moving at all. They're just happy to hold down this post plan. Every single lane is being watched, whether by a player or by the turret, or in this case, well, both. Jolina, if she tries to go in this direction, it's going to be very, very difficult. It's just nowhere that she can go, and finally gets spotted out. I think this round is pretty much done.
No, there's nothing you can really do in that situation. Sure, finds one for her trouble, looking to clean up at the very least, cleans a third, so making Falcons pay for it there. But like you mentioned, just the discipline there in the post plant. You can even see Rezika maintained that ramp space, jiggling with her turret, using it to block some bullets in case the swing did come through, but really not pushing and overextending into the sense of knowing that Jolina is stuck on that stinger and not looking to give those closer gunfights. But that A push there from Falcons, they had a really nice set play with those mollies there for a map, just really denying any space. I'm looking forward to seeing how they continue to use that, how Ascend also adjust their placement. You can see Amy had actually shifted back over towards Heaven, not looking to get caught out on site again.
Yeah, I think that, especially with the kind of ults that Ascend have, it's definitely a retake kind of round with the Rolling Thunder as well as that Showstopper. Along with the Seekers, there's just so much information and damage dealing utility in their pocket, so they just don't want to die on site if they can help it. That said, though, for Falcons, they have a Viper's Pit of their own, so that might be the counter that they need to try and hold on to that site. So far, throughout this game, Falcons, they've been almost excruciatingly patient. Even in that last round, it was a little bit faster than the executes we've seen from them in the past, but they've been looking very, very patient at just waiting out Ascent, maybe hoping they'll get a little bit impatient, make a couple of mistakes, and that's been the case so far. However, this time around, Ascent, they seem to have the read that A is that point of contention. Rolling Thunder ready to go here for Speedoka.
Yeah, just waiting for that contact, playing off of Amy's utility and information as well. That smoke, though, gonna not deny the camera of any more info. Spadovka has to throw this out to get out.
Off the back of the Rolling Thunder, Amy's the one to swing again. It is going to be the neural theft to come out. Vriska finally stopping the bleeding here, though. A second kill's come out of Sandra as well, and they're still fighting towards spawn, bringing it down to a 1v2. Sandra, she's been phenomenal over the course of all of today. Unfortunately, this time around, too much for her to contend, and it will be Ascent to finally find a round off the back of that timeout.
Follow my pack in.
Really well played, especially with the fact that Amy does have that Cyber Cage actually positioned for Spadovka there in elbow to be able to scoot out if needed, and then you can also flash out of it using the corner of the wall, swing on through, help Amy with those trades. But Just a beautiful hold there on the side of Ascend. Falcons, that was the first time we actually also saw them defaulting towards mid on top of that as well. Trying to keep Ascend spread out before they go again for those blitz executions, which is really how Falcons do prefer to take their space for the most part. When they're going onto site, they are already in there and they usually are not backing off.
Showstopper gonna be popped right off the bat. However, despite 5 players being stacked in that direction, it's not gonna connect with a single one. Very, very unlucky for Ascend's side. Damage done to Dana. However, there is gonna be the overgrowth available on this guy, so not much that the Showstopper really achieved there, unfortunately. That's a major ult that Ascend no longer have, and that was the only one they had in the round as well. So now on the retake, it's going to be looking a little bit more awkward. Perhaps that's why, if you look at the positioning on this defensive side, they're all on side expecting this Cosmic Divide. They're just waiting for it to come through. Already Sandra going to be jumping in with the Blaze Storm, trying to find those kills, do that damage behind the Cosmic Divide. There's so much here. Jolina with the spray down, 3 on the round already. Madvi finds 2 to counter back, but now it's just 2 versus 3. Cosmic Divide gonna go down soon as well. So Ascend, they're just holding here. 30 seconds left on the clock. They have to make a move.
30 seconds
Falcons looking to find a kill, going forward. Might find the timing here. Takes down Nate in the most. Second one possibly on Speedoka as well. A sliver of HP left, but Amy takes her down, and the spray from Madvi. Once again, 4 for the IGL, and she will keep Falcons in the lead.
How does she do it again there on that B site, down as far as numbers go, after Jolina puts it so much work from backside there on the side of Ascend. And we have to keep in mind that as far as rounds go, it wasn't a buy round there for Falcons. I had to pick up a couple of guns alongside that Blade Storm that did come out for Sandra. And Ascend, they get pushed back onto an eco round. Semi-buy here for the squad, and being a bit more proactive now in mid.
They're just walking down here. However, you can already see that Sandra, aware of that possibility, will be keeping eyes out, rewarded for a kill in that kind of situation. First Blood once again going for Falcons. I'll be very interested to see how that head-to-head falls out at the end of the game, because so far Falcons, they've been thriving in this chaos. Once again, lockdown gonna be put down for safety's sake. This time around as well, Jolina does have that from the shadows to try and make a play. However, she's falling far back before the round even really, before that lockdown even really runs down. Looking for the second kill. Lush, this time the one left on the lurk, will catch Schnell off guard. And again, Ascend, they're going to be on the back foot with player numbers.
Yeah, 3v5 situation. Half buy at that, not too much to work with into this retake. You have that pressure that Luge was able to put still presence over towards mid and information for Falcons as well. Jiggling knows that the rotation has not come for Vents and they have to clear her out. And it's a shallow one at that. The timing is so good.
Yeah, Luge just reads these perfectly. Finally coming around towards Heaven. Speedoka though with the Marshall able to find at least that first shot. However, it's just going to be Jolina. She's been insane with the Stinger so far to find a couple of kills. But in this round, it's not going to be happening. And Falcons, they extend their lead to 7. They've looked so strong on the attack here. Just them being able to read Ascend's patterns when they're pushing, where they're playing, and of course, finding these crucial openers round after round. They look like a whole new squad.
I mean, Ascend, they haven't even really pushed down or walked down mid on eco rounds like that before. And Sandra had that perfect read, playing so far back in sewers, anticipating that, despite it not being a pattern that Ascend had shown previously. And now shifting over towards this A site. The Guiding Light doesn't really find anything right now. Presence across the map once again, but just looking to draw some attention over towards A. Falcons. This is the most presence that we've seen from this team in mid on a buy round. All other times that they've gone for that B Heaven control have been on ecos.
Excellent conditioning coming out of them. You feel like Ascend, they've kind of left mid out open. They are playing for B Heaven and the sites itself, and this time around it's just a free space that Falcons are able to take. Paint shows, though, well done from Schnell to cut off these players, maintain that control for a little bit longer up here. Finally, those Seekers gonna be put down by the Falcon squad through the smoke, though. Schnell with the spray, able to find Sandra, and that's the first blood, this time in favor of Ascend. Towards B main as well, there's an awkward confrontation going on. Rusica finally deciding to fall back, and Falcons now look to regroup and head towards A side, but Ascend, they haven't rotated at all. There's still a couple of players towards that CT waiting.
Just in screens here. Amy's just gonna keep on out, but not paired up with Spadovka, available for that trade, who I believe took a little bit of chip damage there, but from the shadows there from Jolina changes everything. Spike down now, mid-site.
20 seconds left. Falcons, they have to not only retrieve the spike, clear outside, but also get it down in the first place. The sprays, they don't exactly go in favor here. Rusica now in a 1v2. 10 seconds left. Has to go onto site. The guiding light's too much for her to deal with. Hated the most happy to just hide and let that happen. And Jelena with the off angle will save the round for Ascend here. 4-7. And what a play from the shadows. The timing of that, this is the second time that we've seen such impeccable timing coming out of her.
No, I mean, Jolena was such a big factor on defense yesterday for Ascend up against G2 as well. Just being able to have these plays that catch players off guard, holding things down and really shifting the momentum. And it's just really nice adaptations coming out from Ascend at the very least here on defense. Looking to stall and break up that momentum that Falcons had been finding. This next round, pretty important swing around here for Ascend. It's the difference maker of if they can win that pistol in the second half.
Oh, tripwire though, well placed. Finally got to catch something in the net. Sandra getting ahead of herself, and that Trailblazer will be taken down immediately. Very, very unfortunate situation for Falcons, especially considering that was one of the rifles. Dana still doesn't have a weapon, and it's not in a position that can be retrieved pretty easily. Falcons now look to go towards Heaven, take a little bit of control, but a perfectly timed neural theft, it's gonna catch them out. And Jelena, off the back of that, looking to reclaim that space here. Falcons now gonna be surrounded on every angle, especially if you look at mid here. Look at where Schnell is.
Yeah, they're fish in a barrel right now in A Heaven. If we're gonna be honest, they don't really have anywhere to go but A main. Even then, watching the cross, and Madvi stuck alone here. Time is ticking down. Falcons have to go A. They don't have an opportunity to rotate without being caught out.
There's just so many players, though, from that Ascend squad still on the side. However, Rusica able to take down Speedoka here. That's a huge kill. That will open up the site itself for that plant to go down. 3v4 situation. Neither side has ults to work with in this final round. It's just going to come down to Gunblade here, as well as his flank from Schnell. I don't know if there's any Killjoy utility that did get broken down to give away Schnell's position, but so far, nothing at the very least. It's going to be a convergence from both of these angles here. Rusica, that first point of contact, spots out a couple of players, goes for the swing. Not able to connect the shots. Dana finds one of her own though, so now it's a 2v3, make that a 1v3. It's all down to Dana. She gets that first, but not able to deny the trade out of Jelena. Ascend, they're able to stabilize here at 5-7 after the half.
Great retake protocol and great space taken there from Ascend down in mid, finding that additional information and leaving Falcons with no options. I think that was difficult too, because Sandra, the one to be first blooded, who had been so consistent on finding those first kills, was taken out pretty early into the round. She's been the one to make that space, be the tip of the spear, and Falcons didn't really have a way to adjust afterwards. Now swapping sides though. Falcons going to be on that defense. So much stall power as well with their team composition. Those two controllers in Luge and Dana being on that Astra and the Viper just can buy so much time for sites and grants them really nice mid control as well. Look how many times you have to cross through the wall if you're pushing sewers.
Yeah. It's just a little bit of extra damage, a little bit of additional utility that makes it challenging for Ascend to try and take space. Also the setup, even if there aren't any players on mid, if Ascend decide to try and take that B Heaven, there's just a lot of utility in there to deny them that space, including the Astra pull as well. That said though, Madvi finds that first blood. Amy getting a little bit ahead of herself, just on the lurk, not quite ready for that kill.
You're not anticipating that initial push either. Now, a lot of stall. Look at where Sandra is, all the way in spawn.
flank coming through here. Schnell on that side, able to find the first clip, but Dana Heaven fighting for her life, finds two before she's finally shut down. Spike now dropped on this B site. Razika still present around, and the lurk from Hated the Most finally kicks in to take her out. 3v2 situation, but the flank from Sandra, like you mentioned, completely unheated here. I don't think they have any idea where she is, and Sandra will be able to take down Schnell just like that. Now a 1v1 situation. Hated the Most, doesn't know where Mad V is coming from, and Mad V cleans up the round for Falcons. It got a little bit dicey towards the end there, but overall, incredible flank from Sandra to just set up the team and confirm it.
And just being able to also take Amy out right off the gate. She's such a pivotal part of Ascend's attacking side. Her lurks, finding so much information. She has incredible timings. Usually good to find one or two of her own. Sometimes even finding the first blood on those lurks as well when Ascend is playing a little bit of that slower attacking round. And just being able to take her out early loses so much info there for Ascend on the attack, right? And for them, that pistol round was important to be able to try and tie things up early instead. It'll be a bit of a longer fight for it, and everyone looking to regroup here in mid, but so much stall is going to be had. Probably a concuss or some sort of grab while there in B Heaven.
Here. I don't know if they spotted out Dana quite yet. They're just lying in wait, and lucky for Dana, she goes for the jiggle peek, able to get the information and get away with her life. A little bit of stall coming in from the Astra utility as well. Dana still waiting to fight it out, baiting for Sandra's position here. And with 3 players just ready to spray it down, they're going to find at least a kill. Hated the Most going to be taken out as well as that spike drops. So they know that it's going to be multiple players going to be clustered around this mid area. They still look to advance into this B site. The flash gets dodged. They go down to Vito, at least able to find a kill. But Sandra from up above, she is the hand of God here as she finds all 3 kills, almost a 4th, but Dana denies that final one. Falcons, they extend their lead to 9 here, and they look so confident on this map.
I mean, massive weapons advantage there too, right? For Falcons on top of that. Sure, you can go with numbers, try and overwhelm with pistols. We saw how Ascend versus G2, no one was able to really actually win versus those thrifty rounds, so finding so much success in that kind of sense. And Falcons kind of anticipate that, have really nice crossfires set up, not looking to get too caught out in those close quarters. Now as we shift over into this next round though, it's going to be an aggressive early peek here for Sandra, but a great counter to deny that. Okay, I say deny, but Mad V is just around the corner. Like, it doesn't even matter.
Clean headshot to come out of the Sheriff. I don't think Ascend were expecting that second peek right after the utility to try and deny it. And just like that, that's another crucial kill that has come through. A second for Sandra as well. The peaks, the timings here are so good for Falcons. Finally, though, the luck runs out, and Dana, caught while trying to put some smokes down, will let Ascend get at least 1 in their own pocket. Numbers still, though, remain firmly in favor of Falcons.
I like how Ascend are regrouping in B main here, though. Looking to deny that space over towards Falcons, who may have, in another round, considered going to go pick up those rifles, right? You want to deny that over towards the enemies when they are on that bonus. But leaving B completely open, Falcons looking to play for that retake.
Yes, and they just stroll in, no worries at all, and they make it through. However, Mad V does spot out another player, Hated the Most. Not going to be taking too much damage there, but at least I think Mad V might be aware of the possibility of the cross now. Ascend, despite the numbers disadvantage, look to play these crossfires with the rifles. They can definitely do more damage at the range they're playing at. However, Hated the Most, the one to find that first split, spots out the second player, looking for a little bit more. Not quite connecting the kill, though. And Amy, towards main, will at least be backing up the team. The clock is running down, and Falcons, they have to try to go for the defuse. They're going to start out. It's all down to Schnell. First kill comes through. The spike not going to be planted for her, though, and Falcons, they convert this bonus. No way! Double digits come out for them, and in style.
That is a rough start to the second half here for Ascend. They needed that round win. To have double digits coming out so early, Ascend also already expending their second time out there, Zach. But we saw a lot of mistakes there from Ascend as well. A lot of them were taking those 1v1 situations, 1vx situations, peeking completely alone, either dry or without someone paired up with them. And you cannot afford to be making those kind of mistakes this late into the stage.
Also, just the retake that came out of Falcons in that round, they were really good at flooding in together, forcing Ascend out of the positions they were holding in that post plant. So really nicely done by them to find that third round. Kind of building up on these ults as well. MadV won off of the Seekers, and the Cosmic Divide also just won away. So a couple of retake ults that they'll have in their pocket. That said, though, Ascend, they're going to be at a little bit of an awkward juncture here when it comes to economy. They can scrape together a buy, but are they going to risk it? Especially considering that Falcons, they're slowly but surely building up the bank.
The thing is, yeah, I don't know, you could go for some sort of light shield buy in this situation, but if you do that, you're putting yourself even further into that danger zone, right? But we have seen that on these eco rounds, there has been that favor towards Amy to be the one to look to force up to the strongest weapon that they can afford. It'll be something along the lines of that, not quite still looking to afford. Okay, yeah, they're not even gonna risk it. Normally we see Amy like maybe even trying to go for a Vandal here, but when you're down 5 rounds, you have to try and stretch that money as far as you can.
Since you have the Seekers, but like you mentioned, when they're not investing too much money, I don't think they want to really put those ultimates to use either, unless it comes down to a winning possibility here. This time, Ascend, they kind of change it around. Instead of opting for that B site, they look to go towards Heaven instead. Schnell caught by the turret. A lot of damage being done. And finally going to be getting that little bit of an overkill. Beautiful nade, though, to catch out Luge, forcing her out of position. And Jelena will be able to find that kill. Rosic on side as well. Goes for a little bit too wide of a peek. And Jelena immediately there for the punish. Seekers come out now. However, MadV more than ready to take the action in her own pocket. Amy on the other side, though, finds the perfect timing onto Heaven. Now, 2 players left for this Falcon side to make this retake still work out. A couple of weapons have been retrieved by Ascend as well, so things looking much better for them. They look to advance through the CT angle, and hated the most. She's going to be enough. They fall at the first obstacle, and Ascend, they make that thrifty work out.
Doing so much to catch Falcons off guard. That's a few times that we've seen it now in the post plan. HTM actually looking to be the player who, instead of playing for her flashes like we see quite often in that post plant to stall out, she's playing for more of those off angles, looking to catch Falcons off guard on their retake. Saw it towards that B site as well, being that initial point of contact in that kind of sense. But now the snowball of ultimates that you were talking about, Zach, are here to play for Falcons up against the gun round of Ascend.
And also a couple of ults away, a couple of orbs away from their own ults. In particular, my eyes are on that showstopper from Schnell. We've seen how many multi-procs she's gotten in the past, especially in yesterday's game as well. I think against G2, she found quite a bit of value thanks to that ult. So far, it's been a bit hit or miss. I think that last half where she tossed it into 5 players and didn't hit a single one still will probably haunt me, at least as I think back on this VOD. But that said, Ascend, again, they're just they've just slowed things down so much after losing those couple of rounds.
And Schnell has been a bit quiet on this map as well. I find that there is that bit of inconsistency where Schnell's either having an absolutely insane map, or you have Jelena or Amy kind of picking up that slack, leading the board in that kind of sense. But now really looking for her to try and shine here on the attacking side.
Ooh, updraft on with the Blade Storm to try and find a pick. Does a decent amount of damage, but can't confirm the kill quite yet. So that's unfortunate. Showstopper going to waste as well. Falcons expected that ultimate, and they were playing for the retake as such here. You can see them ready to go already. Coming in through main, dodges the flash. I think that Sandra was able to spot out a player in the corner. The blades aren't quite connecting, unfortunately, though, and it will be awkward positioning. Despite that, Falcons, they're able to win out these fights. 2 for Dana, 1 for MadV. Schnell in the CT strikes back, and now it's all down to Dana and Rosica. They clean house here, and Falcons, they manage a successful retake. Such good calling coming out of MadV throughout that round. The expectation of the showstopper, the precision of the retake, incredible stuff from Falcons.
No, looking really good on that kind of front there, Zach. And you've got the fact that, you know, they're expecting that. They fall completely back. Difficult, I think, to have so many players stuck there in front sight, really not having that opportunity to get out. And great utility usage coming out from Dana on that retake as well. We saw that Nebula Blast, the Concuss, going out there in Hell and just cleaning up off the flashes on top of that. And Ascend, they go back to that 4-1 split that we're so familiar with seeing. Amy being that lone lurk over towards that A site. And now a bit of a slower start here. B main control already found, but if they actually look to execute here, there's so much stall potential with Luch having actually shifted back over towards this B side.
Yeah, both the Killjoy and the Viper here, exactly the kind of anchor players that you don't want to run into, especially when you combine it with that utility of the Astra. I think that Falcons, their team comp is just so much more inherently defensive than what Ascent have in their own pockets. Julina now going to be using the From the Shadows. A little bit of a fake play there to cause some confusion in the ranks of Falcons. And Ascent themselves, I think they're just looking to hit this B site as quickly as possible. Trailblazer comes in, doesn't really spot any information. That's going to be the prompt to Satchel in. Unfortunately, the paranoia from Julina, it strikes both her own teammate as well as the opponents here. Still Ludge playing Radley on site, able to find that first kill, a second as well. And that's going to make the numbers even. Dana now on site, looking to find a little bit more. Jolena denies everything though, and it's all down to just Sandra, operator in hand. Amy with the timing takes care of her, and Falcons 2 away from closing in their map pick.
Economy though, broken here on the side of Falcons. Not even a hero rifle to come out, just looking to play it safe. You have so many rounds under your belt that you don't want to risk kind of messing up your economy in that kind of sense. Keep everything a bit more balanced. I was a bit worried about that spacing there on that attack side over on B. But overall, the same kind of default that we've seen Ascend running throughout this map thus far. TP over just to find the angle. Falcons, they push back, and Falcons, they actually play that ebb and flow. Amy, suspecting that potential though, just actually sneaks back into her sewers.
Yeah, just falls back after a little bit. Luge catches Schnell, but the Sheriff not gonna able to do too much damage here, especially with the overgrowth kicking in. Orb and Molly combo to try and cut off the sight from happening, but Schnell is still willing to satchel into danger here and lead the charge for the rest of the team. Finds the opener as well into Luge, and now it's just Rusika who is on site with the Sheriff. Not gonna be able to find anything though, and Amy will invest that hero theft after finding that second kill. Now, Ascend know there's no flank incoming. The remaining players are towards heaven, and that nicely timed paint shells will buy even more time here. The rest of the Falcon squad, they have to get in, jump somehow, and Schnell, she's just waiting for them.
Yeah, there really isn't anything that Falcons can do in this round if we're being realistic. Looking into the next one, though, is when they'll finally have that opportunity to have those setups once again. We had that really nice B Heaven trap setup coming out from Falcons. Again, it's just the way that they're looking to combine their utility to stall these choke points as long as they can, and even not even just stalling, but find those fights into their favor and kind of shift the momentum of the round by playing reactively and combining that Astra util with the Viper utility, with the KJ mollies. There are just so many options on that kind of front there for this defender side, like you mentioned, where this composition really does shine for Falcons. However, Ascend, they've done really well to actually shift this side into their favor as well, because you could say the opposite about their comp being more attack side favored.
Yeah, I think for sure when you have a Raze on your team, there's just a lot more destructive potential, especially in this round. When that Rolling Thunder is available, Ascend, they might just try to quickly make their way onto site off the back of that, and you can already see that's the expectation coming out of this Falcon squad. They're willing to fight for that space in B main. They make their point, and now both sides, they're at an awkward detente. Madby, though, still trying to get some more information. Sandra just goes right forward, but forced back thanks to that paranoia. It's just a utility barrage dump towards this B main side, and in the process, Amy tries to lurk up A, but the turret catches her out.
And that doesn't actually leave much on the side of Ascend as far as an actual execution goes. That fault line will obviously recharge, but that's already Trailblazer down. One flash available there for hated the most on the side of Ascend. They dumped a lot of utility into that B main control to now shift over towards A, where Falcons have actually looked to flip-flop Rezika and Luge.
Viper Spit's still online as well for Luch, so if she feels like she wants to do it, she can do that. Once again, the expectation there from Falcons about this Rolling Thunder. Luch goes out through the dark cover to find that first kill, but Ascend, they're quick to bounce back here to get 2 of their own. That will net them side control. However, MadV takes care of Amy. That crucial lurk out of play. Dana watching for that push as well, punishes the aggression coming out of Ascent, and now it's a 2v3 situation. Cosmic Divide comes out to cut out a lot of these angles towards main. Both players though on site go for the double swing, find that first kill. It's all down to Speedoka. She uses the Cosmic Divide to fall back a little bit, and I don't know if Falcons, they're going to be aware of their positioning. The tap is there on the spike, and Speedoka has to check. Dana more than ready for the swing, and she will clean things up here, and that's going to be match point for Falcons. Such an incredible retake.
So clean coming out from Falcons. Just the discipline despite those 2 players getting caught off on site as well. And hitting match point here for map number 1. This is Falcons map pick though, granted towards them. One thing that I'm missing a little bit here, Zach, is the fact that I was expecting to see more wombo combos coming out from Swarovka and Schnell. I feel like we've really been lacking in that breach raise combination that is so explosive in assisting and getting onto site. A lot of the time it's Schnell kind of TPing in off the paranoia, but then also getting caught off guard with that spacing.
Oh, talking about spacing now, though. Sandra goes for that push. A really nice Astra Star will let her get that first kill, but as I said, they've been really good at least trading their teammates out for most of this map, and that's once again going to be the case here. If you do look at the ultimates, Razika has her lockdown online as well, so I think that might be a major point of play as we head into this particular round. Amy, once again, on her usual lurk timings, breaks that turret, so now it's going to force Luch to play a little bit more aggressively to watch for this very angle.
One of the few times that Amy's actually walked all the way up ramps as well. She's been playing a bit more of a passive lurk outside of A previously. I'm worried about MadV though. However, we do know that she can hold her own. Amy's stuck in a tough position, a backstab waiting from Rezka on top of that.
Seeker's going to be online for Hated the Most. Gets the orb. Does choose to commit somewhere else, and Rezika, walks all the way up, spots Amy's little hat, but not able to confirm that kill. And now I think that's going to be the information necessary that A side is where that commit is coming. That said, though, the position that Amy is holding, it completely cuts Rezika off alone on side, and she knows it. That's why she's going to put that lockdown early on here. Backup coming in as well towards CT. Amy has to go for this kill, try to take the lockdown out, and despite the concussion, it's going to be Rezika to find the kill. She's still holding on site. The lockdown brought enough time to find that first kill as well, and with 50 seconds left, they have to go on the site right now. Rezika, goal is huge! 3 kills on the round for her, and Falcons, they take map number 1.
Incredible play with that lockdown, like you mentioned there, Zach. And man, that breach fault line buff for the enemy team always coming out. But we've got to head to a quick break before we see what the analyst desk has to say.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wait dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
What a start that was for Team Falcons. They go 1-0 up in this best of 5. I'm Yingsun. I'm joined once again by Kakuka. And of course, this is a rematch. And I'm a little bit afraid, Kakuka, is history destined to repeat itself? Are Falcons going to come out on top again?
I mean, at least last time it was a reverse sweep. You know, Ascend was getting the first map. My biggest issue, my biggest concern, is this going to be another 0-3 for Ascend? It's too soon. We know it is too soon, but the performance that we have seen from Falcons choosing this map because of what they saw yesterday happen, I think it makes a lot of sense. You know, that first half, knowing how they were more passive, just waiting for Ascend to, you know, either make a wrong rotation the moment that they saw some movement, or the other way around to try and force them to make a bad move. It was too easy, you know, that first half it was a little bit, but when it came to the defense, even on that first round where they decide to be extra aggressive, when they have the perfect timing for the rotations, and Ascend shooting themselves on the foot, a lot of 5-woman pushes onto sides, not getting control of the map, and later on when they decide and they acknowledge that, Amy was trying to, you know, lurk around, try and find something, create some noise. Maybe I break the turret, maybe I get onto A-Haven. It wasn't having the effect that they wanted.
I think we saw that both teams came in after watching the split performance of the other yesterday with some clear ideas. So we still had like Ascend walking down into mid and getting control there. And we had Falcons sort of like holding deep lines, making sure that they could like take that fight. I remember a moment Sandra had that, of course. But I think that Falcons on their attack, outside the first few gun rounds, when they realized that they could just take A-Heaven very freely because there's just a Cypher camera up there and Cypher and Breach are both playing down on site, and then that allows them to like quickly jump on to those site players as opposed to trying to run through the Breach stun on the ground. That's when the defense sort of broke apart on that A side of the map, and it was something that Ascend couldn't react super well to.
Yeah, and there's a round I want to take a look at as well, because at one point here, when Jolina was getting these kills, I felt like, oh, Ascend, Kakuka, maybe it's time for them to get back into the game, but I was wrong.
Yeah, exactly. We see the intention of a very early execute, Madvi, you know, just using the Seekers, the instant response from Chanel to have that ultimate. Everything's happened in a moment. Jolina gets a beautiful 3K here, and you think that everything is over. Sandra even used her ultimate, and then we forget. for a second that Madvi is on this team. They have to wait now until that ultimate is over because they have no control and it's a 3v2. And now again, it's Ascent shooting themselves a bit on the foot and also some crazy shots coming in. First from Musica, a very clean one, a little bit shaky. Spidoka almost falls and Madvi just has the perfect transfer. And it's always, that also happened on the attack when I'm talking about the 5-woman pushes. The positions that they were holding, they were not sure. They were not supposed to be there. They're not covering the right angles. They're not playing in the right situation that you'll be playing when you have a woman advantage.
And also, like, I think it goes both ways at a certain point, because like that last kill, they were in position to be able to trade and swing there, and it wasn't even that delayed. That was like a fraction of a second that the 2 kills go between. But it's just Jolina's ability to transfer, and she has done this so many times. Yesterday, half the clutches was like a 1v2 or shot, boom, instant 2K coming in for her. That has been a staple of Ascend's gameplay, of her gameplay, to the point where if she's alive, she's always good for 2 in a late round moment, because it's so hard to trade so quickly enough that her transfer isn't going to just double headshot you with 2 bullets.
Yeah, and also we need to think of Jolina not only because of she's having a great performance today, even though, you know, it wasn't the map for Ascent. The utility usage was very beautiful. The smokes were coming in just in time. Even her ultimate, she was using precisely, especially on the defense. But now, thinking about the second map, thinking about Bind, knowing that we might find some crazy Yoru, is also going to be on Jolina to do a little bit of what she was doing yesterday against G2, to just cover the flank and make sure that everything is working. There's a lot of pressure on her shoulders, but I know she can take it.
Well, let's talk about the rest of the maps as well, because map 1 in a best of 5, we know this is a marathon, not a sprint. Falcons, if they want to close this out, they might have to do this 3-0, 3-1 or 3-2, we shall see. But Bind is where Ascend is definitely much more comfortable, and they kind of use this map as that crutch in the lower bracket to get them over the line.
Yeah, they did. And I think what we saw from them was when they adapted in OT, I think that's where they really performed versus G2. Because this, like, when they beat G2 on Bind, it wasn't a blowout or anything like this. They did have to crawl back, right? It was Spidoka with a couple of insane clutch rounds to make it work. But I especially liked their looks in OT when, on defense, they started playing more aggressively, especially towards that B site, and just not ceding control when they started fighting up in hookah. That went really well. And also, when they started hard anchoring. Early on in that game, they were rotating pretty quickly and then getting abused by late round teleports from G2. Once Spidoka stuck on that A site, back triple, we saw the clip before the day, that was when they just absolutely beat G2, when they remembered those Bind fundamentals, locked it in, and were able to take them down.
Yeah, and as I said, we're expecting a Yoru coming on the other side. Of course, we do not have the guarantee until we see the agent select, but that makes things a lot more different, because the way that Madvi plays the agent, at the beginning, I remember last time I saw her playing against Navi, she was just, you know, taking that B long control, just putting a TP to go back onto side. That wasn't working. Instant adaptation, and she became a pain in the ass. The amount of combos that she was having with everyone, and I mean everyone on her team, and also herself, the way that she was using the fake outs, everything was on point to have the kind of Yoru that makes you want to smash the keyboard.
Yeah, and of course, for those of you that didn't manage to catch her interview in the pre-show, she explained a little bit behind the thinking of this Yoru. Bind, of course, originally was a permaban for Falcons. They didn't like to play it, they didn't want to play it, but then it got to a point where they had to play it, and they were experimenting a little bit here and there, and they thought, why not put the Yoru in here? I mean, this poses a question for Ascend, right? Ascend, they should expect this Yoru. I don't really see Falcons moving away from it, but what can they do, and how do you handle Yoru on Madvi?
Well, honestly, I think you just have to be aware of a lot of the things that Yoru can do, because Yoru is just like sort of a chaos confusion agent. Of course, you can do a lot of things with the teleport, whether with the clone or your own teleport to go in or fake out and moving through those. But also, most Bind comps don't have 2 sources of flashes. So when you're attacking into this comp, there's ability for them to fight forward against you on both sides of the map. Usually, wherever that sky is, you know, playing down B long, you can fight either down B long or through the teleporter if you want to fight into showers. With Yoru, you have a lot more flexibility to fight out of hookah, fight down A short, ideas on the defense to try and play forward. And more than anything, that Yoru ultimate is insane. You get that ulti ready to go, that is a fully cleared spike site. No matter where you go, that ability is unbalanced.
Man, I love that you're mentioning that, because we were talking about Paper Rex while we were watching the match, you know, and how about they bring a lot of crazy stuff to the game, and it doesn't matter how much you think you've seen. It's very difficult to prep for that, because you have to identify which of the crazy things that they have are they're using on that round. There was a moment playing against Na'Vi where Madvi gets her ultimate from the defense. Sandra gets the showstopper out, and she just follows, you know, being like, okay, I'm gonna go in front of you. This is gonna be completely clear. The moment I see someone, I just shoot at my body. Just shoot the ultimate in my body. And it makes for those things to be so beautiful and so difficult to be prepared for.
Ayo, that's the Lothar classic. He will be so happy. With that said, with that said, let's take a look at Agent Select and see if we are gonna get that. You're right. I don't ask for much in life, and Madvi was telling us, she likes to play it now, and we get it. What do you guys think about this?
I mean, I'm still a fan, and I think the one thing we didn't touch on is the fact of double dive. When you have two agents that can go flying in, the Raze plus the Yoru, it sort of covers up some of the weakness of Yoru, because I think a lot of comps, like, it's tough to work Yoru in because he takes a while to get his gun out when he goes on that teleport. When you have two sources of flashes, when you also have a Raze that's breaking crosshair lines with the elevation she can dive into a site, that layer of chaos is really annoying. What I will say is that there is no agent better at countering a Yoru than a KO in Spadoka's eyes, because when that knife comes through, if a Yoru is trying to play an aggressive line, it automatically forces the teleport away.
Yeah, but it's so complicated in so many instances, especially on this map, to you know, use the KO properly. I know this Spadoka loves to go for that solo play, also supporting the team, but I think that, you know, this is going to be the biggest challenge for her. This time is not going to be about the clutches. It's actually going to be about the information and the denial of the opponent that she's going to be able to get.
Oh, I can't wait to see what we're gonna get, and I can't wait to pass this over to Zach and Ash. Guys, have fun with this one. It's a Yoru. I can't wait to see it.
You said it, Insu. It's a Yoru. It's the IGL and Falcons. They're going to be putting it on the table here on map number 2. Now, yesterday, when Ascend played this against G2, it went into multiple OTs. I think everyone watching, and me casting as well, we were losing our minds collectively. I feel like we're going to be having a repeat of that today, Ash, especially with the Yoru. But what do you think?
I hope so. The worry here, though, for Ascend is the fact that not having reps up against a Yoru, like Ender was talking about, he's a chaos agent. The ability to disrupt your team and catch them off guard is something that Ascend are really going to have to prepare for. And we saw the adaptations on Split coming out from Ascend Rising, coming out a little bit too late at times, kind of going with those same patterns over and over. So they really need to tighten things up, step up their game, and be quick on their feet.
Quick on the feet is an excellent way to say it, because if you look at how Ascend were playing a lot of these rounds, I think that the biggest X factor yesterday, apart from just Spadoka getting those multi-frags out of nowhere, somehow surprising everybody, was Amy. And I think throughout this entire year, she's kind of been the linchpin here, finding those pivotal lurks, just being that impact player to just cause some chaos on that A side and get some more control for Ascend. She's been incredible.
She absolutely has early Bats information. No one following up on HM's utility, though, so that's already 2 pieces taken, and the real TP here from Madvi. However, Ascend, they would have opportunity to TP away if need be. W Hall control, and look how Falcons readjust themselves to play around that lack of U-Haul information.
Yeah, I think they're aware of the fact that they've walked in. Madvi does spot out the players inside U-Haul as well. So definitely information more than ready to go. Ascend as well, they're aware of the Shower's control not being in their favor. And with those paint shells coming in, they know exactly that's going to be the case. Look at Madvi though. She's going to be walking up here to try and find the kills along with Resika and Sandra. All of these players, they converge in Ascend. They're going to be dropping the spike down in the open. A beautiful flash as well to try and catch out Amy. Madvi will take her out of the equation. Now it's just hated the most. A 1v3 situation, classic in hand. Does have the heal but can't heal herself. No flashes either. Tries to go for the white swing, and just like that, Dana takes her out. Great first round to come out of Falcons, and just that timing on Madvi here, incredible.
I mean, it was so strong as far as just being able to work around, play that micro. Then you have the calling to swing together with a double up in showers on top of that. Mentioned how they repositioned, knowing that they wouldn't be able to hold that U-Haul control. But that's difficult. Ascend, I feel like they did just tap the spike. They could have tried to run out in that situation. They just really had no control of the site overall. And like the analyst desk was mentioning, Falcons are going to use those opportunities to try and fight forward against them.
Fighting forward indeed. Flash perfect, and off the back of that, Madvi able to find that first kill, still spraying for her life with the Bulldog. The Ghost to find Data to find a second as well. And these players on long, they're gonna be slaughtered here. Finally though, Amy through Hookah, able to at least find a kill of her own. Unfortunately, the weapon not gonna be in a retrievable angle here. Will be forced to fall back. Ascend, they at least do a little bit of damage, but that said, it seems like Falcons, they still hold all the cards. A second kill for Madvi to boot, and just like that, Ascend, they're left with nowhere to go.
Yeah, HM was like, you know what? The Ghost is not worth the risk here. I gotta back straight on up. Like, Amy's re-cleared over towards Market, looking to slowly scale up, but a nice 2-2 split here from Falcons, playing close quarters here back U-Haul.
Just lying in wait here. Amy not ready for the Spectre spray to come through. Connects, gets that first kill. And now it's just Rozika looking for the second. Almost. HDM makes the classic work, but unfortunately the full armor just a little bit too much for her to break through. And Falcons, they convert that anti-eco. I think that on that B side, the Spectre was retrieved as well. So very, very healthy bonus for Falcons, especially, I think I saw a judge on Sandra.
So we'll have to see what comes to fruition into the next round, but I feel like this already tells you how well Falcons are starting to get this read on Ascent. You know, they have the opportunity to, obviously, they're going to be playing their own game, but they also got to maybe go back on the VODs from yesterday. It was a really long matchup on Bind up against G2 there for Ascent Rising, meaning that they really had to expend and show all of their cards as far as what adaptations can come through. Of course, you can try new things and whatnot, but you also want to focus more on playing your own game the way that is comfortable for the side of Ascend, which usually stems with those slower starts, and Schnell, of course, being that explosive spear of the tip of the spear to actually get onto site.
Yeah, Schnell, like you mentioned in that previous map as well, it's been a little bit of a quiet day for her. I think for Falcons, it's the opposite case. Sandra has been performing incredibly throughout today. I think yesterday in their series against BBL, that was one of the biggest problems that they really faced there. Oh, HDM, aren't you worried that's a fake? It's not, but still, I would be worried if I were you. You can see she's making sure.
Just gotta keep an eye on it. Just wait, pause. See if anything shifty's coming about, but Trailblazer finds a lot of information, continues to put that pressure. However, Ascend able to be
30 seconds left. They have to come in here, and that's the information necessary. Madvi on the swing, able to find that first kill. Schnell is quick to trade things out. Through the hookah, the flash is immaculate, but the weaponry, it's not going to quite work out. The kills don't go in their way, and Ascend, they get that sight and the numbers advantage here. Bit of sustain coming in off the back of that overgrowth as well, and now it's 2v4 on the retake. Spectres in hand, the judge for Sandra. They're going to have to get up close and personal here. Molly to clear out the corner, and despite the judge and the satchel play, not gonna matter. Ascend, they pulled together the round almost flawlessly, only losing one player, and they're gonna be feeling pretty happy about that.
No, there's not too much you can do in that situation, especially with the judge. Valiant attempt, but at that range, there's just really not too much you can do to close that gap without being watched as far as that cross goes. And Ascent, they kept things locked and loaded, playing those contact plays, ensuring that they would swing off of each other there. Very nicely done by Spadovka and Jolina. And we go back to this kind of 3-1-1 split default here from Ascend. HTM constantly poking and prodding alongside Amy, who plays a bit more passive and short. A very early aggression peak shown here towards B long.
0 points also did catch both players towards long, so Sen know for a fact that there is some presence out of Falcons on this particular site. Seems like they're just, like you mentioned, prodding the waters, though. Amy takes quite a bit of short control, will opt to fall back, and the spike itself finally, hopefully, gonna be retrieved as they look to go for a possible A hit instead. Yeah, I think so.
Just looking to regroup here. But look at the way the ebb and flow has been played. Falcons, they backed off of Showers initially due to Hated the Most's presence with the Sky utility, and then have re-cleared it. So they know that Showers is currently empty unless someone pushes in late, could get caught off on that choke point, playing a bit more passive towards sight. I worry here, though, for Sandra being completely caught off guard, pushed up Cubby solo.
Oh! She finds that first opener, but Schnell, luckily for Sen, there to find a trade here. That will open up side a little bit more deeply as well. Madvi with the Yoru looking for some action to distract towards his U-Haul. Finds the kill as well onto Schnell, so that's huge. A second flash to come out for the swing here and spots out the position of that player. Gets the kill on Jolina as well. A crack shot to come out of Madvi, and it's all down to Spidoka in the clutch. Only 1 out of 3 though, and that will be Falcons to bounce back and get that successful retake. Incredible hold from Madvi and U-Haul. She bought so much time there.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that she's able to just micro in that situation, buy time with those flashes, going for those swings so confidently as well. We know that the IGL on Falcons can hold her own. The last legs of a buy round here for Ascend are coming up. The Showstopper are up and available for this round as well. That was, I know we've already passed through it on the replay, but the off angle that Rezuko was holding outside of Showers, not quite tucked behind the box, like just on the edge, was absolutely ridiculous in not getting cleared out.
Yeah, she really got the timing there as well as that good positioning. Now, Ascend, they look to change up the pace here. Null Command activated early on. They're going to be looking to follow the Trailblazer into sight. Already, Madvi gets spotted out here. Still attempting to take the fight, though. Not going to be able to, unfortunately, find anything. And Schnell on the prowl, on the hunt. Showstopper takes down Dana. 2 openers for Ascend as they find control of the site here. And Ludge forced to hang back inside Hookah to try and find a pick, maybe wait for some backup. The late lurk from Amy as well. Finally, we're trading through here. This fight might decide how the rest of the round plays out, especially if the kill goes in favor of Ludge. Will deny that Hookah presence, but the timing is definitely not seem to be in her favor. Amy takes her out, and just like that, the 2 players towards backside. It's a question of how much more damage can they really do. It's gonna need incredible heroics for anything to work out here, and it seems like it's not gonna be happening. Spidoka takes care of both of them and Ascends. They find a second.
Yeah, really nice repositioning there. And the big part of that opener was the fact that Spidovka lands that fragment on the right side of Tube, denying the initial swing, but Madvi is just like, you know what, I'm going to sit in it, hope that I can at least get 1, which is a pretty brazen decision instead of looking to hide and try and regroup with the team, knowing that she was stuck in that spot anyways. But just nice protocoling overall to deny those swings, to deny the fact that Falcons are going to be looking to try and play off that contact.
Yeah, I think that's like the 3rd time that Madvi is trying to take that fragment to go for the swing. Finally, though, not going to be getting the kill. Early push, though. Oh my god, Dana with the classic to take care of Hated the Most. First blood in their favor. Rifle possibly available for retrieval as well. Seems like they want to go for it. The Euroworlds for some additional information out of Madvi to boot, along with the Seekers. So the timing, it's gonna come down to it. Unfortunately, Ludge whiffs though, and Amy is not one to let something like that go unpunished. Jolene on the lurk finds yet another kill, and now Ascent. They'll be happy to run through spawn, possibly towards that A side. Amy covering the backup here. Never mind, they're just going for B. They know where Dana is. 26 HP and a Dream here. Not much that she can really do in this scenario, I think.
No, Luge must be reeling after that one too, because you had 2 opportunities then. Is like, okay, HTM, no one's watching the body. No Sentinel either to watch the flank, right? Goes down first in the first blood. Amy's not even looking, and that could have been that second. And she's the one who's been cleaning up in this round as well, finding these picks with that 3K here for the side of Ascent to tie things up 3-3.
A little bit of a post-round celebration there out of the Ascent squad. And, you know, that round could have gone pretty badly if Madvi was able to find a little bit more impact there. She did pick up the rifle thanks to the Yoru ult, but again, just those adjustments coming out of Ascend's side, they realized that they don't really have control of hookah. They have to just flood onto site, and the push towards CT, it found them so much value there.
It really did, and I want to see a bit of extra diligence from Ascend now, knowing that, okay, Falcons have conditioned not pushing up on those flanks, aggressive look towards showers.
And the aggression pays off indeed. Sandra gonna be caught in the open. Schnell quick on the punish. Now the TP to boot. One, of course, being the Yoru. And with the smoke here, it's gonna be very difficult for Madvi to try and find anything here. 3 players from Ascend just lying in wait. And there's nothing more that she can really do there, unfortunately.
No, and it's like, if she backs out of the smoke, Spadovka is just laying in wait. She's like, I got your back, guys. Don't worry. She's not getting away from us either way unless she TP's out. But re-clearing short now, though, knowing that Sandra's not up, but previously Falcons have pushed into that cubby, so being extra diligent on that kind of regard. And Amy's positioning as well could be massive in case things do go awry here for Ascend on the attack. Great delay potential with this orbital strike as well.
Yeah, it's gonna come in to deny the plant. TP not gonna be taken by Ascend though. They still want to keep control of this A side. They finally do attempt to go for it though, especially after Dana finds that kill. Now it's just a quick hit towards B instead. However, Schnell on the alert will find a huge kill. Rosica will take her down, and Jelena to take down Dana on site. That's going to make the B side look a little bit more vulnerable to these situation. Advantage still in favor of Ascend. However, they don't really have any ults to work with. It's just going to come down to who can win out the duels, and it's Jelena all the way here. She's been incredible throughout this tournament, and that's exactly why a 3K for the Brimstone, and she saves the round.
Yeah, having that player advantage as well in the post plan, going for that early fight, knowing that you just have numbers and being able to trade each other instead of giving that space over to the likes of Falcons to actually find potential into that retake. But some big ultimates were invested in that last round for both sides. We're going to see Falcons calling the first time out of Bind here as well as they sit onto an eco round. I want to see this team playing a bit more of that ebb and flow. Neither side have a Sentinel to actually watch that flank, and you saw that Ascend on the eco round previous of Falcons did get caught out there for a moment.
Yeah, I think that for map control at least, Falcons, they've been kind of hit or miss with what kind of plays they've been doing. Either they find incredible success right off the bat, or they're just left in the open. As we saw, Sandra tried to go for a play, didn't quite work out in her favor. After that punish, you see Falcons trying to make another one to stop the bleeding, but instead it just aggravates the entire situation and makes it a little bit worse. So maybe a little bit less impulsive reaction to come out of them throughout this round. It might serve them in good stead, because that's what we saw at a split. Even in the rounds where they were at a numerical disadvantage, they were able to play off their strengths, which was their teamwork and synergy that they've painstakingly built. And without that, it just seems like Ascend, they're able to run through them.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing too. Sure, it's 4-3, really close scoreline, but those first two initial rounds were the pistol and the anti were there for Falcons, right? So it's a completely different look. Just to re-swing into the whole stack is definitely a big Hail Mary play there to try and find one.
I'm just surprised that that player even managed to find one here. But Ludge on backside playing Anchor and Spoil Sport. You said you wanted to see some Anchor plays, Josh. You're seeing it right now. 3 already, and it's all down to Amy. Rustica with the hero rifle going huge here for the round. And now Amy has the Viper's Pit. However, the site, the spike, it's all in control of Falcons here. The first point of contact, Ludge, does get taken down. Suddenly things look a little bit more possible for Amy here, especially with that Viper's Pit that she can use to try and sneak onto site. However, she doesn't know the positioning of these two remaining players. Finally, gonna be looking to get into site. Bootbot gives the information away. Showstopper to boot, and she tosses it down. Amy brought down to 12 HP. She still finds the kill though, and Amy for the clutch. All three. It looked impossible for Ascend, but Amy, oh my god, no way she does that.
Viper players going head to head, trying to find those micro plays, reposition. This was an insane hold, but they are coming out from Luge. The fact that she's just using to reposition, swinging with so much confidence. And you saw the fact that the Falcons were initially set up for the crossfire to play that drop contact, but is Sandra just wasn't really on the ball with actually waiting for that drop and playing off of Ruzka instead.
Yeah, free 1v1s, and you can't do that with somebody like Amy because she will not let it go unheated. Very, very unfortunate for Falcons, especially since they did invest that showstopper to boot as well. So huge round to come out of Ascend there. They're going to be breathing a bit of sigh of relief after that particular ult has been taken out. That said, though, I think that Falcons, they're going to be having a buy again. They still do have a Viper Spit of their own. They go for a push down short, and Amy, as always, just lurking around, watching for that control, will find that crucial pick. Does take quite a bit of damage, so we'll be forced back, possibly to try and get heals up here. Ascend themselves, though, they're looking to go back towards A.
Yeah, they shift on over, hated the most, and chilling outside of showers. Only 2 to play with here. Madvi, I don't believe, has a TP set up right now either, so there's the risk of her getting caught out in U-Haul on her own.
Oh, well, I think that it's more like Ascend are going to be trapped in with Madvi the way she's been playing today, already being able to find that first opener, and she goes to the reposition as well towards backside. So now a triple stack here ready to try and go in for the retake on that Falcon side. They're already pushing forward here. Amy, though, despite being the one to plant the spike, still able to find a kill before being shut down here. Now, 3v3 situation, Ludge does have that Viper's Pit, taps the spike here, hoping for a bait of the players out of their current angles. Molly comes down, Ruzika to find the first onto short. Awareness of the positioning here. Spike gonna be tapped again. This time around, Ludge trying to stick half. Gets it through. Hated the most. Takes down a player. Oh, it seemed like it was gonna be diffused all the way, but it's not gonna be happening. Now Seekers come out. It's all down to the IGL. Madvi in a 1v1 situation. 5 bullets left. Has to go for the defuse. Taps it again. The flash connects fully, and she runs out of bullets at the worst time. Hated the most for 3, and the clutch ascends. They find another round on the board, but Ash, that was such a nice play to come out of Madvi because she takes the TP to draw Ascend's rotation back, and she just uses her gate crash to get back into U-Haul. They were not expecting her to be back there.
No, that was insane coming out from Falcons on that attempt on the retake. This could have also been a totally different round had Lush actually just stuck it the first time she had tapped the spike. Like, they were not hitting those sprays through the smoke and didn't even actually get bounced off by that satchel. But another aggressive look here towards Long, and the stack here on this B site. Okay.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Okay. Well,
what did we just miss?
despite the blind, despite the players coming at her, she just sprays and she finds 3 kills. Okay. I'm sorry, Schnell. I know I said you were quiet, but I take it back after that. That's gonna give her the showstopper again for this particular round. I think she had it, 2 rounds ago? 3 rounds ago? I'm bad at math as well, like the rest of our analyst desk, it seems like. But now they're going to be heading in to this A site. Weapons advantage firmly in their favor. Numbers as well. Just Ruzika inside U-Haul. Beautiful paint shells to bring her down to 38 HP. So low here. 1 bullet away from the Vandal. And Ludge in heaven already. Schnell watching the angle. Looking for a possible ace. Does quite a bit of damage here. And she's on the hunt for the rest of these kills. Look at how aware she is of that positioning. Amy, though, to catch out Ruzika. Denying the ace. And it's a possibility of a flawless here for Ascend. And they confirm it.
A nice round here for Ascend. Falcons haven't been able to find anything really since these rifles came out, aside from that initial retake round. And we've seen them playing that ebb and flow, playing into the double turrets, trying to find those initial first bloods and whatnot. Of course, that was an eco round, but we've consistently seen Sandra actually been taken out very early on as a first blood there. A very different look from her compared to what we saw on Split.
Yeah, she's been taking out fights that aren't exactly in her favor. The way Ascend are setting themselves up. This time around, she has a bit of backup with from Madvi, her fellow duelist. Null command available right now as you do see them trying to go in. Trigger doesn't learn from Ruzika though. Catches out that player and Schnell turns around to take her out. In fact, if you don't shoot at the race, she's gonna come back and get you. Madvi at least able to find a trade of her own. Still gonna be a 4v4 situation towards his backside as she looks to find so many more kills. Jelena though through the box to find 2 more here, and just like that, Ascend, they swarm onto site and they take every single player down.
And that was a round of Falcons needed dearly. They have a rough bye going into this one. Actually, I guess with the buff that you get as far as losing rounds in a row, they are maxed out as far as those additional credits for round losses. So the light shields able to come out nonetheless, and I believe full utility for everyone on top of that. Big ultimate round here for Falcons as well. We haven't really seen that pit being popped, not once actually here yet on the defense from Ledge.
Yeah, I think even the attackers as well. Amy has adders for like since round number 3 or 4, if I'm not wrong.
They haven't needed it though.
Yeah, they haven't used it either in the post plans. Now, once again, Falcons looking to fight for control of this B long. Madby to find that first, immediately TPs away and will be able to get healed back up. So first blood firmly in favor. That goes and traded for Falcons side here. Orbital strike though onto site does do a bit of damage to Lutch, but she still gets out alive somehow. Seekers to try and counter to buy a little bit more time here, along with the Yoru ult. Spots out all 4 players, causing the pain shells to come in, and it's just going to be the Falcon squad finding kills across the board. Sandra for 1, Dana for 1, Lutch. It's gonna be a team ace at this rate here. Hated the most, the only player left, a 1v3 for her to try and clutch out here.
Difficult situation. One guiding light available in this fight finds the first, but the last 2 are split up. About to get backstabbed, but a great piece of info here found by HTM.
Oh, it could have been another 1v3. I swear I had war flashbacks after remembering Amy, but Madby denies it. She's just like, nope, it happened once. We're not gonna make the same mistake again. So 4-8, it could be better, but it could have been much worse.
I saw the dream. That was a very strong initial push towards site right on top of that as well. Luge nearly got caught out in full. It was a nice combination. We saw the orbital strike being used for that mid-back site there on B, and then there was actually a snake bite being paired from Amy to just do that additional damage on anyone trying to run out back in towards CT. But flip-flopping sides here, Falcons, this is where we're going to need them to really turn things up, or we want to see more of that impact coming out from the combinations of this squad. The over-aggression wasn't really working for them on defense.
Yeah, it was really, really hit or miss. Like you mentioned, so many of these rounds, Sandra went down without a fight here. However, Madby was incredible throughout on defense to find those first picks. I think that she would probably have the record for the most first bloods, even though Yoru, despite being technically a duelist, does fit more in that initiator niche the way that he's played. Falcons, though, now charging through short here. Amy considers putting down that molly, but it's not going to be coming through. Instead, they're opting to just wait it out. The TP taken by Schnell as well. The spike gets tapped, and it's all a ruse here as they look to possibly rotate over towards his B side instead.
I like the reposition from HTM, looking to play long instead, but she's actually sticking her guns here on site.
Oh, hated the most still towards long. Does have a flash to work with, and off the back of that, oh no! Misses the shot, and awkward interaction here inside U-Haul. Right click though comes out on top. However, Jelena on the side here, while all this chaos is happening, is playing Anchor and Spoil Sport to find 3 kills of her own. Now Falcons, they are at a bit of a disadvantage number-wise. The spike gonna be dropped in the open as
30
well.
seconds
Sandra,
left.
she has this flank. It's being watched, yes, by Jelena. Just spot out the tip of the helmet, so at least that's some information that's been garnered. On track for the ace here. 20 seconds left. Falcons are going to have to go forward, and the wraparound is just a little bit too much for them to deal with. The 4K from Jelena. She's been incredible all throughout yesterday and today. Bind is just her up.
Man. Whew, the holds that she's able to find for the squad. Things got dicey in this situation. HTM goes down. There is also that knife fight almost that we saw while both players, Sandra and Amy, had to pull their pistols back out in U-Haul. But a great re-clear back in towards CT to isolate that 2v1. And now Falcons, they find themselves on the back foot. It's an important round for them to win. Ascend might just find themselves at double digits.
Indeed, they might not, I mean, for the side of Falcons, at least they might not have the weaponry to work with, but at least they're just focused on trying to farm up the Ultras. They have control of the A1, and now that they've had it, it's interesting that they're choosing to prioritize the Yoru ult as well. So I think they just really want to be sure they can use that for some additional information, maybe put down an orbital strike or some other ultimate off the back of it. And it's going to be the TP back towards short, or at least a fake TP towards backside to at least create a little bit of havoc. Regroup comes in. I think that there's safety in numbers on these kind of anti-eco rounds.
Yeah, looking to just play together. Clearing in through U-Haul could be a strong play as well. And completely outside of it, on the side of Ascend. The Knife finds nothing on top of that, knowing that U-Haul is clear, and Falcons take that opportunity to push up.
Ooh, they are able to at least... Oh, never mind. I thought they were going to be able to get that spike down, but the Molly is just a little bit too much for them to deal with. Shidoka now taking quite a bit of space up on site. Taking the opportunity to clear out U-Haul. The sprays through the smoke. They're able to find a couple of kills. Amy with the Bulldog to make it ring out. The remaining Falcon squad, at least they're happy that they've gotten the plant, but they're going to be surrounded on every single side here. The flank from Schnell to come in along with the rest of them on site. Julina takes out Sandra. 2 players left for Falcon. Schnell to be able to take out Rosika as well, just in the open, and it's a flawless retake for Ascend. Sure, they let the spike go down, a little bit of extra money for Falcons, but they keep all of their guns. So 4 Bulldogs and a Spectre in this next bonus round. Looking dangerous for Falcons.
On top of that, orbital strike up there from Jolene. We've seen the impact that ultimate has had from her throughout this matchup, whether it's in the post-plant kind of situation or just trying to clear out sight on top of that. She's so well for its zoning capabilities on as well. And meanwhile, for Falcons, they need to have a strong rifling round coming up. They've been lacking on that map control, both on defense and on the attack thus far, and finally looking to play more of that split default together. And Ascend for early information outside of B, set up for a trap play as well with these double flashes set up here for Schnell.
Yeah, 3 players looking ready to go. That's a lot of noise being made. The Yoru flash, though, it's going to connect with all 3 of them. Trailblazer to boot. A perfectly timed flash, though, from Speedoka. That's going to get the kills in favor of Ascend here. Schnell with 2 to come out with the Bulldogs' help here. Falcons, they will be able to at least get that sight and plant the spike through Hookah, but long control, it's still firmly in favor of this Ascend squad, and now they're going to be surrounded on all sides by enemies. They have to push a lane. They have to take some kind of control.
1 orbital strike and it's Jover, dude.
This is so scary. I think they're just hoping that with the numbers advantage, Ascend, they're not going to be really investing those ultimates here. Just surrounded on every side. They don't know where to look. Rosika cooking alive in the Molly. At least able to find 1 kill to deny the flawless. But Ascend, that was their bonus round. And the set play towards B Long, it's just beautiful. The flash from Speedoka, man, it caught everybody down.
The fact that it was a triple hold, just being able to catch them off guard, playing so reactively, playing off the fact that they're hearing the Trailblazer come out, then Mad B throws out a flash of her own on top of that, and just being able to counter it so well. And like you mentioned, Falcons in that post plant, they needed to find some space. They weren't being proactive enough. Just getting stuck in tube there, you're gonna get utiled up. There's so many mollies, so many nades available there for Ascend. And a second timeout now being expended for Falcons. Ascend 1 away from match point. And things are starting to look pretty dire for map number 2.
Yeah, I think it's 2 things for Falcons. First of all, just the fact that, like you mentioned, they don't really have any map control. So you see them try to go for a side, rotate over maybe, but without them getting those picks that impact, it's just not available for free, and they're kind of banking on it on so many of these rounds. And the second thing is they're not being very proactive in their post plans. In the case that they managed to get the spike done, which for the record they've been struggling with, they're just not able to take up any space, and because of that, Ascend, they're just having such an easy job. Like, look at last round, like you mentioned, 1 orbital strike and it would have been quote-unquote Joe over, but they don't even need it. They're just going to be throwing paint shells and mollies and players and whatnot because they have the numbers, they have the space, they have everything to work with.
Exactly. It's difficult. We just need to see that additional missing piece here from Falcons to start to heat up in those situations, find those advantages. Again, it's been a bit of a quiet game for the remainder of the team, aside from Mad B. And that's spiked down already wide in the open.
Yeah, lucky spray, measured spray, but also a little bit lucky. Always need RNG in your favor. Schnell just takes down Mad B off the back of the round. IGL off the board. The remaining Falcon squad, they look to quickly hit towards B instead. But again, they make so much noise on their way here, and it seems like Ascend, they're just going to be happy to play for this retake, especially with the kind of positions that they're holding. Hated the most inside the smoke, maybe looks to go outside, pings out the raised position as well. So I think at this juncture, it's just going to be a quick retake attempt here. HTM pushing forward off the back of the orbital strike, only finds one, although Amy is able to immediately find a refrag there. Now it's going to be a 2v4 situation. Razika comes back. No pulse plans available for this team aside from the occasional mollies here, but there's only so much time that buys you. Clutch, having gotten the first one, needs to get this kill. Doesn't succeed in Ascent. They just melt the remainder of the pulse plans apart here. Match point for them, and 1 round away from pushing us to map 3.
12-4 here. There's also Showstopper up for this next round here for Schnell. Falcons, they need to find a first blood early. They have been struggling with that throughout this map. It's been a handful of first bloods there for the side of MadV, I believe, but otherwise, they really haven't been able to kind of pick apart side of Ascend that much. Haven't really had much success even like poking and prodding the other sites as far as drawing some more attention over there, keeping Ascend away from those rotations. But the way that Ascend are just setting themselves up with their utility, the combinations that they're finding with each other as well, have been impossible for Falcons to try and counter and break through. It's just a bit of a disconnect in that kind of situation.
I think that Ascend have also been, I think last map we were talking about how good the reads were coming out of the side of Falcons. This time around, though, it's the Ascend show all the way. The information is there from the Skydog. The Showstopper invested early on to try and take down the Yoru. Not going to be working out, though, as MadV does TP away. Spots out the player, forces them to rotate thanks to the paint shells. And now just 2 players left on site. Beautiful flash once again, but this time Razika is not going to be impacted by it. The kills go in favor of Falcons. Just Jolina towards backside. She's been an incredible anchor so far, but the orbital strike will take care of her. She still finds a second as well. A third to boot. There's no way. Jolina single-handedly trying to end Falcons' career on this particular map. Finally shut down by Sandra, but now a 1v3 to keep Falcons alive on this map. Position known, paint shells thrown, everything but the kitchen sink is in Sandra's face, and Schnell will finally take her out. It's going to be a send for map number 2, 13-4, a dominant showing.
They look so good right here. Falcons look like they were out of options, struggling to control the map here on Bind. A very different look from what we saw on Split there, Zach. We've got to throw to a quick break before we come back for map number 3 and see what the AD has to say about that one.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What a response that was from Ascend. They bring it level here in a best of 5 lower bracket finals. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Ender. We were really excited for this Yoru, but Ender, I don't feel like we saw much of the Yoru tech in the end.
No, I really don't think so. Like, it seemed like, to be fair, we just didn't get to see Falcons really play attack. They lost the anti-bonus, and then it was just completely over for them. But on defense too, I felt like it was either more passive looks from the Yoru or sort of double fighting around the sky. They didn't fully pay off with like B long control, and unfortunately just slipped away from them.
I think also the fact that they decided to start on the defense gave us some kind of an edge, right? At the beginning of the map, we were seeing them just playing the standard, just gathering their information the way they always did. And once they found out what they could do with the KO to the Yoru that was, you know, being a little bit of a pain in the ass, they managed to exploit that round after round. And that's what we saw. I mean, at the end is a 13-4.
Yeah, as you guys can see as well from that lower third, we heard from Jelena today they were going to break some curses, and Kakuka, they've broken a curse already 2 maps in. They finally get on the board in a best of 5.
Yeah, exactly. But even though they achieved that, this is just one map. For them, it would mean so much to win this best of 5, and probably, you know, even more strength to fight their next opponent. But we always say this is a marathon and not a sprint. So they're going to need much more if they want to, you know, try and get that ticket to Brazil.
I mean, it's a great start, though, being able to be that dominant already on Bind. But let's take a look at some of the things that we saw starting with this round of round 5. Kind of the point where Ascend, they were getting back into the game. I didn't think that they were going to end 13-4 when they were 3-1 down.
No, it was kind of a grim start for them. But like I was talking about earlier, I think the KO does make things increasingly difficult to play the Yoru, right? Completely suppressed, no chance to teleport out. So while Falcons were trying to do an aggressive look out B long, they get pushed back. Both ultimates end up trailing in, so Schnell gets that kill on top of it. And then Ascend get to play a comfy post plant. They deal with the hookah player once the smoke ends up dropping. It was just well thought through, good implementation of the ultimates there. But you can see how it can get a little bit challenging to play that Yoru versus the power of the KO.
To be a champion, you need to be versatile, and if Ascend can give you the best of both worlds, they can, you know, play the standards, just gather information, but they can also achieve what they want with this round, just being more explosive, being faster, just finding the Yoru and just going on the hunt for him. I think it worked for so many rounds because they knew that if there was one final boss in the server for Bind, it was Madvi, and I think they did a beautiful job trying to counter her because I think she didn't have a good time playing Bind.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I know she was saying that now she's okay with the Yoru. Maybe time for another comp change, who knows, after this. But Kakuka, the clutches, the clutches as well. I feel like just in general in Game Changers, we've seen some crazy clutches. But for this map in particular, it almost felt like there was Ascend could do no wrong.
Listen, this one from Amy is just beautiful. Look at that tracking, the kind of thing. I mean, we're always talking about Amy because we know what she's capable of. But for Ascend, this game, everything worked. The synergy that we've seen within the server with these players just on Bind makes up for what we saw on map number 1. And if they manage to keep it up, maybe, especially now that we're going on to Fracture, being a map that requires such big team play from the teams, is definitely going to be necessary if they want to bring this home.
Yeah, let's talk about that Fracture as well, because Ascend on Bind, they've been using this a lot in the lower bracket. They've looked great, but Fracture as well, where they fell to Team Falcons in the upper bracket. And do you feel like they can maybe bring it back this time around? Did anything on Bind that you saw maybe convince you that Ascent could close this one out on Fracture?
I don't think anything on Bind is necessarily going to transfer over. If anything, I just find the way Ascend play Fracture really interesting, because it's not unheard of to see like Cypher plus Neon as comps that run in there. I think Neon actually has a lot of value against the meta Killjoy comp, because she can sort of ignore the stalling power the Killjoy throws down, right? You just run straight past the alarm bot, you can get past the mollies. It does mean the spacing to the team is going to be unfortunate, but when you have both a Skye and a Breach behind it, that can really enable your sight hits. If anything, I like that as a stylistic answer into the comp that us Falcons are going to be running on the opposite side. I just think that the last time these teams faced off, Ascend really struggled to hold up a good defense. And usually what I see in the value of, Ascend, usually what I see in the value of the Cypher is like really heavy control around like the mains with the cameras. The camera can be really, really dominating, but they weren't able to convert that space control into any tangible advantage in their rounds.
Yeah, and something we need to see for Falcons on this map is Sandra, you know, just back in the game. I think that Mavi on the Breach plus her on the Race was such a good combo, and something that now that we're going to watch and see a map that was played the last time they played, we can draw the comparison into all of the things that were working there that have to work here for Falcons to achieve the same results. She didn't have a lot of fun on Bind, and I really hope that this Fracture, I think that she feels more comfortable in.
Yeah, I want to talk about Sandra real quick as well, because I feel like she had a similar story. Map 1, she was popping off left, right, and center. Map 2, not her best performance, but Kakuka, I feel like we're optimistic that Map 3 is not going to be like that, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. We know that the Euro is such a specific composition, and again, where they're just being hunted time and time again, there were a lot of things that were just half done, that they couldn't complete, that they couldn't go through with the plan. In Fracture, it has to be completely different, especially because of how the map is designed. You should have a lot more freedom into those executes, and actually the comp is more suited to you to have the impact that Sandra can have on the server.
And Christy, I'll throw the same question to you as well. Sandra, again, not the best in terms of like stats-wise performance, but Fracture, I feel like she's not going to have any issues there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a comp where you have like so much built up into that raise. Also, the sites are a little bit more condensed, I feel, so it's sometimes easier to get value, especially on the attack, as opposed to like on Bind, where sometimes you can just be the crosshair breaker as you're like going down A short and clearing out cubby out short when you're clearing out the little pockets on the B side as well. So I think there's a little bit more maneuverability there. But I would also remind us that it's okay if Sandra doesn't always pop off, because like when these teams faced off the last time, Sandra had a good game. It wasn't bad by any means, but it was Madvi that was absolutely tearing up the server on the Breach. So you always know that there's players behind Sandra, even if she's not dominating on the entries. The trades are always coming behind her, because you can't ask for a much better second in than Madvi.
Yeah, the game is delayed a little bit right now, but don't worry, you guys. We're going to be jumping in at any moment. But first, let's talk about the win rates when it comes to these maps. Of course, it's a best of 5. We have already spoken about the fact that Ascent in a best of 5 has always struggled. But Jelena was telling us, Kakuka, they're really confident in their map pool right now. And are you confident in Ascent's map pool?
I mean, I think it's complicated because of how the teams have been fluctuating and the new teams and the performances. I think they're always going to tell you that they feel confident in it because, you know, it's an interview. They don't want the opponent to be like, oh yeah, we have this map and it's terrible, we don't want to see it. No, they just want to give that face of that they're strong. To me, the big surprise was the fact that Falcons did not choose this Fracture as the first map to play in because of the results that they had and the results that Ascent has been having. But definitely, it's a good ground for them.
I think they just wanted to get the 3-0 locked in on Fracture. You're like, you know, you got to play 3 maps at least, as long as it's because they get choice and they get to pick 1 and 3, right? Yeah. I think either way, you're going to be happy there. And we already saw on the map they chose in Split, it looked very good, especially with the prep coming in. So I don't know. I'm still definitely leaning off of the earlier face-off between these two teams towards Falcons, but I don't think it's as set in stone, because even though it was like command 13-8, I think at the end of the day, I do also think there were a lot of rounds that were actually favoring Ascend that Madvi just like stole away on her own. So yeah, Madvi can absolutely do that. We have to acknowledge it, but sometimes the actual overall scoreline isn't as indicative of how close two teams could be on a given day.
I think
Yeah,
that on a
that is
best of
true.
5, having Fracture as the third is actually something very positive, because I think there's a little bit of detriment if you go in as map 1, because it's such a dense map in so many cases that I feel like it's the kind of map that you have to go in very warmed up, very used to the opponent that you're seeing on the other side. So actually, I agree with you, Christy. That's a good choice for the third map.
Well, the good news is Agent Select is ready. We're going to see it now and see what both teams are going to pick. Again, we've spoken a little bit about the Neon already. It's something that Ascend have been running with for a long, long time. They're super comfortable with this. But what do you think about this matchup here? Now we know where the agents are, Kakuka.
I mean, we didn't expect to see any changes in the compositions. We didn't see it from Bind. Why would we see it for Fracture? As I was saying, it's a map that requires a lot of synergy, a lot of set strats. So especially for the attack, which is where you tend to gather the most rounds, you need very good executes onto the sides. You need to know exactly how you want to play with the map and the information that you're given your opponents. Again, this is going to be about Mavi and Sandra just teaming up a lot. On the other side, I just hope to see the Amy that we saw on Bind just being the strongholder that she is.
Facts. That's a mic drop. I don't need to say anything else. Let's go to the casters.
Yeah, let's go to the casters. Zach and Ash, what do you guys think? How do you feel? Yeah.
Like you, thank you so much. Like you guys said, I mean, there hasn't been too many of a change on this particular map when it comes to Asian compositions, but hey, why fix what isn't broken, right? Map number 3 coming up here for today, and so far, at least, as history goes, this is a map where Falcons, they found the better of Ascend in the past, so they gotta be feeling pretty confident, Ash.
They definitely are, and it was really important for Ascend, I think, to win that second map there on Bind in such a dominant fashion as well, because they struggled here on Fracture, to be honest. It was a 13-8 win there for Falcons in the upper bracket semifinals, and last time Ascend actually started on the defense first, didn't find that much success. Ascend switching over to the attacking side. However, in that second half, the last time these two teams faced off, they actually only won 1 out of 5 of their post plants. The retakes were really strong coming in from Falcons that time around. So I'm looking for Ascend to be able to lock down those plants much better than they had previously.
Yeah, like you mentioned, looking at the setup as well, it's very retake focused, a little bit of damage on the way in, maybe thanks to the mollies, the turret, etc. of the Killjoy, but Ascend, they have the side available for free, so they're going to be able to flood in. Already though, you can see the preparation from that Falcon side, a triple push through, drop possibly to find a kill. However, Ascend, they've learned from their mistakes, they're opting to take a little bit more control, and Razika only finds 1 kill for being shut down, so Ascend, they still keep up the numbers.
So much defender side spawn control though here for Ascend. All Falcons, all 3 members pushing in from drop.
The spike as well is planted completely in the open here. Every single angle, Falcons, they're gonna have to find these kills before they can really try to get that defuse in. Beautiful flash to try and get that early information. No one's really defusing the spike. HDM again with the peek to be able to find it out. 3v3 scenario right now. Madby finally trying to go in for the stick. However, the shot, they're not quite connecting. Amy doing her best to keep the spike from going through. And just like that, it comes down to the 1v1. Amy able to win it out, and Ascend, they take that pistol.
Really strong post-plant positioning there from Ascend. Seems like they've already started to shift the way that they're playing. I like that plant in front of the default pillar on top of that as well. Not only is it wide in the open, normally you do see teams planting more so on that front corner of site if they're electing to play more towards A main. But the fact that it's planted front pillar actually leaves less options for Falcons to move around. They can't back up to reposition or anything like that. They're forced to just go side from side and not as much cover either. And sticking together here for Ascend, they're speeding things up in towards Arcade.
Falcons, in the meantime, they push back towards main. They can take control of the orb, but it's still going to be Madby, the sole player on site, trying to play around with the breach. The Flash doing quite a bit of damage to Speedoka, but Julina's still there as the backup to find these kills. With the weapon advantage, Ascend more than happy to push forward here. Schnell already in their squad, looking for these kills. The first ready to go, the second to boot, and now it's just going to be Sandra down an underpass. Nothing to be found. A flawless anti-eco to come through for Ascend.
Strong one at that. Jolina's going to be able to buy up to a Vandal into this round as well due to the way they split up that one. now just being able to bolster such a strong bonus going into round number 3 here. We're already seeing a lot of proactivity coming out from Ascend in their post plants, pushing into defender side spawn, causing as much chaos as possible. But now it's a question of how well that works now that rifles are into the hands of these Falcons players. We know how true their shots do ring. Early blind coming out from Dana finds a lot of information, but it does not do anything to slow Schnell down. Drop control maintained, but they're just farming orbs for now.
Yeah, I think on Fracture itself, that's kind of any good team, that's what you see them doing. When you have 4 orbs across the map, you just want to try and take as many of them as possible. And Ascend, they're no slouches at that. Already having gotten control of that drop one, they're looking to hit this B site instead, where there is a lot of denial utility just ready to go on site. Turret's gonna be broken. That's the first cue for Falcons that something is ready to commence on this particular side. Rizika, that first point of contact towards this arcade side of the map, and you can see Ascend, they're gonna be staggering this particular push. However, the flank, it might be a little bit of a problem if it does kick in from that Falcon side.
Yeah, waiting so patiently behind that trip as well. No, this is dangerous. Spidovka could get caught out here. They're not looking at the Falcons players. They're looking at the other players, pushing out to B main.
Oh my god, Dana already able to find that opener. Takes a little bit of damage. Spidovka on the zip line, though. She goes unchecked and she chimes in. Oh, that's the damage done here. And just like that, Ascend, they once again keep the numbers even here. 2v2 situation. Schnell already with control of the spawn with the Bulldog. Tags up Rizika a little bit. Not too much damage being done though. That will buy enough space for Spidovka to get spiked out. Now it's a 2v2. Rolling Thunder gotta be online. Again, the proactivity we talked about. Schnell in position for these kills. On the hunt. Looking for it. And now it's a 1v1. Spidovka versus Ludge. Again, the reposition. Spidovka just so aware in these situations. With the spike planted for main, it's her watching out for the cross. This position, it might not go checked, especially with how low Ludge is. She has some inkling, turns around at the worst time. It's going to come down to timing, and Spidovka, she has it in spades. She finds the 3K, and Ascend once again take the bonus.
What a way to convert round number 3 on top of that. All 3 players B main end up going down there on the side of Ascend, and Spidovka playing so patiently to be able to end up cleaning up. Like, I was like, oh my god, okay, they're definitely gonna see her, but the attention that the remainder of Ascend were able to actually grab to take away from that flank incoming, it was massive. That was so scary because that was the spike down too. It could have gone in a completely different direction, but Ascend played it so well.
I think just the post-plant positioning there, the awareness of the Rolling Thunder and Schnell's aggression really rewarded them. Bringing it down to a 1v1 at the end, but still, Spidovka was just so in control. Again, you see the orb control being taken by Ascent. They are just trying to charge up these ultimates. They have the Seekers. I don't know if we're going to be really seeing it get used though, because they do have that overwhelming weapon advantage. And they're going to be using that to advance onto site. All the utility in the world, it's not going to really do much here. It does cut off Schnell at least for a little bit, but there's nobody on site to capitalize off the back of it. And despite these sprays, it's just Ascend once again getting the site.
Yeah, another open plant there for main, of course. A little bit of cover to be garnered, but 2 on the flank here. One caught out by the trip. Jolina's waiting.
Oh,
they're going
now. Yeah, they're on the hunt. No casual waiting here for the Ascent squad. They're feeling all the confidence in the world. Ludge at least able to find one with the Sheriff before being shut down. Sandra gets another one as well on site. So now it's a 2v3 situation. Despite not exactly planted for them though. And now the kills come in. Dana with the Sheriff. 2 already, and the diffuser goes all the way. Oh my god, Sandra has like 6 HP left and she still gets it done. It was all a distraction there, Ash. Double flank, and they were on the hunt, but in the meantime on site. Insanity.
Just too many players turning around there, throwing that round away. And it was an open plant, but it's too far to the right to actually be able to spot it out comfortably there in a main. And the aggressive positioning from Diana was everything there for Falcons. Those 2 picks completely shifted that post plant into the Falcons' hands. Now Bai back up here. Showstopper online for Sandra as well. Again, that early push, so much space to be cleared out by Schnell, paired up with Spidovka. Consistently uses that flashpoint to help her out, catch anyone off guard in those situations. But the A main push finding so much information here for Falcons as well. And again, that stall potential on B.
And again, they go for that orb control. Jelena will have that orbital strike ready to go with this one towards Arcade. 2 ults now available for Ascend to use their way to storm onto side 3 if they decide to pop that orbital strike early on as well. Seekers to start off with here. Smoke out a couple of these positions maybe. And oh, once Sludge gets caught, there's just no hope at all. 30 HP is going to be all that's left. The concussion to boot. Schnell able to farm out that first kill. Rusika though still on site trying to anchor it down, but Spidoka more than aware of that possibility. Glance will go down. A little bit of damage tanked here by Spidoka, but it's a 3v5 now.
It's the first time that Ascent have actually looked to end on B as well. All other plants have been on that A site. There still is a showstopper available here though, but with the money situation, it might just be a call to save on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, they gotta find something quickly, or else maybe they're just looking for these exits here at the positioning. But Ascend in this post plan, they've just given up no gaps. They're playing so disciplined. They remember that last round what pushing really cost them, and just like that, Falcons, like you mentioned, gonna be going for the save here. 3 rifles. The rest of the team, I think Ludge might be able to buy up for that next as well, but still, Ascend, they extend their lead even further for the one.
Yeah, but Sandra's also going to have enough money to buy up with a few credits, so it'll be a full loadout for the entire team, I believe, just looking at how things did end up panning out, but timeout to be called out here from Falcons. We got to remember, Ascend, they won their post plants thus far, whether it's from the spike actually detonating or actually being able to just take out the players of Falcons after that spike's been planted. Meanwhile, last time they faced off, Falcons were the ones to win out in those situations. They had really strong retakes, and Ascend, they've adjusted themselves to really not give Falcons that kind of breathing space to break back into sight.
Yeah, I think their post plans, it's positioning-wise looking much more stronger, but they're also just fishing for those kills, right? They know that a lot of the Falcons utility works off the back of those wombo combos, as we like to call it here, but with them being able to take out so many key pieces before getting that spike down, it's just so difficult for Falcons to really make any kind of headway back, especially with how fast and loose they're playing around the map. Like, you've seen the kind of slow plays in those first 3 rounds and then a quick hit coming in the next one. The conditioning for the slow plays, it's just bouncing not in favor of Falcons at all, and they have to really adapt here because so far at least they've just been on the back foot time and time again.
And it's very consistent orb farming as well on the side of Ascend, especially with Chanel making so much noise when she does so as well, right? You never know when Ascend are going to actually shift gears and try to go immediately for that execution, or if they are going to just kind of play more for that extremity control like we have seen them conditioning. But the shift over towards A, except Rezika is here this time around. A lot of stall here in towards A hall. The Sands already had by Chanel.
Dana gonna be alone on site. Rezika trying to step up, step outside, maybe find the timing, a little bit of backup here. Chanel is still inside the brimstone smoke, so I think whoever wins this fight might decide the fate of the round, depending on how it goes. Chanel gonna be surrounded by the enemy players right now. The rest of the squad not really in a position to back her up, and Rezika there for the reclair, spots the barrel, gets the kill, and just like that, numbers in favor of Falcons once again, and they reclaim the site. It seems like Ascend, they're already calling for a rotation.
Yeah, as Chanel needed assistance there. We needed one more person at least to be out Sands with her, watching for that tower control, so Chanel could focus a bit more on that Sands choke point, but more of a cut noise and re-hit situation now that they no longer have Rezika's utility to have to deal with when breaking on site.
Oh, that's a good guiding light though. Gonna immediately figure out that Ascend is still coming for that execute on this A site. Really nice flash from Dana to buy a little bit more time. However, she's gonna get spotted out here, getting spammed almost to death. Amy to take out Rezika as well. It's all down to Dana. Tries to get the spray down. Only the first. It's gonna be Madby playing around the cage. So the second to and now on site. Hated the most all alone. Madby the IGL. She comes up huge. The showstopper pop, but it's not even gonna be needed because Madby, she slays everybody by herself.
working so well around those cyber cages that actually were placed down by Amy. On top of that, just to try and isolate those 1v1s, knowing that each TM is trying to hop towards backside, there just wasn't much time to work with. That's the danger of waiting until that clock is starting to run down with the amount of stall that Falcons were able to find using their initiator utility instead. But now, head into this next round. Again, the consistent conditioning that we're seeing here from the side of Ascend over towards Drop. The control given up every single time. Falcons, there's no point in actually trying to fight for it aggressively with how much utility does get dumped in actually just taking this one extremity.
Amy gets hit by the concussion in the corner again. Just the expectation. However, Amy, despite the utility, still able to get a kill. That's gonna be the Neuro step to come out, and she's able to get away with her life as well. A lot of information garnered by that Ascend squad here, and with Rezika being tagged once again, she's trying to make her way back into sight through that aftershock, but only forced to kind of just hold that position down. Bludge as well with the backup, the double peek. It's a little bit too much for Ascend to deal with. The triple peek, in fact, as Madvi chimes in with the action. Overall strike online for Ledge. Rusika with the reclear to find Schnell to boot, and now Amy, she found that first opener, but now it's just her versus the entire world, and she won't be able to do anything. Falcons 3 now on the board.
Looking a lot stronger now here for Falcons. The adjustment made, okay, the retakes weren't working out. Ascend have adjusted those incredibly, so instead, we're going to use the 2 flashes that we have to work with to fight for sight, and rather just keep them at bay instead of allowing them to set up for those close plant positions. I think ever since rifles have come into play as well, it's become more dangerous and not really worthwhile for Schnell to actually push in towards spawn. We saw a lot of success coming off of the fact that she was finding that early information inside defender spawn, usually finding a pick on top of that, and then being able to help with that mid-rounding.
Yeah, also, I think that when it comes to utility usage, right, like you mentioned, so many of these early round, it just empties out both of these teams' pockets. The only difference is that for Ascent, they're going to need them in the pull spawn to boot. So if they're going to be used quite early on in an attempt and they don't find the kills over the space, they're just kind of left lacking, as we saw in those previous rounds. If they don't have the utility to really push in, they're going to be depending to try to take those head-to-head fights. And in that 50-50 situation, Falcons being the ones already there, with the advanced angle, it's just usually in their favor so heavily.
I think it's a bit much to expend a relay bolt, a fault line, and minimum 1 flash over towards drop to find that control. I feel like you could go with one of the concusses and a flash if you'd like, even use one of the rechargeable ones coming out from HTM on top of that. But there are a lot of non-rechargeables being expended in those situations that could be a lot more helpful for that zoning in the mid to late round instead of waiting for that timing on the refresh. We are seeing that adjustment coming through. The easier orb to farm here over towards the likes of Arcade. And you mentioned the Trailblazer up looks for information, but consistently, due to that conditioning, Falcons don't post anyone up towards drop anyway.
Yeah, I think they just don't want to fight for that orb. They know for a fact that their retakes, like you mentioned, in the previous time these two teams faced off as well, they looked really, really strong in that positioning. They're just opting to save as many of the resources as possible, aside from that early information for that exact situation. Now Ascend, they walked up Arcade very quietly. This time around, it seems like they're playing for the lockdown as well as that Rolling Thunder. There's just so much utility available here for that Falcon squad. The spike gets tapped, the sound comes down, and I'm surprised we're not seeing the Orbital Strike being invested first on. Instead, it's the Ascend squad to once again commit that Rolling Thunder towards spawn. However, Falcons, they're just standing ready for it and to find the kills.
Ooh, the concuss buff coming through as well there. Falcons, the ones that actually find themselves ahead here in this fight.
Oh, Dana with the nasty flick onto HDM. The lockdown comes in as well to try and smoke out Jelina's position. They know exactly where she is, but she finds the timing. And just like that, she's going to be burnt alive, almost caught in the corner. It's a 1v1 situation. Madly, she has the opportunity to defuse the spike. Has to try and stick half here, but Schnell with the movement, just playing distraction here. Too much for Madvi to deal with, and Schnell, she does more than enough here. It will be Madvi to find the kill, but there's no time in Ascend. They find 5.
I like how Ascend were trying to get ahead of the play there, using their Rolling Thunder first, looking to make Falcons uncomfortable, who back off in full and actually find one pick at the very least there. But this is so well done. Jolena really makes up the difference here, allowing Chanel to just play with her food into the remainder of the time that was left. An expensive ultimate round there for Falcons. They had to use 2 to actually... Oh no, they actually did not. I thought it was the other orbital strike that was used.
Yeah, it was
brain
lockdown.
empty. Brain empty.
It's okay. It's okay. It's after watching Schnell's movement, I also feel that sometimes where are my thoughts gone? They've just slid away like the neon. But anyway, that said though, like you mentioned, a bit of an expensive round for Falcons. They probably didn't want to put that lockdown to use if that retake wasn't going to be successful. Now though, they're looking to push out. Impeccable timing on the camera from Amy there to catch out the fast flame coming in from that Falcon squad. And that's the cue to go in for the hit. Again, through Arcade, that's where they're going to be funneling, and the adjustment is there from Falcons as well. They're holding the crossfire down on this angle, and Resika finds that first kill. Dana with the second to boot. Seekers coming off the back of that, the Rolling Thunder as well. They're feeling all the confidence in the world here, and Falcons, they're just hunting for these kills. Again, Amy in a 1v3 position known thanks to that final Seeker, and she has to take these fights.
Yeah, you've got Madvi, you can see her posted up with her utility as well. On top of that, great cyber cage to try and find cover, but no opportunity to try and move away due to the fault line. Madvi to close things out here. Falcons, they're finding that momentum. They're starting to close this gap 4 to 5, and this is the opportunity to tie things up, right? Ascend finally pushed onto Aniko.
Yeah, after so many rounds, I mean, it's been very back and forth, often coming down to those 1v1s with the exception of those imbalanced rounds that we've seen before. But Ascend and this Eco, at least they have a couple of things going for them, in particular the overdrive from Schnell. She's been able to melt laser people alike apart, so I think we might be seeing that used as the ult to really try to find those opening kills. That said, though, they want to at least get some information on where these players are positioned before they pop it, because there's a timer on that thing.
Oh, Trailblazer looking to just draw some attention. It earns 1. Rotation actually being pulled out of the side of Falcons. Playing so passive here on this A site. Dana positioned to be able to tuck away if necessary, but Schnell's already on site.
Trigger discipline. Dana spots out that first player, letting her go aside, and now she's going to be rewarded with 2 kills for her efforts. Looking for a little bit more on the hunt here. However, Schnell counters back 2 of her own thanks to the overdrive. Going to be recharged as well thanks to those couple kills. And now, MCT, the third,
no,
with the 4th as well. She's just melting them, lasering them alive, and the ace for Schnell. An equal round victory for Ascend, and she does it all.
What a way to do it as well. Dana put so much work into that hold, finding a 2K to start off the round. The trigger discipline, like you had mentioned, but Schnell 14-7 right here now on map number 3 of this best of 5 series in the lower bracket. Can't forget that these teams are pulling out all the stops to try and make it to that grand finals, because the winner does face off against BBL Queens. And that's the last slot that we're looking there for as well, for the championships of EMEA, of the entirety of Game Changers in Brazil, looking in towards the future. So everyone looking to play as cleanly as they possibly can.
That's gotta be a huge morale dump, though, that Falcons just took, losing a round like that. Like, I don't know, man. I really need to reset after watching it, because I was just mind-blown.
They're on an eco now, too.
Yeah, it's gotta hurt just a little bit. That said, though, there's a little bit of a heavy stack by Falcons on this ace site. 3 players hanging around the vicinity at the very least, and 2 of them get already spotted on site. Really, really nice stun, and Schnell able to take full advantage off the back of it. Orbital strike does come in, but thanks to the speed on the neon, it's not gonna really find much. Still sheriffs in hand, and Schnell once again looking for a second ace. Delina, of all people, denies it, though, and it's just gonna be a 3K this time. A flawless for Ascend as they get to 7.
Now, Chanel's playing lights out right now here on Fracture. She's running around the map, completely owning it at the moment, and there's so much being done to be able to set her up. We saw some spacing issues previously there on Split in particular, the first map of today, but Ascend have really locked themselves in as far as being a lot more coordinated in setting up their duelists to entry onto site. And it's even more important, I think, with a Neon too, just because of how quickly she can get on in, and no one can really catch up to her in that kind of regard.
Yeah, I think that despite, like you mentioned, the Neon being extra fast, it's been nice, the backup coming out of the rest of the Ascend squad. Like, one round was where we saw that mistake really happening, Schnell being cut off by the rest of the team, but they've been very quick to adjust those kind of minor mistakes. And throughout this map, right, I think it's just a duelist diff that we're seeing so far. To be fair, Dana hasn't had her chance on the attack yet, so I think that hopefully we see a little bit more coming out of her. But Schnell, she's just been so incredible throughout today. And just like that hated the most, walked into 3 players. Not exactly what you want to be seeing. Ascend, they're going to be using that as the cue to run into the site. Rolling Thunder invested the crunch. It's coming in here. And Amy trying to find some value. The concussion is perfect and she finds a kill. It's just down to Ludge, stuck inside this particular area, not able to find anything. The showstopper connects though, and Sandra takes out Jolina. Still, shots from Matt didn't quite connect, and it's just gonna be 1 player. Spidoka on site, crunched between 2 players. They don't know where she is yet.
No, she has that spike in hand. Just spotted the noggin of Sandra. Finds
Oh,
the first.
30
This is
seconds
where
left.
Dana exactly is.
Impeccable work coming out of Spidoka. Like you mentioned, she knew exactly where they were, and free 1v1s. You don't get them to Spidoka. I think we saw enough of them yesterday coming in from
yeah.
So it's just PTSD at this point.
Man, just being able to hold on with all of that pressure. We did see nice adjustments though coming out from Falcons on their defensive side, like the fact that they were going a bit more for that map control that lacked in the early portion of that half. So it's not like they weren't making adjustments. Ascend were just on point as far as getting those trades down, especially in the early round. But now as we swap sides, looking to see how they continue to set Schnell up in these situations. It looks to be at minimum orb control over towards Arcade this time around, if not looking to fully clear out this north side with Crunch.
For Falcons, though, they're just looking to quickly go in, flood onto this A side. It seems like the Ascend are happy to go in for a full retake setup here. 2 players still towards drop, nobody quite on site, and I think that has been read by this Falcon squad as well. They're gonna have to be a bit careful with the tripwires and cameras still on site. You do see the rotation coming back in towards spawn instead. That first point of contact gonna be Dana here. If she's not careful, she's gonna be walking right into 3 players, so she's gonna be reconsidering the flash. Pops one of her own. It's gonna be perfectly timed. Still not able to find the kill though. It's gonna be hated the most to come out on top. 4v5 situation. The spike is down. The door opens, but Sandra not able to find the kill. Numbers come back in favor as Madby gets one of her own. Still on site. These players are being an absolute menace. Ludge though, she's running out of time here. So many players just waiting to take her down. Amy finally finding the wallbang. Now the pulse plant as well from Jessica buying a little bit more time. 2v3 situation. They're gonna be tagged quite up though, so it's gonna make their job a little bit more easier. Amy taps the defuse, they walk into the classic, and now it's a 1v2. However, Sandra's quite low here, and Jolina will find that final kill. For a second, it seemed like they were able to be denied by time, but no.
Not even necessarily time. I was like, okay, one more bullet just might hit Amy. She's staring at the ground, trying to like shift the way the Cypher body is being positioned so the spray doesn't work out as well. That was really right down to the wire, but a perfect push through the smoke there from Jolina just to close things out. Both pistols into the hands of Ascend, I believe, on this particular map. Looking really strong thus far. And man, the Falcons, they need to find some sort of round conversion early on. So many caught up in that fault line.
Yeah, there's a counter fault line, though at least Falcons are not going to be caught immediately. However, the crunch is once again going to be there. We've seen this before. The 1-2 punch, Schnell pushing in through Arcade, the remainder through drop, and there's just nowhere the Falcons can really go. They get churned out.
Yeah, really no opportunity there. They also had no north side presence that time around, so, or not that time around, during the pistol round, so they didn't know that Ascend actually initially went for that information in round number 1. And great job just running it back. They're not doing a repeat though this time. And you see now that the rifles are in play, it's back on that lurking duty for Ruzka, keeping that info on lock, an aggressive smoke and push out to arcade. Or not arcade, tree.
Nice fault line though. It's gonna be a counter to come out, and that will deny once again this early space being taken by this Falcon squad. Just the utility dump flashes exchanged, and the flank comes in once again. Schnell in control here. Ascend, they go in for the crunch. They find all the kills, and it's just Ruzka left alive on the opposite side, all alone. Another bonus round that just falls apart here for Falcons.
Ascend are doing so well in fighting forward right now. It was the double north side crunch there the first 2 rounds. This time waiting to bide some time, waiting for some information. You have that initial B main control, and then off the reactions of the calling from the A site players, the call to actually push all the way through, use the Trailblazer from HGM. Lada is doing so well in calling for this team today with these adjustments and really using the composition of Ascend to the best of their ability too, right? The fact that they have the double flash available here to be able to really fight forward in those situations and catch Falcons off guard in that kind of regard. I do wonder if after this conditioning, Ascend do kind of pull back after the eco round that's about to come up there for Falcons, just to catch them off guard and buy a little bit more of that time on the defense.
10 seconds left.
I don't know if we're going to be seeing a full eco, because at this juncture, it's going to be 4-11. They really don't want to let that match point slip out. At least Ruzka able to find a kill, tries to pick up the orb, but time runs out. So that lockdown is going to take a little bit longer to charge. But yeah, back to talking about Ascend's defense. They've been incredible at just utilizing the timings thanks to the Neon. When you do have a Neon on your team, you're going to be able to make that flank that much faster. Look at her. She's just sliding into the PMs and taking them out right there. Clean work coming out of Schnell. And I think that was the biggest difference the last time these two teams played, right? Ascend, they didn't really have a chance to set Schnell up like they have been doing throughout. Falcons, Ascend were taking a little bit more space. Falcons were fighting back a bit harder. Sandra was activated, so was Matt V. But this game, it's just a Schnell show. Look at her, 2.1 KD.
It's, man, she is going absolutely insane. And it's not all just Schnell, right? You've got Svidovka following up, using her fault lines, using her flash points as well to help Schnell buy that time, help Schnell set her up. And then HGM on the other side of things, it has also been that pairing here on the defense. On attack, there's more of the Schnell-Svidovka duo. This time around, we're seeing that being swapped up because of the fact that Svidovka has that additional stall ability, that crowd control in the breach utility. Meanwhile, HTM's recon util just allows Schnell to find that additional information, and it's the crunches that are right now so strong for Ascend, and they're looking to find a little bit more of that space, but actually not fighting as aggressively, maybe as we had seen before, more of that hold here on A and information B.
Like you mentioned, they've done the conditioning, right, for these quick crunches, for those plays, and now Falcons, you can see the hesitation in them. They really don't want to let any of this go away for free. I don't think the Trailblazers spotted out Ruzka's position, or she's going to be stuck on flank watch. However, the distraction, it's going to be there thanks to the trips, and Jelena happy to find that kill onto Sandra. First blood once again going in favor of Ascend, and they still haven't taken the side. Sure, they walk through the door here, take some Sans control, but Schnell just lying in wait. Magby though, all right, absolute insanity to find that kill. Speedo got quick to trade back, and thanks to that neural theft coming out, it's gonna be the remainder of the Falcon squad pinged out, perfectly in position. This confrontation in spawn, it's gonna decide everything, because that's the spike. Julia takes down Bodina and gets spike control, and it's dropped in such an awkward space. There's just nothing that can really be done here. It's all down to Leja, 1v3, and Speedoka cleans it up. Match point for Ascend on their opponent's pick, and now they're only 1 round and 1 map away from that grand finals.
Yeah, it's been 7 rounds in a row here for Ascend, and we're looking at the fact on top of that, Zach, you talked about the conditioning that was done. They had Ruzka lurking on that north side. This one sign of a guiding light, she rotates back on that zip line, and Falcons walk straight into that trap play. on A. Now, shifting once again, looking for that same look of aggression outside of B main, gets caught off guard. Falcons going for a more split play this time around. This is the first time we've actually seen a 2-3 split from them on this map.
Trying to change things out, maybe hope that that could be what it needs to work, but so far I don't think they found any kind of success on this A side. They keep trying to go for it. This time around there's a Rolling Thunder to try and help as well. Unfortunately, it's not going to connect, and despite it, Sandra still finds a kill though. Amy with the spray down gets a second to boot, looking for a little bit more. The third, the fourth, almost an ace before Rosika shuts it down, and it's down to just Rosika. A 1v3 gonna fall at the first and Ascend. They win this 13-4 domination throughout. What was it, 8 rounds in a row?
Yeah, that was 8 rounds in a row, and the conditioning done from the aggression down into those trap plays. I'm looking forward to seeing what Yinsu, Kukuka, and Ender have to say after this short break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about Valorant fundamentals.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
Ascend, they have done it again. They broke the curse by winning one map on a best of 5, and they won a second map right after the first one. I'm Yingsu, and I'm here once again with Kukuka and Ender. Kukuka, it does feel like something is in the air. It feels like the curse, the ultimate curse, perhaps could be broken today.
Listen, I was talking about, you know, having to be ready for Fracture because it's a complicated map. There's a lot of things to take into account, and actually, you know, someone was pretty warmed up for this one, and it definitely was Ascend. What a performance. The way that the players are feeling today, especially in comparison to the last Fracture that we saw against Falcons, is literally night and day. The synergy, the execute plans, the awareness that they're showing around the map, and how prepared the rounds are. This, when Ascend is always saying, we have to play our own game, we have to play, this is the Ascend that is playing their game.
This was money. Honestly, like, their attacking half, they played most of the early rounds pretty slow. Like, it was a ton of dish control. They were stacking up orbs so they could access their big power, like site clearing ultimates super, super quickly. So ult economy was perfect. And then when it came to their actual executes, I just think the way that Spadoka and Schnell were working together was money. Like, the site anchors of Falcons couldn't do anything. Like, often they were just losing the site with only getting maybe one kill as an anchor, or sometimes even no kills. That was how powerful the attack was, and especially those B hits where Schnell was sort of wrapping on the ground when the rest of the team takes up into tower. Schnell was just opening up that site fantastically.
I mean, it also helps to win both pistols and both bonuses, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I feel like when you're in that position, it's quite hard to lose the game. I know both of you were really interested and passionate about this bonus, and to talk me through what happened.
I mean, they got bonused, is the simple fact of the matter.
Oh my
Look at this
God,
Spadoka
it's so
going down the
beautiful.
zip line, comes in and finds two straight in the back of the head. It's just brutal. Like, all the fights went their way. Like, frankly, Falcons should have won that round if not for the little zip line shenanigans. But after that, like, Schnell just posts up and wins that first fight, and then they unlock the ultimate off of the plant as well that Schnell was able to push into spawn with too. It's just money. That stun lasted for so long, and they were able to end up turning it around. This is Spadoka here.
Yeah, exactly. It's just round 3, and she already has the ult. The same happened on the second bonus. They had an exact plan of what they wanted to do from the defense, and they were lucky enough to find some information onto, oh, the players are actually just waiting outside of A lobby. The push comes perfectly with Schnell. Everybody follows up, and what else do you need? Like, you're already 10-4 up. You're going to get this bonus, and things from here on, Ascend has to be unstoppable, and that's how they went until the end of the match. Now, we need a Falcons that, for the next map, really needs to tune in, because after this 2 maps that we've seen, it's going to be very complicated, especially because Ascend is achieving everything that they set themselves to do in this match.
I mean, we're really seeing an Ascend that you can tell that they've lost in this position quite a few times.
Yeah.
They're like, that is not happening today. We are dialed in. We are confident. We want to win this finally. And I think a lot of that came across as well in the executes, Bear, because
Yes.
if you look at round 8 here, it was just great all round from Ascend.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this is also some of the mistakes that the Falcons are making. They have 3 ultimates to deal with the plant, to deal with the post plant. So many things that you can do, but all we see is nothing happening. Lucia's here just holding the ultimate. She doesn't use it, and Ascend is smart enough to keep pushing because they're aware that those ultimates are on to play. And just by not using it at the right time and at their own timing, also having some crazy shots, things get out of control. We were talking about how Chaos in so many cases had helped Falcons, but in this case, and especially with the game that Jolina and Schnell are having, not only on this map, Ascend, after winning this round, you're literally unstoppable.
And that was a big problem because, like, even in that round when they're playing for the quick retake, right, it doesn't end up working. The majority of other rounds on defense Falcons were going for was they were really pressuring the flanks. So while Ascend was playing for the ult orbs, there was often like this double push out of A main. But those flanks outside of the first early rounds, they started canceling the flanks and rotating back into spawn, which really delayed the retake. So the site players never got assistance on site. Usually Fracture is a map where defense is favored in the sense that they can very quickly rotate through spawn. They outpace the attackers' rotations, but because they were looking for flanks and then canceling them, it added like 15 seconds on the journey to the other side of the map. So there was never reinforcements coming in time for the site players, and that really ended up costing them.
yeah, I mean, we see the great fracture teams, you know, in Game Changers VCT as a whole. They're great with their ultimate economy. They know exactly what to do with it to recycle them. So I think maybe that hurt Falcons a little bit, especially the round that we just saw. But at the same time, sometimes you can play a great game. Sometimes everything else could be on par. But if Chanel feels like she wants to get an ace, or if she's just sliding in left, right, and center, even when they're at a disadvantage, Kakuka, there's not much you can do against that.
The funny part is that you can see Dana here getting 2 kills. She's not fast enough to stop the plan, but Chanel's just got her ultimate and she starts getting 1 kill after the other. And look how separated and out of time this is going to come from Luke. She's already exposed. Rusika is going to fall right after, and just one more player, just Sandra, just waiting. Everybody coming from different positions, but very unsynced. That made for Chanel to have a very easy round. And as we're seeing here, she's only getting better as game progresses. So what is going on for Lotus? Because that is going to be decisive for them.
Hey, she's pretty good. She might have convinced me to buy a handbag. It's possible. Chanel.
I get it. I mean, that was you were on the line there, Christy. That could have been but I got it. I think judging by mass, because I know, Christy, you love mass, but judging by this graphic here, game 1, 206 ACS, game 2, 309, game 3, 335, what percentage of an increase are we seeing here? What are we going to get on Lotus with this kind of...
Well, it seems like it's
slowing down.
It's like, yeah, it's not really exponential, because game 1 to 2 was much better. So I'm going to guess we're up to like probably like 350. It's like really marginal increase, but that's still a large number. And as we know, the larger the number, the better a person you are. So
I can't relate, but let's talk about something that I can relate to, which is the rest of the map pool we have. Of course, we have 2 maps left, Lotus and Ascent.
Yes.
There is a very, very possible scenario that we do get to that Ascent, but looking at the 13-4, 13-4s, Kakuka, I'm starting to get worried for Falcons.
You know what also was 13-4?
Oh,
Lotus,
no.
the last time that these teams
my
played
God.
against each other, because we're now on the 3 last maps of this best of 5, and these are the maps that they played last time when they faced off against each other. Now, with the trajectory that Ascend is going in this best of 5, with how confident they are, not only on their map pick of Bind, but what they just achieved on Fracture. And even on top of that, you put the comfort that they had already found against Falcons last time that they were on this map. I would say this is a 3-1 for them.
You know,
Christy, give me some good news.
Yeah. I need everyone to
Good,
unplug the copium machine, get that mobile, and go nuts, because the last 13-4 on Lotus, that's a fake 13-4. I'm a big look. We all know Lotus, very attack-sided map. Ascend got to start on attack. They had a great half, 10-2 on attack. You're often on Lotus getting 9-10 wins on the attacking half. And then Falcons, it only took 3 rounds. They lost 3 early rounds on their defense or on their own attack. So I think there's a world where, you know, if they don't lose those 3 rounds in a row after the bonus, we end up going much deeper. 13-9 territory could be even larger than that. So
that's still a loss.
There
it's still a loss. Hold on. It's still a loss. But all I'm saying is, Falcons, how about you win the pistol on your defense? Because Ascend is starting on the attack. So win your pistol. You're chilling. That's 2 rounds right there. Then you win the 2 rifle rounds just like before. All of a sudden, 8-4.
No, Falcons is started on the attack. Falcons is started on the attack.
No,
that's even
cap.
better news.
That's cap. You're
Lotus,
fake newsing me.
Falcons, attacker.
No, I'm looking at it on VLR right now.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the map veto in our VCT GC 2023.
Oh no! Sorry. I thought you were talking about before. All right, let's have a fight. Okay.
Yeah, but you're
wait.
talking about what they need to do now. Now that Falcons is starting on the attack, this is when they bounce back, when they have the chance to set the tempo of the game.
Honestly, you guys in Twitch chat, drop 5 subs and I'll make these 2 fight each other in real life. We'll get a proper fight. But let's look at the stats of Lotus from the last time they played against each other, because this is again one of the maps they did manage to have a match on, and this was the stat in the end. Again, Chanel coming out on top there, but also with Sandra. I mean, we saw how great Chanel's performance has been in this series, but I think Sandra has struggled a little bit, Kakuka, over the last 2 maps just to get that impact and get herself on the board.
Yeah, and actually when you think about the fact that Ascend was starting on the attack, and as we said, it was a 10-2 half favor in Ascend, obviously. Sandra was, one of the points that was getting the most damage done to her at the beginning of the round, just trying to be aggressive. As you see, Dane is going to be playing with the face, so that changes things up in opposed to Spidoka like playing the Sky. So she was trying to achieve a lot. She was not managing to do much, and even though she tried to change her position all the time, try and gather information in different ways, it just wasn't working. As I said, if you look at it, even though Sandra is on the top, everybody's like 9 kills, then 8, and then Dana with 5. So it's like everybody was not having the game of their lives.
I'm going to give her a break, though, because I do think, again, they only got to play 5 rounds on their attack. And where I really see the power of the Fade on this map is re-clearing space, right? Because a lot of teams that play the Fade comp will sort of play a little bit more passive initially. So they'll give over control of Rebel or give over control of Mound. They'll play spread out so they hear where the defense is trying to claim that space. And then they can very quickly use the Leer coming in, or the Hunt, sorry, as well as Prowlers to like re-clear Rebel very, very effectively. And I just don't think they really had time to fully show that in the 5 rounds that they played only. So I think that in a more balanced game, Dana is going to have a much bigger impact, especially on that attacking half.
I appreciate this Hopium. I feel like we need some of that.
It's 1000% possible. I don't think it's Hopium at all. I think that if Falcons, see themselves, okay, we lost yesterday, but this doesn't have to be the way that it all ends. They know that Lotus is a map that had a very high chance of happening today, or even get to, because probably Ascend would have picked it earlier. I think that they are very prepared, and things change a lot, and I agree with Thunder here, if they start on the attack.
Having said that, though, you guys both kind of alluded to how important that pistol is going to be. Ascend, even when they have lost pistols, it didn't seem like it really phased them that much. So as we head into Agent Select now, is this going to be a hugely important pistol, do you guys think? It's all or nothing kind of vibe.
For Falcons, I think it has a lot more value because I think they need to regain that confidence to be, to re-become those beasts that they are on the server, and they need to do it now or literally never. Well, definitely not this year.
Oof. The pistol matters if you don't win your rifle rounds. If you win your rifle rounds, then you're chilling without pistol. That's my take.
Okay, so you don't think if Ascend take this pistol, Falcons, they still have a chance on this map?
Yeah, but the difficulty there comes they weren't winning their rifle rounds the last time, so it
just
matters.
Win. That's
just
all you
win.
need. Just a win. Just a win. And speaking of that, we are potentially just one map away from finding out who's going to be the grand finalist here in the lower bracket. And I'm going to toss this over to your casters, hopefully not for the last time today, Zach and Ash.
All of us concur when we agree into that. We hope that we get to see at least one more map, but for now, at least, Ascend, they're in the lead, one map away from locking in that grand finals against BBL. And now we're headed to Lotus. It's their map pick. They've been incredible in the past. Looking at this Asian comp though, Ash, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I think that there is going to be that difference between the Fade and the Sky on this particular map. I feel like Ender said, the Fade is really good for re-clearing that space, just finding that additional information. But you only have the one Paranoia then to work off of there in the hands of MadV on the side of Falcons. I do like the fact that they started on the attacking side first this time around, though, just looking to get that edge up here into the first half, get more of those rounds under their belt, just due to the fact that Lotus is so favored for this particular split.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Attacking side, that's where teams seem to find the most success, and especially when you have a Viper and a Killjoy, there's just a lot of post-plan utility that you have available. That is, if you're not going to be just kind of lurking around and doing the things that you so often see from both of these players, whether it's Ludge or Julina. That said, though, Falcons now look to go for a quick B hit. There's not going to be really much standing in their way player-wise. There is a turret for that information, but aside from that, not much to really deny them that space. So immediate plants coming in, and that's the problem with this B side, because if you get the plants, you're going to have to push out in some other lane, and Falcons, they have to take space somewhere else.
Yeah, taking that control of one of these opportunities, one of these extremities is absolutely important. But this is great from MadV. She's getting so much information right now for the team. Could go for that late backstab as well through the broken door.
Another
Point of contact pushes a little bit too further though. Angelina will be there immediately for the punish. There's still the post plants available. Amy trying to stick half the defuse though, and with that Molly finding that kill, it's still gonna be half the defuse coming in. The Viper and the Killjoy still kills. Hated the most, finds 3 already. Angelina just trying to find that final defuse, sticks it all the way 4 HP. Dana almost gets the clutch, but Ascend, they pull off that successful retake. Really, really well played by them.
Yeah, 4K for the IGL there on the side of Ascend, and that's the issue with B, right? The timing just wasn't quite there. Ascend were so quick to push back in onto this site, and that's the issue with B site, specifically when you're even in numbers. It's just there's so many opportunities for the defenders to funnel on through, cause that chaos, and I think on top of that as well, the difference between that Fade and Sky, I don't want to dwell on it for too long, but the Guiding Lights are really good at pushing past those smokes.
Hunt to try and get some information here, but Schnell not going to be detected. Has backup as well from Hated the Most, and Falcons with that lack of proper info, they just don't want to really commit, especially with the one-way playing havoc with their chances. They look to go towards B again. They were able to find that plant before, but already you can see the adjustment and utility coming out, in particular the Molly on that plant spot to try and deny it. At least 4 Falcons in the Zeke round. They're getting up some of these orbs, but out control-wise, Ascend, they still hold all the cards.
Yeah, they have. Jolene has just been kind of waiting over towards this A site, looking for that information, seeing if she could hear any rotations as everyone looks to regroup. Guiding Light's not going to find anything outside of B, though, from Ascend either. For the side.
Falcons, they get 3 out of 3 orbs. But yeah, aside from that, just wondering where to go. They look so lost for just a few seconds.
I mean, I don't think they're really lost. They're really trying to protocol to get these ultimates scaled up, really focusing on that Nightfall in particular. And with 30 seconds left, I mean, it has to be towards C if they don't pivot over towards B with that late lurk.
It is possible. There's only going to be Hated the Most here, but Immaculate Paranoia to buy a little bit more time, and the Sky Flash to boot, just to spray through the smoke here. Hated the Most with yet another kill, still watching aggressively for a little bit more. Has the TP ready to go. The backup from Spidoka is here though too, with the Bulldog coming in for her, and now it's just going to be Mad V. At least 1 kill before the round ends, but Julina will put her out of her misery, and that's Ascend converting that anti-eco. The sector is going to be retrieved as well by Amy, so very, very successful round overall.
2-0. You could see Rezko was waiting around the corner of B, waiting for that initial rotation to be heard. But Amy, knowing the name of the game, right? That's the position that she's usually playing when she's on the attack. So she knows the antics of what to expect from an enemy Killjoy player, especially when they do have those kind of similar play styles. There are a lot of parallels in the kind of lurks that they like to go for. But weapons finally in pocket here for Falcons. Chanel's crossed over to the double stack, and there's 3 fighting forward for this mound control on the side of Ascend. The one-way denies so much, and Falcons, they run in the opposite direction. It's Jolena alone, but the Viper utility has been so good on the stalls. We've seen her get multi-kills time and time again, being a solo side anchor.
1 away from the Nightfall. Dana, like you mentioned, really working on charging it up. And it seems like Falcons, off the back of that, look to commit fully into this particular site. Still going to be some utility to buy time for the rotations to come in. And once again, Falcons, they know that their timer has kind of run out here. They can't really aggress on that side anymore. And it's a good call because you do have 3 players just waiting for that push. Again, the rotation attempt coming in. Hated the Most, just jiggling for the info and spots out multiple players. Will be falling back.
Yeah, Dark Cover goes out as well, just doing as much as you can to delay this. Paranoia could full stop the initial push.
Nightfall gonna be invested, coming in heavy. Pain shells as well to try and clear out this angle. However, they're just gonna be falling back, happy to try and play a full 5v5 retake. Falcons, they've expended so much utility while trying to make it forward and get it down. Oh, Mad V gets the spike, but at the cost of her own life here. Ascend, early advances being found. 2 kills already, a 3rd to boot, and Dana only able to find 1 before being taken out of the equation here. Once again, it's the post plan for the Killjoy and the Viper. Dark Cover comes down though, and in these fights, the trades, the numbers, they're all in Ascend's favor. It's all down to just Rusika
and she can't do too much. Ascend again. I think this is the 3rd or 4th bonus that they're winning today, Ash.
Don't even stop.
Yeah, it's pretty insane the way that they're able to convert these. And if it wasn't a bonus, I think it was on Bind, they actually won the anti-eco rather than the bonus round. So just really stalling out the economy situation on the side of Falcons. This is an Ascend that looks just so drilled compared to what we actually saw on the first map on Split. There were some of those spacing issues. The utility didn't seem like it was connecting the way that Ascend would have liked in combination with each other's swings. But ever since that initial map, Ascend have completely come to life in that kind of regard. Falcons struggling to find those openings, and right now, on this eco, of course, they're sticking together. It's Jolina alone, once again, looking to continue to farm up these orbs. They know that she likes to play in tree.
Jolina alone here. Paranoia comes through to try and take her out, but she's still gonna be just playing towards that back side. Knows that there's gonna be players funneling into sight. That first point of contact gets that first kill. Amy there for the backup to find that second one to Food and Falcons. Even though they've taken the site, it's been incredibly expensive so far, and there's just no safety to be able to get that spike down. Amy's still watching this angle to try and deny Falcons from taking even more space here. Mappy at least though able to take out Hated the most. That said, it's just the Jolina and Amy show on this site. Nothing that Falcons can do to push forward.
Hey, that's defense on Ascend for you, right? Just Amy and Jolina fragging out. But of course it was an eco round only for the likes of Falcons in that regard. But now, comes back in play. This is a must-need swing round here for Falcons to finally put themselves on the board here. Cannot forget that this last matchup is not... It's series when it comes down to it. Ascend could close this out in a 3-1. Falcons have to continue going to try and push it to the 5th map. And again, so much respect to be paid over towards the one way that HTM's constantly sending over towards the mound control consistently granted. And it's the same rotation back over towards A that we see coming out from the likes of Falcons. They don't really ever go for that B main lurk anymore. Rezka only did that 1 or 2 rounds, the first 2 rounds of this map, and otherwise they're left with little information.
Yeah, I think that all of these points of defense that Ascend are putting up, there's just Falcons, they're struggling to break through it. They try to go forward with a bit of a whiff though from Sandra, and that's going to be immediately punished. Dana though finds 2 of her own. The refrag is immediate, and finally Falcons, they're going to be able to at least get this spike down in relative safety. 3v3 situation, no ultimates available for either side aside from the shadows. Mad V could find some information off the back of it or use it to reposition, but so far at least she's just going to be trying to play with the team. Beautiful shot out of Ludge inside this tube angle, tries to go for the second, but Hated the most wins out that confrontation. Now it's a 2v2. Both players towards tree. Mad V finds the timing. The swing is there from Hated the most, but the trade from Dana. 3 on the round for her, and Falcons, they find their first. That was 12 rounds in a row if you count that last map from Ascend, but finally Falcons, they can breathe it.
You definitely can. It was a great double swing coming out from tree as well, ensuring that they were finding those trades and whatnot. Going for that early fight as well on Amy just to deny that 2v2 and chop Ascend down to 1 player. And looking at Ascend though, looking to snowball up on quite a few ultimates upcoming in the next round or so. Again, this consistent conditioning over towards the C site leaves it so difficult for Falcons to really find any space. They're left with so little information in the early round.
Yeah, I mean, they try to fight for that mount. I think they're just making sure that, okay, they're showing their presence early on. They don't really want to fight and take control of it because of how difficult it can be. We've seen the util dumps that go on. Yeah, and again, it's just a testament to how Ascend are playing this. They're happy to give up orb control in exchange for trying to hold on to the sites, and it could backfire potentially if you do see that quick rotation once again coming out. The one way, it fades away, and it's just Hated the most left alone on site. Last time around, she was able to hold on by herself pretty much, but this time, with the From the Shadows coming in, the potential of a pinch on towards his back side, she's gonna have to be very careful. Showstopper invested. Falcons, they're full sending it in towards C, and the Showstopper,
It's gonna connect perfectly. Hated the most. No longer a factor. Smokes out of the equation. And Falcons, they have a much, much better chance at this post plant.
Really well done, considering that from the shadows it clears out towards spawn, so they know that the showstopper should be launched over towards the likes of Waterfall. Retake situation here for the side of Ascend. They have all of Chanel's util to work with, as well as one more flash to come out from Spadovka.
Unfortunately, not gonna find too much value. Madvi, though, gonna be stuck on site, surrounded by multiple players, forced out. The lockdown to come out from Rusika, it's gonna buy a little bit more time here. They have to try and defuse at the very least, but the kills still go in favor firmly of Fasen. You gotta break that lockdown. Hurry up a little bit. Yeah, they get it in time. And the defuse, it's gonna happen for Ascend. 5 rounds now in this map, and they look incredible. That was such awkward post-plant positioning from Falcons. Their fights look so convoluted.
That's the thing, it was a great opener. You take down HTM early on, the solo hold there towards site, but the fact that Amy's able to get that first pick to throw down her own lockdown, everyone else has to be pushed back over towards Mound on the side of Falcons and Ascend. They just post up in that numbers advantage, looking to take those fights, knowing that they have to do so while chaos is amok, while they're trying to run out of the site, knowing that they'll have that control to still try and spray down for the open plants. First time up to be called here for Falcons. They have a Viper's Pit as well as the Nightfall to work with, but likely gonna look to save that into the next round. However, the thing is, they only use one ult on the side of Ascend to win that last one, so they'll have really great counters in return regardless.
I mean, already the defense coming out of them has been quite oppressive throughout this map. Like every single lane, like if you want to go towards A, Viper utility. All right, fine. You look to go towards B, Killjoy utility. All right, fine. Let's try C instead. There's a one-way, there's an Omen, you know, on occasions there's going to be Schnell for the backup as well. There's just nowhere that Falcons can really get to on this map, even with the ultimates that they have. And now there's a Viper's Pit as well for Jelena. So she can just shut down that completely for Falcons.
And we were trying to see, like, Falcons, they made some adjustments. They did that conditioning towards C, then the rotate to A, and then they doubled back. And then, you know, changed things once again. But what Ascend are doing really well is that after taking this mound control, even when the rotation is called off, it's HM solo holding on site, she's going for the aggressive jiggle peek and additional information to find something early instead of playing so far back that they have nothing. This showstopper should find everything.
Does indeed. 3 already for Schnell, and now she's looking for a little bit more. We've seen this before. Schnell on the hunt here. Last time it was the Neon for the ace. This time it might be the race. Already multiple kills coming in, all 5 for Schnell, and just like that, Ascend, they find 6. You know, I think the biggest difference that we saw the last time these two teams faced off in that upper bracket was that Schnell wasn't quite awake, but today, our analyst has said it right. Every single map she's been improving almost exponentially, and she wants to try to continue that record.
No, she's dialed. I remember the photo that one of the players on Ascend had shared last stage as well of Schnell's setup. She puts like 2 boxes underneath each foot under the desk, so they're elevated. And then I have to go find that for you guys later and show you guys once again. But it's just like insane the way that she sets up. Got to know exactly what she's eating on top of that. And here is the one-way finally in work. And there was a good reason why Falcons was originally respecting that, right? And that's also the drawback of playing the fade over the sky, not having the ability to actually flash beyond it to contest.
Yeah, really unfortunate there. I think they expected it just to be hated the most, as it's been for those last couple of rounds, but the aggression comes out of Schnell at the perfect time. Now the B side, it's going to be where they're looking to go, but already Schnell, she's rotated over here to try and watch for the push. Another kill comes in. Speedoka finds this one, the second to boot, and it's just down to Ludge. A 1v5, paint shells, flashes, everything at the kitchen sink, and Speedoka included, throws herself at Ludge and takes her out of the equation. A flawless round for Ascend to get to 7, and I don't know about this, Ash. What is it, 15? I think Falcons have won 1 out of the 16 rounds that they've played together so far.
This is tough, Zach. I think, like, when we're looking at what just happened here, there was the idea to throw down the poison orb and then probably Viper's Pit off of finding that additional space, but the timing of that smoke dropping that HGM had thrown, they had to have thrown that orb way earlier if they wanted. They just took a little bit too long.
Way too long, it seems like, especially with how aggressive Schnell was willing to put herself in that position. Really trying to farm up those kills. We saw the showstopper coming out, what, 2 rounds ago? Already just 3 ult points away, and this is after that Raze ult got a little bit of a annoyance to try and farm up. What is it now, 9 points, 8 points? But yeah, either way, at least for Falcons, they have their own ultimates charged up, but with this being an eco, I don't think we're going to be really seeing a heavy investment unless they do have a chance to win it somehow.
No, last round was when we needed to see that coming through. And taking these 1v1s, Amy though to swing back through and find another. And the pivot over towards this B site. This could be huge if Falcons can find the conversion, but look at Schnell's positioning.
Also, I think they heard the door open, but they're not going to be wary about it. Schnell and Speedoka, they make that crunch happen. It's all down to Rizika. She's only able to take down 1 with the Sheriff before Hated the Most puts her out of her misery. 8-1 now for Ascend. And Falcons, they need to take a little bit of a breather, step back, figure out how they can use these ultimates to better use, because so far, they've been looking so far behind the curve. Every single position Ascend, they're just 2 steps ahead, not even 1 step, 2, 3 steps, the way that they've been just reading Falcons and taking them out of play.
No, just really caught off guard. Falcons need to tighten up their resolve and bring back their mental. We need like a stunning play to come out of a singular player that has like an insane round. I think for Falcons to kind of just shake the blues that they're stuck in right now.
Yeah, I mean, Fracture, it was a pretty bad loss, and this one's, it's a bit of a slow start as well. Gotta be investing that lockdown early on towards that B side, maybe hoping to call in a rotation. You can also see the push coming out towards that C side, a very fast flank out of this Ascend squad, but they're not gonna really spot anything. They're gonna in fact use that Killjoy ult to take some space on this B side, and now the crunch coming in, the Seekers, the Paranoia as well, the Showstopper, everything being tossed in their direction, but Schnell not aiming it in the right spot. It's gonna be Mad B to find these kills. 2 now for the Omen and Ascend. They are falling apart here. It's just Hated the Most. A 1v3 situation. Paranoia connects with her, and the spike itself hasn't gone down yet, but that dark cover should buy them enough space. They're just going to rotate towards A.
I like this. Pivot away, be able to reset yourselves in a post plant HTM. Of course, going to be on this flank situation. Shrouded step to cross on over, but Heaven also in the hands of Falcons right now. They have a really nice crossfire set up to play contact off of Madvi. They're in backside. You've got 2 players who get to swing from you. There's no way HTM gets out of this one.
Yeah, it's going to take a miracle for her to really find these fights. And Falcons, like you mentioned, they're not really giving anything away. They also need to maintain their economy for the next round. They don't really have the money to spare here. You can see HTM trying to maybe go in for a stick, but not going to happen. Dana just finds the timing on the peak and takes her out. Finally, Falcons, they win a second round here. But it took a Killjoy lockdown as well as a missed Showstopper to be able to get it done. They have still 4 ults left though, so it's not too bad.
Turn out.
Well, it's not too bad, but it's like we also have expected them to use them a bit earlier. There should have been earlier rounds won because of these ultimates. It's an attacker-sided map. You can't be letting it come down to an 8-2, especially after seeing how strong Ascend were on the attacking side the first time these 2 faced off. That's why they swapped to attack first on this pick.
Yeah, and I think that really Ascend, they've done a lot of homework. We saw it on that previous map. Now we're going to be seeing it on Lotus as well to adapt to how Falcons have played. I think that they've really done well to make these adjustments. Falcons finally going to be full sending it in though. The Nightfall as well as the Showstopper to get some additional space. The Viper's Pit as well. They're really not missing out on investing anything in this round. They put everything in to hold on to the site.
I like the way they use the Viper's Pit as well, denying the lane of stairs from the side of Ascent, forcing them to have to retake there from Heaven as well as that flank.
I like the angle Mad V is holding, a little bit elevated, high-low kind of setup, especially with the shotgun at this close range. Boombot comes out, and oh, the flash is perfect. They lined up for Schnell. 2 kills already. This retake suddenly looking much, much more possible if
Dana and Rusica don't make plays like that. 3v3 once again. Rusica would get another kill. Finally being shut down. Julina with 2 of her own. That's the Viper split out of the equation. It's all down to Dana. Has to isolate these fights. Finds the first. And now she's able to just play for time here. And does Hated the Most have enough? Yeah, I
No.
think she does. No,
She
she
does
doesn't.
not.
It's gonna come down to the wire, but it's gonna be another round for Falcons.
Really good job as far as time bought there for Falcons. Things got too dicey, too close for comfort though. And at the very least, they're still able to muster up a full loadout. Chanel getting 2 there is ridiculous. Like the combination of, okay, you throw out that boom bot, it gets taken out, but then you have Spadovka also flashing out from heaven, making it just impossible to try and hold that backside control on the side of Falcons, and maybe even just playing, I don't know, that's all ults expended in that situation. They have 1 more round to go here into this half too.
Yeah, an 8-4 would definitely be a nice buff for that Falcon side. I think neither Sen nor Falcons have those ultimates to work with for this one. Amy, though, only 2 off, so we might see that lockdown come into play if she can manage a couple of kills here. That said, though, you can already see Falcons trying to open up multiple lanes here, breaking that door as well as applying pressure on this A side. So they haven't exactly decided where they want to go. Ruska as well, looking for the lurk, maybe a possible push, but Ascend have been incredibly disciplined so far on that front.
Oh, HGM has a feeling right now. You can see, okay, she hears the steps being made, dark cover, and then back off into backside as well. No rotation in full being called yet, though, on the side of Ascend. It was a fake call here from Falcons. They've conditioned this push previously and then doubled back towards the A site. That was usually earlier on in the round. The first time we're seeing it into the late round as Jolina holds solo.
Yeah, it's just gonna be up to Jolina to try and make this work out here. Already though, early poison orb to come in. I don't think she's gonna be caught out by the haunt, but Sandra will spot her out, so that's gonna be the first blood going in favor of Falcons. They're able to get that spike down, but he's still hanging around here, looking to possibly find a kill, get that lockdown online to make this retake a little bit more easier. The Trailblazer not going to find any information, unfortunately, for Spidoka. And all of a sudden, they're going to have to channel in through this particular point. Schnell still with her full kit, though. Might be able to do a decent amount of damage thanks to the pain shells. Takes up space as well off the back of it. And Hated the most. She's just sticking the defuse. Already half found. Lush does peek and stop it, though. The timing's still firmly in favor of Ascend. Now a 2v2 situation. Schnell with all the kills. It's just Rusica, a 1v1. Schnell tagged up so low here. Half the spike defuse, but it's not gonna matter. Rusica finds that final kill, and Falcons 4 rounds, but they're not done yet.
So nicely played there from Rusica. The Nano swarms to delay as well. 3 rounds in a row to take it 8-4 there for Falcons. They have the momentum on their side right now. They absolutely need this pistol to start closing this gap in the second half. You don't want to risk double digits early on for the likes of Ascend if you're Falcons looking to extend this series the entire distance. And they made really great adjustments there on the attacking side. I just hope that it wasn't too late knowing how strong Ascend's attack is here on Lotus.
Yeah, I think that, especially with how Schnell has been out of her mind throughout today, I think that unless they find a way to stop her and the rest of the Ascend squad in their tracks, it's going to be a very difficult climb back uphill, especially with how successful Ascend have been looking on these pistol rounds, not just on this map, but throughout today. I think they won, like, out of the 8 that we've seen, or we're seeing so far, the 7 that have been played, they've gotten the majority of them.
Yeah, they have. It's been really strong there in that kind of regard. Ascend just trying to keep some attention towards the C side. HTM was that solo anchor on C last half, this time being the one to poke and prod alone over at Mound. Draws 1 rotation over at the very least. Now you have this slow walk over towards the haunt. Finds a bit of information, gets taken out. So don't actually know how many players exactly are hovering around Rubble.
That's such a nice one way. It's gonna make pushing into the Zord even more difficult. They're just gonna be opening it though, not gonna really be pushing their way through. And I don't think the Trailblazer really catches sight of anything either. They look to go into the store right now. Rezika, that point of contact, the right click doesn't connect though. And just like that, the kills, they go in favor of Falcons. They're holding strong on side. Finally, Speedoka will take down Ludge to open it up. 2v2 situation. Madvi looking a little bit low here, but they're playing two together. It's gonna come down to the timings, and Hated the most trying to make the wraparound will not succeed here. The position isn't going to be known, however. That it's going to come down to the timing. Hated the most, the wraparound. It's perfect. Up towards top. They are not even looking in her direction yet. She might be able to get a free kill, but Madvi finally at the last second has a little bit of a feeling, and she acts on it to find that kill. A must-win pistol taken.
Much needed there from Falcons. They maintain the momentum. Do you see that trap set up there in the broken tower as well? Like anticipating the fact that Ascend would actually make that pivot over towards the B site. Sure, Rezika does get taken down early on. However, if she had lived, they have the turret set up there. They have the alarm bot set up there as well. Just to grant that additional time to lose to be able to stall things out, find those picks, and really turn around the momentum that Ascend were taking into that execution. But buy up now into the hands of Falcons. What is that haunt? Wait, it went full on into the ground.
I have never seen a haunt go like that ever in all my time of playing and casting. That's the weirdest haunt I've seen. But all right, it does the job. At least it distracts people and makes them go, excuse me, what did I just see? And Ludge finds a kill in the meantime. Hated the most also going to be tagged up quite a bit. So I think that for Ascend, it's a little bit of a difficult task. A bit of sustain available thanks to Speedoka's overgrowth. But that aside, the focus for Ascend is just getting as many of these out orbs as possible and maybe getting a plant down. Because if they can do that much, it's going to be a bit of a lifesaver. Dana, again, through the smoke, will find a kill onto Amy and Sandra there for the backup as well. So there's just so many players here that Ascend have to somehow get through. The first comes in, the second as well, and on site, Hated the most, finds some damage before being shut down, but it's Dana with the 3K to come out on top.
Only 2 rounds dividing these teams now. Falcons continue on with their momentum now, making it a 5th round on their side. But Rifles about to come back online here for the side of Ascend. But man, the adjustments looking quite good thus far coming out from Falcons. They have some really interesting setups that they've been running as well. Now going quite a bit more traditional in that kind of regard. You've got consistently that Fade Raise duo on the side of Falcons, being Dana and Sandra, being able to use those paint shells in conjunction, just find that early information with utility alone, and playing that more heavy stall potential on the other side of the map. And farming up to this orb, Chanel, if she goes and collects the other ones around the map, she'll have like the whole gauntlet.
It's like you collect Infinity Stones, you know, and then you charge up the showstopper that will end the world or something. Yep. Yeah, that's just Schnell today. She's like collecting accolades throughout. But like you mentioned, 2 away from the showstopper. They do look to possibly wait it out, maybe see if Falcons are going to be getting a little bit aggressive, as you see so often on these bonus rounds. Not going to be seeing much. It is the Killjoy and Viper, so a lot of utility dump available for Falcons to prevent this push from really coming in.
Yes, 2 Snakebites still available, and Chanel, the spacing not there. The rest of the team unable to follow up in that regard.
Yeah, just again, the Poison Orb and the 2 players who converge. Chanel gets shut down immediately. An upgrade available as well to get picked up. And Ascend, they're going to be making the rotation over towards that A site. It is empty. So I think that for Falcon, there's going to be a full 5v4 retake. They have the numbers advantage. They're happy to just concede it. But now you see them finally reading the cards. They know that A is going to be where that execute is coming. And Ascend, they make their way forward to get that plant down.
Yeah, the Falcons just waiting to put immediate pressure onto the plant right now, knowing they could even stall the entire thing out. It's not going to be the case. It does land here for Ascend.
Yeah, the paint shells, if it had connected, could have been a whole other story. Instead, though, it's going to be Sandra pushing on forward. It's been a quiet game from her so far, but definitely her and Matt be able to find all of these kills. It's just down to Amy now. Tries to go for the post plant with the molly, but you can't do that in a 1v5 because Ludge is just going to push out and take you out. Falcons, they get closer and closer to equalizing. It's their turn to win the bonuses now.
Oh, that's a massive flawless round to come in from them, making it just one round that divides these two teams at the moment.
Last player standing.
They played it so patiently, like you mentioned there, Zach. I think that for the side of Ascend, especially with how they're kind of setting up their Killjoy and Ruzka and Luge right now, you've got to show a bit of that presence a bit earlier on just to, I think, draw some more of that utility out. Otherwise, if you're running down the clock to 30 seconds and they still have multiple mollies online, you're trying to go for some sort of execution. Sure, they got the plant down because they full rotated. No one was home on A, but if you were walking into either Luge or Ruzka in another scenario, you could just get full stop stalled out of a round.
Yeah, I definitely thought that was going to be the case there when they tried to go on to C, but I really like the use of that poison room to just cut off Schnell. Now, for Ascend, economy looking a little bit dicey. Sure, they could go for light shields, maybe force a purchase of some rifles, get that showstopper, and try to keep things going. I'm interested to see what call they're going to be making. But for Falcons, right, that's the kind of win that they desperately need to get their spirits back into the game here. 8-7, definitely anyone's game at this juncture. And I think that for Falcons, if it goes to a map 5, if it goes to Ascent, I know that Ascent have been looking pretty good throughout the year, but I feel like it could be anyone's game at that point. Ascend, they're letting that lead slip out of their hands, and I think both of these teams, they've proven to be a bit up and down when it comes to mental games.
Yeah, that's the thing. For Ascend, they had yet to win even a map in a best-of-5 series. This is the first time that they succeeded in doing so, and it was always in this last lower finals game. And I know Lada in her interview said that they're not feeling that pressure. They're just trying to play their own game and whatnot. But there's also so much on the line with it as well, right? You want to be that team that makes it into that second slot there for the grand finals to fight for that last championship spot that belongs to EMEA. And a different look this time around as they fully head over towards it.
Not much to work with here, at least when it comes to firepower. You do have a Spectre though on Schnell, so if she can get that early showstopper pick and just continue to take out the remaining players, maybe pick up an upgrade for the rest of the team, it might be enough. I think that they can also get the Seekers online for Speedoka if she does decide to go for an orb. However, that Prowler, it's going to smoke out that presence on A site, and that's going to be a little bit of an information cue here. Showstopper comes in, but Madby stops it in its tracks. It's just Madby holding strong here. 3 already for her. Knows Amy's going to be there as well, and it's a 4 for the IGL Falcons. They bring it 8-8 with a flawless in style.
I like the idea there coming out from Ascend, but it all was on the back of that showstopper initially landing at Madby. You could see that the pings were going out towards that broken door, and then it was just the 1v1 battles being fed into Madby's crosshair, keeping it an absolute lock on that. Yeah, I mean, she's just been insane throughout this entire series. The most consistent player, and then on top of that as well, the one calling all of those shots. It's so much to balance.
Yeah, she called all those shots, all right. She took out most of the team right there, but I think just the fact that when you hear that result, your immediate reaction is to just go run away and hide somewhere, but she took it head on, and she was completely rewarded for her efforts. So that's one less ult that they have to worry about in this full buy for Ascent. They're still looking to put some pressure on the C side early on, keep a little bit of ruckus around that door, and possibly we might be seeing a walk back into A, because that Prowler, it hasn't found anything yet, and it's going to be more space that the squad can take up. That's going to be where they're headed.
Yeah, shifting back over, similar rotations to kind of what we saw from Falcons actually on their attacking side, going that CA, and A. A lot more pivots towards B from Ascent. And the Falcons, they've had that read as well. They're constantly prepared for it and adjusting their positionings in case the inevitable happens.
I've got your trail.
Seeker's gonna be coming out now from Speedoka. That's gonna make sure that there's nobody quite on site, and Schnell, despite the paranoia, will be able to go on site and take up a lot of space. In fact, gonna be pushing all the way into heaven here, despite the flash not connecting. And oh no, Schnell up aggressive, finds that opener and will fall back to play out the 5v4. No flanks coming in either, it seems like, for this Falcon squad. So it's just gonna have to be the kill. Sandra already on site, able to find that opener, buying a little bit more space. They take out Amy, so the post plan looking a little bit more dire as well. Jelena on site, playing spoils for it, spots out a player. However, Sandra still good for the kill. 2v2 situation. Pain Shell's back online. Bludge looking to re-clear this thing, but it's all gonna come down to her. 1v2, finds the first, and now with the clock ticking, has to find the second to boot. Hated the most, in perfect position to go in for the peek and the swing when necessary. She finds the kill and Ascend. They stabilize again, 9-8.
They maintain the lead after tying things up in the first round that Ascend are actually able to find into this half. A pivotal one for themselves to avoid granting that lead over to the side of Falcons. And now looking into this next round as well, though, Falcons, I believe they have an Alter 2 to work with going into it, but the retake protocols from the Falcons squad have been really strong thus far. Constantly just waiting for that positioning. Sure, they go for some of that early information and map control, just using utility towards that A site, but they don't leave themselves in irrecoverable positions where they're not able to get out. They never break that broken door as well for that A-link side into B, because it gives Madvi that cover to play off the paranoia to stall for both B and A.
Yeah, I think Madvi in particular has literally been the linchpin upon which these rounds turn, right? She's been so quick to provide that backup. She's just been that rock that stands in the way of the team flooding into this B site. And now Dana, with that off angle, able to find a crucial pick here. Speedoka taken out. That's your info initiator no longer in play. So it's going to make pushing onto the site much, much more challenging. Down to the gunfight. Some beautiful paranoia to buy a little bit more time. However, it's just a 1-for-1 trade so far. It's all down to Sandra. Pops the showstopper, but Jelena crunches in and takes her out.
3v3 situation now into the post plant. If Luge can find space on site, there is a Viper's Pit available to provide cover for Falcons here onto this retake.
Jelena only one away from her own as well, so we might see that particular Viper's Pit be a factor into blue. Already the stalling utility coming into play, the molly, everything. Rosie got caught lacking. Hated the most, happy to capitalize and find that kill. And with Falcons, the clock having ticked as far as it has, it might be a better call just to save. I think they're just waiting for the exits here. They know that Ascend will probably have to go out this way. Not much to really do apart from find these crucial kills. It's not gonna happen though. Jelena all the way, a triple for her, and Ascend find double digits, 3 rounds away from that grand final spot now.
Things are getting tense here, Zach. Just so much on the line for both of these teams. Falcons continuously trying to keep this run alive here in the lower bracket finals. Meanwhile, Ascend, they don't want to risk going into that 5th map. That Ascent game between these two in the upper bracket semifinals was a nail-biter in of itself. I believe that was what, like a 13-11?
Yep.
Yeah, so you don't want it to come down to that, especially when these series are so long and you don't really have the practice of going that entire distance all in one go. And this is the first time we're seeing this full push up from Falcons A.
Ooh, Sandra spots out the jump peek. I don't know if Jelena has an inkling of this position. The alarm bot hasn't spotted out Sandra's position either, so if she holds here, she might be rewarded for her efforts. However, the Prowler, it's going to smoke out the player. Sandra finds a kill, Amy the trade, and just like that, it's a 1-for-1. Hated the most, will take A heaven positioning off the back of that, and now Dana in the open has to be so careful here. Hated the most, happy to find that kill, and still looking for a little bit more. Madvi spots the cross. Does a little bit of damage to Speedoka, but Ascend, they're still able to keep up the numbers advantage. Not for long, though. Not if Madvi has anything to say about it. The problem here is that so far, with that showstopper available, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to take up and make up for the numbers game. Now pops the showstopper, hits it right into Madvi's face. Speedoka with the second to boot, and now Legend a 1v2. Beats their dreams alive, and she does it! The lineup, the collab, almost an insane collab clutch and 10-9 Falcons. How are you doing this?
Clutch. I cannot believe that Luge actually just got that. An insane clutch to come out for Falcons to keep the series close.
I can't. What?
The spray adjustment was just so good. They were swinging together as well, not trying to let Ledge find that additional space, wrap around them and find some sort of timing. It was the right call there on Ascend, just swinging a little bit too close together. One player not quite as wide, and the shots reading so true there. But now, a couple ultimates here on both sides. Retake recipe on the side of Falcons, and a post-plant dream here for Ascend.
Oh, you can see the aggression coming out of Falcons as well. Ascend, they barely dodge all that utility, take a little bit of chip damage, but thankfully this guy is going to be able to heal them back up. They do have the couple of ults of their own. Speedoka, one off of the trail, of the Seekers. I think that might get them the information they need to get on site, and the lockdown can buy a nice solid 8 seconds as well when that spike goes down. Mad V TPs onto site for some additional backup. The Magel's not going to be doing too much of damage here though, and Hayden the most takes out Mad V. That's the huge opener that they really needed. Trades come through. Ascent, they still have the numbers advantage. Speedoka looking to find a little bit more here. The Nightfall though, it's caught out all of these players, and they know for a fact that there's multiple presence out of Falcons on this site, forced to invest the lockdown to try and make them maybe fall back, and they either have to go for it or respect it. They're going to be pushing forward instead. First kill, second kill. No way Sandra does this. She takes out the lockdown as well, and now it's a 2v2 situation. 30 seconds left on the clock. Ascend, they look to go forward, maybe find another kill before they advance onto site, but Falcons, they're so disciplined here.
Agree. Going over towards A as well, sticking this plant on top of that. One more Prowler to work with. Dana finds the first on HGM. It's all Speedovka against 2.
And she's not going to be able to do anything. Razika with that advanced positioning, just taking her off guard. But that round, Ash, I swear Ascend had it. The lockdown had 6 seconds left to go before you saw that mad push coming out of Sandra. And she does so much there. Look at this. 1, 2, breaks the lockdown before finally being shut down. And I swear, if she didn't have to reload there, she might have even gotten third. I believe in Sandra.
It was such good timing on the side of Sandra. And then on top of that, Amy didn't have her rifle out at the beginning either. As a big tool to have lost in that last round on the side of Ascend. A great Nightfall to keep the pressure on. The timeout to be taken from the Ascend squad as well. You still have a lockdown in play on top of that for Falcons. It's the perfect counter up against Jolina's Viper's Pit that we have yet to see in the post.
I mean, they haven't really had a chance to put it down, you know, with the way the Falcons are so quick to go in for that quick retake in so many of these rounds. I think that's what they really adjusted well. The couple of rounds that Ascend won, they ran down the clock incredibly well. So Falcons, they're just quick to adapt. They're happy to just try and deny that time to let them set up in those pesky post plans, and it's been incredible out of them.
They've been shifting their setups as well. Now they're back to that initial default situation with both Luge and Rizka over on that C side, having that very typical setup here. But there were a couple rounds where they also caught Ascend off guard and having Rizka actually setting up over towards that A site, providing that additional stall and playing more aggressively for that mound control. Just very patient calling coming out from Mad V to play very responsively with everyone's utility. And now it's difficult because Ascend, they have yet to find the opportunity to find comfort in that post-plant kind of situation, and going for more of a split this time around, poke and prod to see maybe who's set up where this time.
Yeah, I think that information, it's been kind of lacking for that Ascend side. However, that's a big piece that they can kind of rule out here. They know that the Viper is going to be towards the C side, and immediately you see them fall away. They decide, like, you know what, guys, that's a really narrow choke point and a Viper's Pit, so it's probably not worth walking into it. So they're happy to just concentrate themselves on this B and C side. It's pretty interesting to see that Viper's Pit come into play along with the Killjoy utility on the same site.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, it gives that notification over towards Luge, right, in case someone is pushing in. But what I like about this particular split is HGM's actually over towards this B side right now. So if the execution happens here on A, I hope to see HGM maybe providing that presence over on B, denying Mad V that space, but instead they look to break the door, not allowing Madby to get comfortable and setting up for that paranoia.
They're going to be looking to push in towards Mad V, but Jolina will be the one to find that first kill instead. A beautiful paranoia, though, from Mad V. She's not able to get the kill. Blinded, Jolina still does the job, and now that's 2 kills for this Ascend squad. Jolina looking to go in for that reflank here. Killjoy lockdown coming in as well. This might be enough. There's another lurk coming in, though, through that door area, and Dana, she might not be able to find too much value here. They're going to be just falling back, and they have to try to get at least half the stick through. That seems to be the call. You can see the sprays coming in. Lunch, though, will be able to find 2, 3, in fact, and the diffuser goes all the way. Oh my god, Falcons, heroics in the times of adversity. Lunch.
Well is such a difficult spot to even just plant on B, especially when you can't have the mollies already set up. It's a different story if the nano squads are already there, but Amy on that flank position here, the role that you constantly see her playing, just didn't have the timing, and the lockdown was so perfect. This map started off 8-4 for the likes of Ascend. They had such a dominant attacking side last time these two teams went head to head, and Falcons, they have adjusted so perfectly.
2 rounds away from a map number 5, Ash, you said it, and the economy for Ascend, it's definitely on its last foot. You can see how increasingly awkward these buys are getting round after round. Every single player on light armor now, in fact, hated the most with the Bulldog, Amy with the Guardian, just not really in their favor. They still have that Viper spit, like you mentioned, on Jolina, but she's just had no opportunity to put it down at all here throughout this entire map. Trailblades are going to be used early on to clear out the space, and that's just one less key piece of util you have to make some space on the site.
Yeah, there's not too much you can do in that situation. Prowler clears out close A on the side of Falcons. They find a bit of that additional info. Jolina's still trying to poke and prod, keep the numbers here. The alarm bot will notify of this execution, though. This time, though, it's Rezka alone. No paranoia to save her.
Oh, the satchel doesn't quite connect, and Rezka will be able to break the door and escape safely. Very unlucky, because with that blind, I feel like that would have been a free kill for Schnell. She's able to take up quite a bit of space, though, and Ascend, they finally get that spike down on this B side. They're going to be surrounded on every side by enemies, though. Showstopper invested by Sandra, puts it down, takes Schnell out of the action, and that's first blood in favor of this Falcon squad. Sandra with the second as well. She's finally woken up, and they swarm into sight, taking out everyone. It's just Jolina in play here. A 1v4 finds the first, but that will be all she wrote. Match point for Falcons, 1 away from pushing us to map number 5, and the comeback from these queens have been incredible.
Match point.
I don't even know what to say right now. Like, both these teams look so impressive on defense, like the protocols and whatnot, but again, it's to try and hit B site without having an initial pick has been a difficulty for the side of Ascend, and they've really just been overall lacking of that on that information across the map. They find a little bit of control on one extremity, then end up giving it up, and then are left not really knowing the exact positions of Falcons, and they do leave those lurks and whatnot, but it's not quite enough. And Falcons, they look towards another move of aggression. They don't commit to it this time around, though. Just looking to shift gears, see what they can find.
Yeah, Schnell looking to charge up that showstopper. It's been a very round-changing ult in the past, at the very least. But at least in this game, in the second half, Schnell has been slowed down, for lack of a better phrase, because of how they're playing. Okay, Ascend, they look to try and make that crunch on the doors area, but already the back is there. The Falcon squad, they back up quickly, happy to readjust and just play together. They have been incredible at just holding strong to deny these quick rotations into B, as you see so often.
And look at Rezka's setup as well. Knowing that she has to play further back on site, being this solo player, knowing that there's consistently a lurk here as well, has that alarm bot for stairs, so no one can go for a backstab on her while the turret watches the cross. The setup is here, and the smokes do come down on the side of Falcons. And look at the full rotation now finally being called.
Razika now repositions on site, playing a little bit
30
up
seconds
close and
left.
personal here. If she can find a couple of kills, yes, she might end this round before it even begins. Being eaten up by that Molly, though. It seems like Falcons are getting a little bit too aggressive for their own good. Both players falling down early on here, and the ult hasn't even been committed. Hated the most for the third to boot. Both players stuck in this corner, and there's the ability for Isen to end it all, and they do indeed. 3 for Jelena, flawless here. They might be down, but they're not out at all, and 1 round away from overtime. And Ash, I think that Ascend and overtime, they have a pretty good relationship.
They definitely do. Yesterday was an intense one up against G2 Gozen. So you know that they have the stamina to do it. They did it up against essentially the widely recognized as the best team in Game Changers EMEA in G2 Gozen. And
in the world, man, they won championship.
Yeah, that's true. In the world too. I mean, it's absolutely maddening. The squad that off of just consistency throughout Game Changers 2023 qualified through points after winning literally 1 match in the lower bracket earlier this week. So that says a lot about how this Ascend squad has really grown and evolved over this past season.
Yeah, I think that they've definitely looked incredible. Like, if you remember, they were there in that lower final as well in Series 1, right? And they got 3-0. G2, like, sent them packing. No mercy at all. But they've just been so incredible throughout the season. Like, you see those minor adjustments, and especially with Spidoka joining the squad as well. I think that she was kind of the missing piece of the puzzle there. She brings in that experience, and I think she's just doing a fantastic job of representing her region as well. She's like the sole Polish player left here, and I know that there's a lot of people cheering for her, so let's go!
Big W. Not even just like her ability to aid the team with her utility, but also what we've heard about her just being like the light for the team, right? The humorous part of the team that keeps everyone's mental and vibes in check and in good shape in that situation. The difference maker that a player can have in that kind of sense is absolutely massive in how it helps that mental.
I think she's also been just that clutch queen. I mean, yesterday, man, she single-handedly demolished G2 in so many of those rounds. So definite morale boost both on and off the server the way that she's been playing. But Ascend, they're not out of the woods quite yet. They need to win this round to get it to OT. And for the side of Falcons, at least, they have the economy to contend with on an equal footing. No ultimates, though, that are even close aside from that Viper's Pit for Ludge. If she can get a couple of kills, it might come into play. But that Haunt, it's going to get them the information that they need early on here. Relatively early on, at least, looking at how these executes are going. And off the back of that, once again, another rotation comes out.
But look at MadV's positioning this time around. They're trying to fake over towards this A site, but MadV pushed up in towards B main. Just might hear the steps being made here in spawn, shifting over towards C. But the thing is, Rezka, with 30 seconds left, is set up on this site. Molly's all still available to deny this execution. The clock might just run out on them on this last round.
Hated the most with the From the Shadows for some information, spots out the Viper, and manages to make that play to take out MadV. However, the Nano Swarm did just the Killjoy rating on top. 4 for Rezka, almost the ace. Hated the most, no time to get that spike down, and that will be that 13-11 Falcons. They pushes to map 5, making history for the MENA region, and they are not done yet. What a comeback.
Absolutely insane one on the side of Falcons. The fact that they had the endurance to do so was massive, but we're going all the way to the 5th map. We will see you guys on Ascent right after this short break.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Look here, I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly. And with the drama, tell her miss me. Won't ever let it go too far. Expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a
reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on to take them flights at death for sight of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
Gotta let it go sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. It's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it.
Oh, what an insane comeback that was from Falcons. They keep their dreams alive, and we are gonna get a map 5 today. I'm back here with Kakuka and Ender. After the first 9 rounds, I think, Ender, you and I, we weren't really believing in a potential comeback, but Kakuka, I'll give you that. You believed in it, you manifested it, and we're gonna get map 5 now, so thank you.
Hear me out, okay? It was not until, you know, they were able to get to those post plans, you know, that Falcons actually looked like, you know, things could be doable. I have to say that it was not until round, I'm gonna say 10 or 11, that I was like, this can happen. An 8-4 half, you get the pistol, you're in, girl. And that is exactly what happened. What a performance. The retakes from the defense from Falcons were just beautiful to see. We were seeing Lush on top there of the scoreboard. And I think that so many of this round, so many of the retakes were possible just because of her, or in very thanks to her. On the other side, Ascend, just imagine, we were talking about the mental coming in after 2 13-4s. Just imagine that you were so close to close this map and to close this match and go to the upper final with a 3-1, and now you have to face that map number 5. On the same note, just think about Falcons and how they must be feeling right now, feeling like we were this close to being out. Now we have another chance.
You alright, Christy?
I'm good.
Are you
no,
good?
I just like sometimes it's hard because we're online, but sometimes like Kakuka just like drops this bomb. It's like I can't follow that up. Yinsu, change the subject. Like I'm not even gonna try. What's the point?
Yeah. No, do you know what? I can sympathize. So why don't we take a look at how Falcons managed to make that comeback? We've spoken about it already, but this round 11 and round 12 as well, back to back, and to close the half out, it could have been a 10-2 half this.
Yeah, I mean, it really was looking dire here, even turned into a 3 versus 5, but then playing inside of this Viper's pit and out on the opposite side, they're able to win this fight in tree. Ruzica gets that. These players just slightly isolated on the outside, and Dana goes for this swing and is able to win out in the clutch, just buying out all the time. Yeah, HTM lands the nasty shot, but there's no time remaining. It was just all of the chaos and the delay caused on that retake that ended up working for them. And then in this next round as well, it works out. Even though they're all kind of bundled up in tree and Sandra dies initially, they have 2 players that are able to wrap around this left side. Luge gets the 2K to open it up, and yet there's another player. So right, Ascend get kills on both sides, but then there's still more players coming in. Ruzica is here, gets her shot, gets the damage through the wall, and the clock is ticking. These A post plants, the Falcons players were able to stall so long and only take the fights incrementally, right? It's not Ruzica wide swinging and taking 2 fights, or in the clutch before, taking both those fights at the same time. It's chipping in for a shot, falling back, waiting a couple seconds, chipping again, and that clock starts ticking and ticking and ticking and working against us.
Yeah, but then the thing is also, when Falcons fell into their defense, so many of these rounds were not as close as the one that we were seeing on the first half. Like, they were really comfortable in how they were using their utility, how much they were getting out of it. And in so many of them, especially on the last round of the map, Ascend running out of time, still plenty of utility available for Falcons, and there's not even a chance of getting onto site. Definitely, it was in their heads.
It was. Honestly, I can't help but feel like Ascend maybe have just let their best opportunity ever slip there from a grand final. And I think round 21, Kakuka, is where I think all of our heart broke a little bit for Ascend.
Yeah, I think it's unreal, right? They decide to go on their Hobbit onto just plan on B, right? We were talking about the utility. Mad B goes down, and imagine, this is a 3v5. Look at the position that Dana has. At this moment, Ruzica's like, okay, listen, it's 10-10, we have to do something. She decides to use the lockdown. And just because Amy misses her, she looks back again, and there's, you know, nothing, no one. Thanks to Lush and her usage of utility. You know, Dana starts going in, they're already out. I'm just going to defuse, and we still have the Viper's Pit, we still have the control, and it doesn't matter how hard they try. Lush getting the kills across her toxic screen is just beautiful. And that's what I mean about the comfort in the retakes. The spike had just gone down, and they already had a response ready for them.
And it was coming off of Ascend trying something new, because I think Ascend went for a lot of these like full-on A-site hits, and they kept getting just really punished by Madvi throwing that that paranoia from that baby door link area onto the site when they're trying to flood into A, and then they have 2 backside players that are fighting into it. So they say, hey, let's try and catch that Omen while the paranoia is in hand, and they're able to get into that site very freely. Like, they did everything right. It was just that timing that you mentioned where everything ended up slipping away. And I think that throughout the half, I usually don't like a defense side that is played very passively, because I think you just cede a lot of space when you could easily take Rebel or Mount control. But because Ascend were working in so slowly, Falcons not giving them early fights and choosing to play very bunkered, like often 2 or 3 players deep on A site, deep on C site, meant that Ascend started running into time trouble, and their anchors also weren't being broken on Falcon's side. The side hits were not working out for Ascend because those sites were so stacked deep.
I mean, what an adaptation. It was their defense that ended up actually being the stronger side, which kind of flipped the last time they played against each other on Lotus on its head. But we gotta say, though, there were times of hope, especially on the side of Ascent for Chanel. I think we saw her ace already on the last map, and she aced again on this map, because, and why not? If she's won 5, she can take all 5.
Yeah, you know, she's paranoid at the start, doesn't matter, because she has the big rocket launcher and the other team only has pistols, and she just doesn't even stop. Like, this game looked like it was impossible, right? You get the second ace, you're up 6-1 on defense. Lotus is the most attack-sided map in the game, which just, it makes it so much more impressive, I think, the fact that Falcons were able to fight back on their own defensive map.
I think it also says a lot about, we're talking a lot about Falcons, not only because they won the map, it's because of the comeback. Like the score this is not like a 13-2. It's not like Ascend got stomped. It's the fact that you're literally about to lose everything that you've been fighting for this last month and you've getting this far. You're this close to lose it and you just go with everything and you manage to not only even out what they did to you, but one up them and get to that fight line.
It's also really important that the way the first part of that second half went, right? Falcons, they win pistol, they win round 2, they then convert the bonus flawlessly and then win round 4 flawlessly. So they win those first 4 rounds and maintain their rifles for 2 of them. So they were just like oil barons coming in with 7-8K into the 5th round. They then lose 2 rounds in a row, but they never have to take an eco round for that entire second half because they had those 2 flawless rounds on the first 2 buys. That was so critical for them because after the 2 rounds they lost, they only lost that round number 23. It was such a good chaining of rounds early on to enable them to get that 13-11.
I mean, they were giving Ascend a taste of their own medicine, winning the pistol, winning the bonus. Who knew it was going to be so strong in this series? But this is where things have to come to an end. We are 2-2 in this series. We're going to finish on Ascent of all maps. And Kakuka, in the beginning of today, you said that this is where you have some concern. So talk me through if you still feel that way or you feel like maybe something else that's happened in the series.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? What I saw yesterday from Falcons against BBL, we know, a Turkish team and Ascend. We know that is a very iconic duo. But what BBL was bringing onto the game was just too much for Falcons to adapt to. It was constant aggression. It was constant being on top of you. There's no response. And it was actually them who were forced to just play back, to take a lot of time on their attack to actually do something. Now, I think that is something that worked against them and that would work again. I just do not see Ascend being that team. Like they would rather again play their own game and just focus on what they know until I think that this is the moment for them to be scared, so maybe we won't see that from them.
They have a Turkish jet. They've got the Turkish jet.
Look, I'm honestly, I'm on Team Ascent for this game 5. I think this will be a close map, but especially watching yesterday, Sandra just not take the operator a single time when she had at least 2 chances to on the eco, not saving up for that. I think that's a big problem on your defensive side of things. And the last time these 2 teams played, it was already a close map, and that was when Schnell had a really tough game, bottom fragging the team. I think Schnell is playing phenomenally today, and I'm not seeing the same thing from Sandra, especially with an operator in hand. I think that Ascent, of all the maps really in the pool at the moment, is the one where a jet makes or breaks your game, especially on the defensive side. So I need Sandra to show me something very, very different to yesterday. I need to see that op come online very early on defense. That usually means pistol, winning pistol, so you can get that online for
I thought you meant getting an op out of pistol. That would be
no, I mean, hey, if you can get an op on pistol, that'd be pretty sweet. But like I think it's very important, and I have not seen that from Sandra, and that's why I think I would predict an Ascend win in this game 5.
Ooh, I mean, Ascend, for them, they want to break a curse, right? They've managed to knock out G2. They managed to win not 1 but 2 maps already for this lower bracket final, which they've never done before. And if they can get in a grand final tomorrow, I think it will validate all of the work they put in, and also, of course, break that curse. But for Falcons, though, this will also be the first time that they get into a grand final, which would be really, really exciting, Kakuka. So for me, there's stakes on for both sides. It also feels like you're kind of leaning more towards maybe Falcons making history here over Ascend.
So here's the thing. I said at the beginning of the day that it would only be fair, right, to what we've seen during the year, that this is the moment for Ascend to just break that curse that they had, to actually make it to finals and to have that dispute between 2 of the teams that have been in most of our discussions for who would be that second team making it to Brazil. Now, I think it's the mental game. I think that it's very important that they scout out the weaknesses that definitely Falcons showed yesterday, how constant they were on their defense, how for example, Sandra not only doesn't play the operator, she was also always coming from tree on the defense, always going for the same pick. Like, it cost them to actually get a reaction. Now, on the other side, what if Falcons, after losing, they've, reviewed everything and being like, not this, not this, not this, you.
I mean, I agree with you. I think they can learn a lot, especially from that loss against BBL, but this is going to be the final map. This is going to be where I think, like you said, the mental resilience is going to come into this. And I think Ascend have proved themselves. They beat G2 off the back of 2 overtimes, 2-0, which I don't think the Ascend we saw maybe last stage or even the stage before might have been able to close that out with the mental state that they were in at that point. So I have hope.
Absolutely not. No, look, like Ascend have been the most consistent team all year, right? 2 third-place finishes. This is the stage. I genuinely believe they are breaking through that. It is second-place minimum. I think the way that Schnell has been playing today, on top of the defensive prowess of Jolina and Amy, those 2 players are completely unbreakable on the side of the map that they are going to be holding. And I think that on Ascent, we're going to see that shine through, especially in this game 5. They're bouncing back after the tough game 4 loss.
Oh God, I am so nervous. But also, if you're BBL, you are loving this right now. Both of these teams having to go the distance, having to play all 5
tomorrow.
maps. They're going to be, they're anti-stratting 100% right now. And Kakuga, we know that BBL, they love Ascent. So they're probably right now sitting there with their notepads like, oh, what are these teams doing?
Yeah, exactly. And do not forget, just because BBL is waiting on that final bracket, on the upper bracket final, they also tomorrow will get 2 bans. So if they're like, okay, these people were just too strong on Fracture. Yeah, we're not, it's Ascend, we're not playing Fracture against them because we do not have time to prep for this. We don't want to deal with the Neon. Whatever it is, they have so much to look out for. And especially the later they finish, the better for them.
Wow, what a surprise with the agents alike here, Ender. Yeah. Who would have thought that this would be the comp? The
I really just don't know who has the edge with the draft here. What really matters is who's playing Omega Earth and who's playing Alpha Earth.
Oh my goodness.
It's the lore. Because one of them has the evil jet,
yeah.
One of them has the good jet. And evil jet, strictly superior.
Isn't there just one KO? Like KO, it goes in between the Earths, right? It's not 2 copies of him? Is that not what the lore is?
No, I think there's 2 KOs because I'm seeing 2 KOs right now. So,
so it has
to be. That would make sense that there's 2 KOs. Because otherwise there couldn't be 2 KOs in the same screen.
Well, there's not definitely going to be 2 winners today. There could only be 1, and it comes down to this for the last time today. Over to you, Zach and Ash.
Whoa, 1 more game to go here, Ash, and it's a pleasure to have a lower final that goes the entire distance here. I think that for Ascend, it's been, like we talked about, the success story, it's been throughout the year, but they've always fallen just a little bit short of that final after that Series 1. And for Falcons, right, it's history in the making. They've come out of contenders. They're the first MENA team to make it this far, and to make it to the final for them, it would mean everything.
Oh, absolutely. It's that dark horse story on the side of Falcons, and then the curse breakers for Ascend Rising. They've at least finally gotten the breakthrough of being able to earn these maps in such a dominant fashion, as well, those 13-4s. But I mean, they ended off Lotus having 15 of the first bloods for their team, meaning they had the advantage in 4 of the other rounds that they ended up losing. And there were 3 times that individual players on the side of Falcons were able to get 4Ks each. So it tells you a lot about how they're able to just keep things under control, and Ascend really need to stop playing against themselves mentally.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a case there. Oh my god, Sandra in the corner. The bait and switch is perfect, and she's able to find 2 kills before being shut down. Huge openers there for the squad, and Amy in the corner still somehow alive. The Shockner taking out Speedoka as well, and poor Amy brought down to a sliver of HP. Not much that she can really do. Falcons, they were so ready for that hit. You could see Dana waiting to break the recon, the crossfires. They read that like a book.
Falcons are online right now. I mean, the first day of Game Changers Stage 3, we saw a bit of a slow start for Falcons in their game up against Anonymous. They looked disjointed, weren't really playing together as much as you would kind of expect, and making the adaptations as quickly as we've seen them be able to make on Lotus. And after warming up, it was the same thing there, where they were pressured the last 2 times on both Bind and Fracture, and then on Lotus they bring it all back together. You can tell that they're comfortably playing their own game now.
Yeah, Yeah, they've been very resilient throughout today. Now it's the crossfires once again. This time, Rusika and Ludge just there for the kills. Sure, hated the most, at least able to find one along with Speedoka, but Sandra still on site, ready to be a menace. That Guardian, you didn't even need to hit a headshot. With how low that player was, a body shot would do the job, and Sandra happy to get that final kill. Sure, they lose a couple of Spectres, but you might see a full investment coming out after that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a pretty strong buy coming through here, and with how flawless that first round was as well for the likes of Falcons, it'll be interesting to see how they look to bolster the bonus rounds on their end. They're looking to play it safe, though, overall. And right now, what is this setup? You've got a turret really late over there, so we're looking for a mid lurk here for Amy to try and stay in line with it thus far. The 4 other players over towards A main, no real stall except for the paranoia as far as this main choke point goes on the side of Falcons, but look at the way that they already have rotated over.
Yeah, they're just going to be running into A here. Perfect Paranoia will at least cause a little bit of stall time. And under Heaven, there's still going to be a player position. Schnell, more than aware of that possibility, will take her out of the equation just like that. And 3 kills come through for Ascent as they take that side. Finally, Dana stops the bleeding, but she's quite heavily injured on her own. 11 HP, that's all that was left. Only a Sheriff in hand to boot. Sandra has to try and make something happen here with the damage potential. The shock dart does at least find a kill, but the trade is immediate, aided the most with the shock dart of her own. And it's now just Sandra. At least if she can get a kill or 2, it's going to be a little bit more expensive for this Ascend squad here. 2 players tagged up quite low. She's pushing on forward, taps the spike, able to possibly take out Julina. Does find that kill, picks up the upgrade to boot, and with that being the case, I think if she can just find a little bit more damage, it's gonna be enough, but Amy will finally put her out, and Ascend, they win their bye.
A decently expensive round, though, at the same time there. Amy was just down to like a couple HP, and so many weapons on on Ascend were able to be taken out by Falcons there. And yeah, okay, so Ender was asking for it.
There we go, Ender.
Sandra up previously, but last time when they played up against BBL, she didn't really take the opportunity to do so. So looking to get that started early this time around.
Yeah, it just wasn't there. I think Ender was talking about it the entire game that we were casting. But yeah, she's gonna have it online now. And I think that if she can get those couple of early picks, set the tone of the engagements, that might really be what Falcons need to kind of take out Ascend's confidence here. Sandra going in for the peek with the op. Amy still holding that angle though, so it's gonna come down to who wins this fight. Joan invested on top, and that's gonna spot out both of these players. The high-low positioning taken out, and with that null command, it's like Ascend finally make their move, go in for a push through mid and B, but Hazelmo still finding the kills here. Mad V though trying to play anchor on side, only able to find one before being shut down, and it's just up to Dana here. Shock dart towards the backside to try and clear her out. She's being surrounded in every direction. Only one kill before being shut down, and Ascend, they have the advantage.
Yeah, 3v2 situation here. Spadovka a bit low though. Dark cover to go out towards main, cuts off Amy from this fight.
Timing on this push through the cover has to be impeccable here. Jelena spots the cross. Speedoka that point of contact, and the double swing from Amy and Jelena together. It's good, and now Speedoka was just the bait, and Ascend, they find another attacking round for Falcons. That was their purchase, so not much left in the economy here. Ascend, they have gotten their opponent's measure, it seems like.
Yeah, really shifting gears. I mean, the desk was talking about it, wondering if Ascend is kind of going to just play their own game, which at times can be very slow and measured, or overwhelm Falcons the way that BBL did, playing so aggressively and taking them off guard. And although it might be an eco here for Falcons, you also have the Blade Storm up for the side of Sandra, so at the very least the 0 point already used up and not able to cancel those blades at this exact moment.
Oh,
well,
no.
They were canceled on the other side of the map, I guess.
Yeah, deleted out of existence, at least for the duration of this round. So, I mean, we've seen what kind of impact these duelist ults can have with the ace coming in from Schnell on Fracture, but not much potential of that in this round, at least from Sandra. Unfortunately, she gets shut down. And off the back of that kill, it seems like Ascend, they're happy to try to rotate over towards that ace side, but there's still a triple stack here with that Killjoy utility.
It's not slowing the choke down though, but you can imagine that the protocol is to use this paranoia to delay the push out from main, force everyone into the side.
Oh,
into
that's
the
0
volleys.
point. Perfect 0 point there to just deny that drone any info or intel. Madby playing up close and personal. Fragment for a little bit of extra stalling time here. And I think this might be the cue for Ascent to maybe cut noise, slow things down a little bit, or just go in for that execute. They have to make a choice. Perfect recon will smoke out Madby. The wall bangs for the second to boot. And just like that, the triple stack on site, it gets shredded into pieces. Just Dana now in a 1v5. Spike gets tapped. Ascent, they're just playing this to such perfection. They don't want to make any mistakes. Dana at least able to deny the flawless, but Ascent, they still take the route.
Denies the flawless, and also with getting killed off there as well with the pick, it manages to get that Hunter's Fury online into this round on top of that too. So you can see Amy's just one away from that lockdown right now, and that's exactly what Dana needed to do to be able to get the ultimate online for the counter potential to avoid Ascend having a free execution onto site. They are leaning over towards B here. You can see some pings going over towards stairs. They're looking to play some sort of crossfire, but if that lockdown's going out, so is that Hunter's Fury. Denied though by the 0 point.
Oh, the Odin's gonna be there as well for Dana. The spray through the wall, attempt to find that kill, but not quite working out. Sandra, you saw her pick up the op, just fade out for the rifle, and off the back of the flash, able to take out Amy. No more lockdown for the duration of this round. 4v5 situation, and the Odin spam, it's too much. Ascend, they just walk away from that. They want nothing to do with it.
No, I mean, name a more iconic duo, right? Sova, Odin, I guess trio, and Ascent.
Yeah.
But the shift
The
now.
Holy Trinity.
Exactly. The Bermuda Triangle of bullets to come through, but heading over towards tree now. Great execution to push Madby off the corner.
Still gonna be pesky Killjoy utility on site here as the dash comes in. Hunter's Fury gonna be invested early on though to try and find these kills. It's just a distraction. Blood and Madby, they're the real show here. Madby with 2 already on the round, 3 to close it out. And Falcons, they restabilize here. Unfortunately though, Ash, you were talking about it. The Hunter's Fury was the counter for the lockdown. And now they don't have it anymore.
We don't have it anymore. 4 ultimates online for Ascend going into the next round as well. We'll have to take a look at to see what their economy is looking like, though. It will be a light buy rifle into rifles in this situation as far as those light shields go. And then there's the opportunity to still like farm up into that KO ultimate. So a very important swing round for Ascend to be able to get the lockdown down in particular before the Hunter's Fury comes back into rotation.
I think that does seem to be the call here. B is just free off the back of that particular ult, but you can see the adjustment coming out of the Falcons side, looking for that mid presence. A push out of Sandra gives away the operator, and just like that, it's looking a little bit more dangerous. There is the Sova isolated though on this cross, and with this pack flank coming in pretty quickly, it's huge right now. Jolina TP's into backside. Ascend, they take control, but that said, they have a player cut off here. HTM is going to have to come around for a very late lurk.
No, but Madby hears her. She's gonna cut her off. She's taking her down on top mid right now. That's null command available now here for Falcons as well to deny any of this post-plant utility.
And now everyone from Ascend, they're just going to be stuck on site. Like you mentioned, null command coming in. That's going to take out the alarm bot towards main. So it's just about who plays where. Perfect paranoia, but a Speedoka in the corner.
Oh my god!
Find these kills. It's just going to come down to Legend. She gets taken out of the equation as well. Speedoka with 3. They were not expecting that position, and they get taken down completely. What?
I actually cannot believe that. Yeah, we see the replay right there. She just catches everyone off guard. Crossfire with Amy on top of that too. And that was after the initial pressure that was being pushed onto the flank of Falcons was being done by HTM. That gets canceled by Madby, and you think that they've got all those tools needed. Now, pushed onto an eco round. That was an important swing round there for Falcons, speeding things back up towards A, where they are going to walk into a triple stack.
Now coming out for the Ascend side. The tag is there from the drone, and that will be able to at least get 1 kill with that sheriff. The problem is that is the KO, so it's just gonna be a free resurrection. That said though, Amy will be the one to clean house. All 3 kills coming in towards the end. It got a bit dicey there with those sheriff shots from Falcons. Really, really nice, but
the gun advantage is just a little bit too much for Ascent, and they power through it.
Falcons got way more than you would expect in that round, though, especially with the null command being popped. Just a bit of an issue on spacing, with Spadovka being the first one out and the follow-up being just a second too late in that situation. But, man, overall, Ascend, they've really shifted gears here on this attacking side. Falcons, they aren't looking to fight from mid anymore, not at this time, leaving it very open, just playing more for that site control. But they've also been playing in positions where they can't get out if they're getting overwhelmed. They get pretty stuck. And after all this conditioning from these more aggressive takes on towards site, Ascend opt to play it a little bit slower.
Yeah, they've made that. They, again, also just the fact that they're every round they're farming up these orbs. Round after round, they're just really good at cycling these ults through. I mean, they have the no command ready to go every couple of rounds. Lockdown as well, already 3 orbs only away from maybe a chance with like that last round. So it's just them farming things throughout. Sandra once again going in for the peak. Oh, it was so dicey for a second, but she's still holding strong. It's going to come down to the timing. Dash prepped. Here's the shots and will fall away. Bit lucky there for Sandra, but Falcons, they still have 2 strong on site. They're from the shadows as well for the backup here. Incredible work. 3 players towards backside, just lying in wait for Ascent to make their way through. And Madvi ready to push in even further. The Odin from Dana to find the first kill. Hunter's Fury for a little bit of space creation. And Sandra still towards backside, holding on as much as she can. Madvi, the last player to try and make her way forward. Not going to be able to do too much. The lockdown ready to go though for Russica. If she can find these kills, it's going to be incredible. But only one will be what she gets. Falcons, they get so close to greatness there. But I said, they find number 6.
Spadovka coming in with another 3K on top of that. 12 and 6 right now on the KO. And her utility on as well has been having so much impact. This was an incredible call from HTM. The Hunter's Fury towards back to Boathouse. The adjustment was perfect, assisting in creating chaos for Ascend, the remainder of the team to kind of clean up and capitalize off of the fact that they're trying to move around that ultimate. Could not have been played better without that zoning ultimate. Could have been a completely different story with Ascend not really finding anywhere to go while Falcons look to collapse on them.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, right? When there's a triple stack towards that backside, you can't just go running in, especially with Dana finding that early pick. Really, really nice ultimate there to clear out some space for Ascent to make it work. Even after that, though, they were quick to turn around and just take care of Madvi, who already had that flank in as well towards CT. So I think overall, Ascent, they've just been incredibly aware of how Falcons, they've been positioning themselves throughout the map.
No, it's been so good. And these ultimates are recharging so fast. Like the Spadovka 3Ks, that she's speed running into the null command again. Like genuinely, it's insane how quickly they're cycling up. And these ult orbs just not being contested at all from Falcons has been a detriment to them. They play very much so more for that kind of bunker style that Under described about on Lotus. This time, though, going for a more aggressive look towards mid, something that we haven't seen from them other than that one op round previously as they walk up with these sheriffs in hand.
That's a lot of information that they get off the back of it. I mean, they also take care of that Killjoy utility. I think there was a turret there. So definitely something that's been taken out of play. Sandra has so much space, and yeah, I think it's these head-to-head confrontations. They're going to kind of decide how the rest of the round plays out. Joan going to be forced out of hated the most, spots Sandra perfectly, and with that tag, it's just going to be Sandra fighting for her life. Nothing much that she can really do, though. Already Speedoka off the back of that kill will have that null command ready to go the 3rd or 4th time in this game already, and we still have like 3 more rounds to go.
And
okay, Speedoka.
Ascend wouldn't have known about that if it hadn't been for Schnell and Amy on the other side of the map. They played so passive outside of B, ducked from the dart on top of that, just found so much info, and expecting that shift towards this B site. A left completely open, KJ utility not even up right now, just waiting for the cycle to be right. And they pushed back on in. KJ util now back online.
30 seconds left.
Gets immediately broken down though, so that's not going to be really available for Falcons to try and work with. Null Command comes in as well, a little bit delayed, so even with that lockdown in Rusika's hands, it's just not going to make anything happen. Jolina as well, aware, ready for that peek from Rusika. Three players left for the side of Falcons, looking to make something happen. At least they take out Amy, who comes in for that flank as always. But a perfectly timed flash will let Schnell find yet another kill. Both players remaining towards the short area, looking desperately for a pick or at least some damage. The flash gonna push them back. The sprays have brought MadV down so low here. And with this being the case, I think Falcons are just gonna try to at least dive the spike, maybe find some damage. Nope, not happening. Speedoka with 2K and insane flashes throughout the round. Wow.
Her impact has been absolutely nuts so far here on Ascent. It's the 0 points to clear out these closed corners, deny utility, the flashes, like you mentioned, just setting up her team, and then the multi-kills that have been so consistent for her Falcons. They've just been overall kind of lacking on that map control, I think, overall. They've gone for mid only once on a buy round, and that was the operator taken out pretty early on out from Sandra. I think she ended up having to switch weapons there in that situation, being forced immediately into that retake. And again, it's the lack of mid information as well. You have Ascend throwing out those lineups, looking for info of their own, and Falcons, but they can only really be reactive. They're not being very proactive as far as finding that map control and finding out info that helps them read what Ascend is leaning into.
I think that they've also kind of shifted it even further back, just trying to play in for the full retake possibly. Oh, an early lockdown going to be popped by Rusika though, with the cues being given on that site. A crazy spray from Schnell to take out Dana there. However, MadV will find a counter quickly to take her out. Now MadV's ult popped out. Null Command ready to shut this utility down. Sandra still playing here. Incredible timing. Finds the kill onto Amy. Keeps the numbers in favor of the Falcon squad here. 3 left. Jolina does have the From the Shadows for a quick rotate if necessary, but with 30 seconds left, they have to make a call. Oh my god, Speedoka.
Reloading in the open as well, so dangerous. Sandra finds a second, and then the dash back, but HTM with the backstab has equalized this to a 2v2.
Recon Bolt doesn't spot out Lush. The parallel does connect though, so it's just gonna be them trying to get that spike and get the hell out of dodge. They make it to that A side, really good reposition to let them get that spike down. And Hated the Most will be able to rotate early ahead of this curve as well. Might even be able to catch these players off guard if she decides to come in through mid, but instead opts to just go for A main to play that 2v2.
It's a great play from her. You would expect on Falcons for HTM to be trying to cut off that rotation. She plays it much safer, looking to play with her teammate there in Jolina, and having that drone still available for the tap to find some sort of information. Not going to use it quite yet. They don't want to give away their double positioning in A main.
Yeah, exactly what you want to see from your Sova. Now, though, it's going to tag that player. So Ludge going to be taken out of the fray, at least for a couple of seconds. Will be forced into the open. Still finds the kill zone now. It's just a 1v1. Sandra versus Hated the Most. All Hated the Most has to do is jiggle this and find some time. Sandra will get the kill, but not to defuse. Ascend, they play that clock down to perfection. No quarter given, and now it's 8-3.
And they had to play so slow on that retake too for Falcons. They were diligent, knowing that HTM had been lurking towards mid. That's why the rotation into main was absolutely perfect through Cat. Otherwise, she could have gotten caught off guard, led it into a 1v2 situation. Falcons, they had to waste so much time clearing into tree, slowly together, not really knowing where HTM was positioned. As we head into this next round, it is a rough bye to end out this first half here for Falcons.
They do have the Blade Storm on Sandra, but apart from that, Rusika playing with only a Sheriff. Ultimate-wise, they do have the Hunter's Fury, but that's going to be necessary to kept in that back pocket as a counter to Amy's lockdown, so nothing much that they can really do here. It has to come down to these gunfights, and so far, at least, I think that Ascend, they've just found themselves with better positioning to be able to take it out. Shock Darts come in, maybe trying to do a little bit of possible chip damage the way it's going, but apart from that, I don't know. It might just come down to a Blade Storm versus Blade Storm battle, which I hope to see.
Yeah, I mean, you farm the orb over towards that A side, you hear the KJ utility, you know that Sandra's have had aggressive peeks over towards B main, and now it's going to be a 1v5 here in Sandra. No dash proc yet quite to get out. Has the read, understands to play more for her life in this situation, backs up.
Oh, early Hunter's Fury use does tag 2 players, so a little bit of chip damage at least being done here. The Blade Storm from Schnell not able to connect. Dana takes her down, so that's a huge kill to start things off with right there. Sandra still positioned on site, ready to be a menace with the judge. And the jump peek, it's not going to be enough. Jelena takes her out. Huge kill there. That could have been the difference maker. And now in the back, it's going to be Dana taken out. Lockdown online for Amy, puts it down immediately. And with just Ludge and Rustic on the left, they try to charge in. They find that kill. All right, it's just Ludge now in a 1v2 situation, not able to win the fight out with that lockdown ticking as well. 9-3 half here. It's the magic number, Ash. Falcons are going to need a lot of magic.
They really are. They have to win this pistol round. That is imperative for Falcons to make this map go the distance. I mean, crazier things have happened otherwise, but statistically, that is what you would expect, especially with how Ascend have been playing throughout the entirety of this series. A much slower start there for Falcons on the defense. They really were working with a lack of information, not being as proactive with it, just playing a bit more reactive, but Ascend, they did well to take advantage of that and force Falcons into uncomfortable positions where they couldn't even really get started. So I'm looking forward to seeing Falcons now more in control of the tempo now that they're on the attacking side.
I think another factor would be that Sandra she got the op online for 1 round, she sold it in the second, and she wasn't able to do too much with it. So I think that if Schnell can get it up early on, we've seen what a menace she can be with that weapon. Yeah. So Falcons, they have to win this just to deny that economic buffer for Ascend to be really coming through. Forget the round deficit. You just don't want Schnell to pick up an op. That's just a game ender right there.
Because Schnell on the op, she'll go for like the aggressive mid peaks too, just like Jazzykins on Complexity over in the NA region.
Hashtag Turkish Jets.
Dude, it's actually crazy. Like, Schnell has been also just, I don't know, like she takes the words out of my mouth with how well she's been playing today. There's no way to really describe it. She's just been insane. Like, aces back-to-back on maps. I'm excited to see what she does for the rest of set.
And she pull off a 3rd ace. That's going to be the question. A lot of utility being dumped here by that Ascend squad to deny the incoming push from Falcons. They're still positioned inside this dark cover. Then they're finally going to be trying to walk in. Schnell with the trigger discipline. Spots out 1 player. Takes her out. The 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. No, just the 3rd. Hated the most took that last one away, but Schnell in the corner. We were talking about Turkish Jets, and that's exactly what you want to see from yours.
And just an easy 1, 2, 3 into that Blade Storm already charged up. It's just the diligence in not being able to clear out that corner. That was the round that Falcons needed to win to shift the momentum onto their side here for the second half. It's been 7 rounds in a row here for Ascend, nearly 10. It was just broken up by a singular one by Falcons. 1 rifling round in the midst of it all.
Very, very weird buy to come out of them. They're forcing up, in fact, and already though, Sandra, they tried to go Sandra tries to dash in early on, but again, that spacing, that lack of it that we've seen from the squad, it's just a free kill for Jelena on site. Dark cover mollies, all of the stall utility comes in the way, and without their jet to dash in, it's just so difficult for this Falcon squad to find any kind of purchase on the site.
Yeah, I mean, there's no space to be found now. You have stingers in hand. It was really Sandra to be the opener, to create that for everyone else to flood on in. Ascend have the range here with their buy in comparison. We've also seen what lasers of stingers can do, though. However, the cut noise situation here still got 3 rounds hovering on this A site as they look to execute.
And Jelena under heaven, she's on track for her own ace here. Spidoka finds at least 1 kill, but this force buy, it finds nothing so far for Falcons. Just Ludge left right now, full armor, yes, has the Sheriff to work with. Maybe she can find a kill, tries to at least take out Spidoka, succeeds, will deny the flawless, but Ascent, they find 11 here. And Ash, remember, that was a force out of the Falcon side. Their economic situation, it's horrifying, for lack of a better phrase.
I'm curious to see what they're going to cook as far as their buy going into this next round. You have the opportunity of, okay, Do we force again, or do we look to play for that overtime? And if they played for overtime and don't look to force into the potential match point round of Ascend, that's 9 rounds necessary to take it to OT. They had to force in that last round. They were down too many rounds. They needed to find a way to convert early on before Ascend found too much of an economic advantage. And that was the risk, the high risk and high reward situation there, right? It really has just been night and day. I have so much that I want to say about this match. Spidalka going crazy, Jolina going crazy, the setups for Schnell as well, and Falcons really not looking like themselves with the coordination that we actually saw on that Lotus comeback.
Yeah, I think that on Lotus as well, they were able to find a lot of those crucial swing rounds at Thrifty as well in the middle somewhere, if I remember correctly. So that kind of gave them the mental buff they really needed to jump back into it. However, 11-3, man, 2 rounds away, and they're going to be going for a eco as well. They're playing all the way for overtime, and I respect that kind of confidence, honestly. But that said, Ascend, they seem to hold all the cards here. Speedoka, we've been talking about her throughout the day, throughout this entire tournament, in fact, and I think at this point, she's probably that one KO player who has as many kills as assists.
Yeah, she's been insane, not even just today, but throughout Ascend's a playoff run in general. Aggressive angle here for Schnell. Dash already used up. Not going to give the sound cue by using it in full. But this solo play, Dana is going to get double swung here off of HDM's contact.
So dangerous. Dana, though, if she can walk up and find that kill, it might be enough. But now that there's going to be that flash peek, and HDM quick to find the kill. Amy on the other side to find another as well. It's just Falcons being picked apart here one by one. No potential for trades at all. And with this hold, Madby at least able to find one with the Sheriff. Gets a headshot as well. All right, Madby. Dangerous shots coming in, and it's just down to the IGL. The captain looking for a little bit more, takes out Amy to boot. The problem is that the spike is going to be dropped down in mid, and she has to go all the way around to take it out. And already Schnell, look, she's covering that angle.
It's not possible. There's no time. She literally has to kill everyone. They don't know that Madby doesn't have this spike. She has to go for this aggressive push, but all 3 players looking straight at her.
Oh my god.
There's no getting out of it. 12-3, Ascend on map and series point here to earn the last spot there for the grand finals. That opportunity to fight for the last and second EMEA spot for championships of Game Changers.
12-3, 1 round, all that stands in between them and that rematch with BBL. Well, I mean, I don't even know what rematch this is. I think they've played each other so many times throughout the years, throughout the months that we've seen this year. But I think that for Ascend, they got to be tasting that sweet victory right now, just 1 round away. And they're still not going to be really upgrading their buys. They're happy to just build up on that economic cushion even more. For Falcons, though, they at least do have that null command ready to go.
Look at Schnell and HTM's money right now.
They got
Schnell
banged,
has
girl.
almost 8K in the pocket, and they're just sticking on the Bulldogs. That's so much cushion just to be had in this situation. They have so much room to play with, even if they can't close it out in this next round. Adjustment, though, from Falcons, playing a bit more together here. Not looking for this solo mid push, but losing the spike in mid would be dangerous.
Oh, really insane fadeaway from Russica to take out Schnell. First opener finally going in favor of Falcon. Sandra dashing in through mid as well, providing a little bit of additional pressure. It's just a couple of players on site that they have to still get through here. Speedoka only 1 before she goes down. Hated the most in the corner. Gets checked a little bit late, and Russica still finds that kill. 2v4 situation. Make that a 1v4. Just down to Jolina. She's been incredible throughout today, but has to find these kills. Every single kill that she gets, it's gonna be damage done. 1v1. That started off as a 1v4 Ash, and now she can taste the victory. It's all down to the IGLs here. Madby versus Jolina. Madby, the brains of the team, has to try and stop this from really happening. Positioning not known, and she finds the kill. Thank you for that, because if Jolina had won that 1v4, I would have flipped my table. Like, I'm ready to flip him, man. What?
that would have been insane, but those shots cannot be denied. And that was not only an important round for Falcons to win, to keep the dream alive, period, or else it would have been game over, but they needed to carry on as many of those guns as possible into this next round. Instead, it'll be you know, force up to those eco rifles in the sense of the Bulldog and the Guardian, but the Odin's up now, and so is the Operator here for Schnell. We've seen what she can do, playing a bit more passive in compared to what we've seen before. Said Jolina's the one progressing the game.
Yeah, off the back of the one-way, gets quite a bunch of spots quite a bunch of players and gets that information. Now you do see Hayden the most pushing out towards B. Takes up a lot of space along with Schnell, but Falcons themselves still look to push and persevere on this A site. Amy has her set up as well and just going for the jump peaks for the info. Man, these cycling smokes, it just makes things so difficult for Falcons.
Yeah, and they only have to use them in mid and towards A because of Schnell's positioning too. She has so much information on the left side of the map. Creeping up towards tree here. HGM might get caught off guard, but there's stall at the very least.
Oh my god.
And Jolina comes out on top regardless.
She's playing close and personal as well, trying to deal with that paranoia, but Ludge still hits the headshot. Crosshair placement perfect in that situation. Amy alone on site, does have backup from Heaven at the very least, but they know exactly where she is. She's gonna take the fight, and Sandra wins it out. A huge kill there to make this round suddenly look a little bit more doable for Falcons. 30 seconds left. They look to get that plant down. The Odin spam comes through, but it's not quite down yet. Sandra with the second kill as well. Both players towards Heaven. She's buying enough time for distraction and Ludge to jump up and find those final 2 kills. Falcons, they needed 9 in a row, Ash. They have 2 out of it, so just 7 more to go.
We're working on it right now on the side of Falcons. Slowly working up to those ultimates as well. Not doing the same kind of prioritization with that ult economy that we saw from Ascend on their attacking side, but at the very least leaning over towards A for that, consistently leaving Ruzka as that lurk player outside of B. But now we're shifting this setup. We're seeing for Ascend rising, they've moved over their Killjoy player in Amy over towards that B side after conditioning that A hold previously. And I believe Mad V actually caught a few out with that 0 point, so that information should be had now about that switch in the defense hold.
I think they're going to be quick to adapt off the back of it as well. Seems like they still want to force the issue on this B side, and you can see how Ascend are just playing for the retake here. They've realized that if they lose these players early on in these engagements, it makes it a little bit more difficult to make that retake work out without the utility attached to it. Falcons, they send it in fully, close the door to boot, and from the shadows to clear out backside. That's just the final thing really necessary. They have the site, they should be able to get that plant.
Yeah, and it's a fast flank, so no garage control. Everyone on Falcon's going to be stuck here on site and in back site as well. Ascend will have all the room in the world to your front sites for this retake.
And even if they have stingers, right, in this close, in this kind of close contact, it can be devastating. Beautiful recon to get the wallbang kill onto Hated the most. Looking for a little bit more, although Schnell, she'll be the one to find that kill. Ruzika with 4 HP. A couple of players looking so, like, in dire straits here health-wise. Schnell has the Blade Storm as well, so she's looking to do some damage. However, Ludge guns 2 already. It's just gonna come down to Amy, and in this 1v3, she only finds that first. Falcons, they stay alive, 6-12. 6 more to go.
It's like a New Year's countdown. We're counting down to midnight right now. Who's gonna hit OT? Man. The thing is, though, it's still so much pressure, right? It's 6 rounds. Falcons are looking really good right now on the attacking side. But then you also have to worry about Ascend getting in their head. They had been their own enemies beforehand, where they find themselves in that advantage and then it falls away. We saw that on Lowe's with
Oh my god.
And speaking of which, I mean, Falcons are just running through them right now these past few rounds.
That was such a nice predictive play. They go for the double peek with the elevation, knowing that one way it's going to come down a little bit late, and they get those 2 openers to start the round with early 2 kills. Now Null Command to boot online. Madvi going to be investing it here to deny these players from really trying to push through or recon spam, do any of the usual shenanigans that you see on this map. I said they're just going to go for the same, man. They want nothing to do with it. They don't have the economy anymore after losing these 3 rounds, and it's going to be a 4th for Falcons. 5 to go. We are counting down. You're right.
It's just not worth it to even try to go for it anyways. Like, Amy's 1 away from that lockdown. This is a must-need save situation. And for Falcons, they're slowly building up their economy too. Ascend, it's just not worth the trouble of trying to even make the round expensive for the likes of Falcons either. And really, they just can't get too in their heads about this, knowing that they're constantly also just 1 round away from closing out a match can be a mental tax on its own.
Yeah, for sure. I think that for Ascend's side, they have kind of faltered under pressure before. I think that they're definitely a team that has incredible potential, but when the mind games happen, they've been proven to fall just a little bit short. So they want to try to avoid that being the case. I also see Nami there in chat. So she said 12 is all they get. 12 is all Ascend get. Let's see if she is right or not. But that said, right, Falcons, if they can win this round, that's going to be the economy broken for Ascend, I think.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, not really. It'll be
or at least lower.
Yeah, it'll be awkward, that's for sure. And they switch things up this time. They get aggressive.
Yeah, Schnell on the hunt, on the prowl. There's a player outside B. They're going to be stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Dana finds at least 1. Speedoka, though, for the 3 frags. Takes down Rezika as well. And Julina, all she needs is a sheriff. That's a huge kill. Bladestorm coming out of Sandra. She's feeling the confidence, trying to find these kills, keep this from going in their favor. But a beautiful null command from Speedoka. That's going to shut down the Bladestorm. A lot of heavy lifting. It's going to have to be done by these 2 remaining players, and they're all the way in spawn ash. They have no information. They have no space to 2v4.
That's the thing, and all the space that Ascend took, they might be giving it up right now, but the pressure is already on the back of Falcons. HTM alone, dark cover, means she smoked off here on site. Knows that the door is being closing. The cavalry has arrived on A.
The spike down. They're going to have to be precise with the trades and how they're positioning themselves in this 2v4. Ludge forced to play aggressive, spots out the tip of the Killjoy hat, but the recon, it catches her, and now it's all down to Sandra. She has to find these kills. The first on the blades, but that will be all she wrote. Amy to close things out, and that is it. Ascend, they're moving on in the lower bracket. Our grand final is set. It's either BBL Queens or Ascend Rising to take that 2nd slot for EMEA, and insane testimony to how close it was that Falcons, they made it look so close.
They really did. The dark horse in this series, they're being the Falcons. They looked really good for a contenders team to be coming up this powerful, finding that 3rd place here within Game Changers EMEA. However, this is the story that Ascend has been waiting for here, Zach, and I cannot wait to hear what the analyst desk has to say.
Thank you very much, you two. Well, have a good rest, by the way. That was such a long series. But as they said, Kakuka and welcome back as well. Ascend, they finally done it. They broke the curse. All it took Kakuka was 5 maps, though, to get them there.
Oh my god, and almost a heart attack because of that 4th one. But this one, it gave a completely different feel. A 9-3 half. So decisive on what they wanted to do each round of that first half. This second one, maybe getting too close, was getting into their heads, and Falcons fighting until the last minute to prove that they deserved not only to win the contenders, but to play against the best of EMEA. Honestly, I'm happy that we made it to map 5. I'm happy that Ascend won, and I'm happy of the performance that we saw today from Falcons.
I mean, look, Ascend all year have been the 3rd place team in both stage 1 and stage 2. They've finally broken through that, and it comes off the back again. Phenomenal performance from Jelena every game. The most consistent player player, I think, on Ascent. She is always one of the like 2 most impactful players in every single game, but also Spadoka, who was so clutch in the win against G2, absolutely went nuts on this map. Multiple clutch moments, and when they needed it, that aggressive look to close out the game on a bit of a half buy for them is what they needed to finish it off on defense.
Honestly, there was one point I thought maybe this was going to be a 13-4 again. That seems to be the magic number. We definitely had concerns, you know, especially for the mentality side of Ascend, whether they were going to be resilient enough to be able to close this out. And I think they proved that they can. But the question is, can they do that against BBL tomorrow?
Hey, look, I'm not gonna answer that. We got tomorrow to take care of that. BBL,
I mean, you can
of
also
course,
say
are gonna be the favorites.
you only have to say if they can or if they can't. That doesn't mean that it's going to happen. Are they able to? Could they be able to?
Yeah,
it's possible. It's
okay,
possible.
you see, that's all you had to say, Ender. No, but I think it's so important when we talk about all the qualities that a team needs if we're going to send them to fight against the best of the best in the world, that this is something that they also need. Being very close to closing a map, not only to close a map, to close a series of this relevance and importance for your year, and actually being able to bounce back in the way that they did it from round 1. I think that this says a lot about us.
We are going to have an interview in just a moment, but first I think it's time for us to say goodbye to Falcons. I think a team that really, really impressed everybody this stage. I think the fact that they managed to make it this far, Kakuka is a real, you know, a testament of how strong the talent we have here in Game Changers EMEA.
Top 3 is crazy. It only gets me thinking about how things are going to be for next year. I think that there are still out there some orgs that should be joining. We had some teams that do not have orgs behind them that definitely deserve one. And I love the fact that we keep getting new talent, new faces, people coming back. I think it's so important and so healthy for the system.
And yeah, before we get into everything else to close out the show, we do have a quick interview for you guys. Hello, Spadoka from Ascend. Welcome. Hi. It feels a little bit surreal. You guys finally, after all this time, a grand finalist. How good does that feel?
Oh my god, I can say so much, but I don't want to use bad words, but I feel amazing. My team was amazing. We were screaming like crazy. So yeah, that's how I feel.
I think the fashion in which you made it as well, you know, you really know how to entertain us, all right? All the way to map 5. Yeah, all the way to map 5. I got to talk about that Lotus, though, because you had the lead. You were looking like you were 100% going to close it out. It was going to be easy for you guys, maybe even an early night to bed, but you didn't manage to do it. What happened?
I think the same thing. We just got ahead of ourselves, to be honest. We started panicking a little bit. We thought we kind of have it, to be honest. We kept focused, though. Like, that's not the problem. It's that I think it was just the emotions, basically. We were like a little screaming, you know, the information was like, guys, one is there. So it was like crazy. But I think after Lotus, we kind of knew that, okay, Ascent, this is over, guys. We got this.
Oh, wow. Okay. But then talk to me through how you managed to bring it back on Ascent, because again, very, very dominant fashion for you guys to finish the series.
On Ascent, basically we had this idea, guys, just fight. I don't want to see cowards. Just fight, honestly. And that's all that worked. That was literally all that we did. Literally, that's it.
Is that going to be enough against BBL's Ascent, do you reckon? Because they're going to get 2 bans, and you know what they're like. Turkish team Ascent, they're probably going to pick it right off the bat. So is that the strat that you think is going to work against them?
Yeah, I think we're going to, I don't know, to be honest. We're just going to play our game like always. This is the biggest thing, is that if we don't play our game, we are like our own enemy. So I guess we're just going to have to focus on ourselves. We don't really care what kind of enemy that is. We just play our game.
Again, you guys, you've never been in this position before as a team, you know, in a grand final. How big of a challenge do you think that will be? It's kind of almost a new experience for you guys, right? You don't really know 100% what's going to happen.
It is new. It's definitely like a new feeling. So we have to basically go through the barrier of like nervous, I guess. But we want it so bad. Like there's no way we would let that slip. So I guess we're just going to do what we always do.
Honestly, for me, it probably might be the best grand final of all time. Ascend versus BBL Queens. We wanted it so bad. And before I let you go, Kakuka and Ender, do you have any questions as well?
Yeah, you're talking about playing your game, and that is what works for you. But you know that BBL's plan is completely different. They're going to try and force you to play their game. Probably, I'm saying probably, you know, being very aggressive. Do you have any idea what you're going to do against that? Like, how are you going to adapt to BBL? And also, especially about today and thinking about tomorrow, who is the person on your team that, you know, puts the team on their back mentally and says, okay, girls, we can do this?
Okay, so answering your first question, it's that we have to start dominating from the very beginning. Basically, we have to set up the momentum. So if they get it, the momentum, we just have to figure out what actually are they doing, like in terms of map control, for example. When it comes to the person in our team and energy, I would say it's me and Amy and Chanel. Like, I think everyone, to be honest, we're all screaming for each other. We're all like, okay, guys, time to get back on the bus. We're gonna.
I've seen the clips.
Exactly. So yeah, we are all supporting each other. So I guess everyone has energy. Literally every single person, and coaches too, on the timeouts. So it's crazy.
That's great. All right, Christy, you got any questions?
Yeah. I want to know basically like the difference between playing a best of 5 and a best of 3 for you, because it's something that teams don't get to do a lot. How do you like, is there a different way you approach that, or like stay energized throughout the day? Because 5.5 hours of games, like one after another, just has to be exhausting, right?
It is hella exhausting, but the thing is, we are aware that the BO5 is like that, so we need to kind of chill down on the energy, especially on the first map. We're like, guys, I know we're energized, we're like hyped, but please save it a little bit. So stay hyped, but like not too much. So this is like the biggest enemy, I guess, for us is just stay chill, guys. We got this.
I mean, I think you guys proved it. The overtimes yesterday and now today, 5 maps. You know, this is the new Ascend.
Exactly.
I feel like you've broken every single curse. And my last question before I let you go. Obviously, you've been playing for a long time. For those people that don't know, I used to do the same tournament that you participated in like the collegiate university scene. We're going to throw it back to all the way back there. But is there anything that you want to say to people who are perhaps, you know, looking at your stories, wanting to compete, wanting to get in this position that you guys have, and maybe inspire them a little bit to see if they can get to the standard that you've set for everyone?
Guys, I'm gonna be cringe and say the same thing. Guys, just go for your dreams. Honestly, if there's a tournament, sign up with your friends. At least, like, just play it. Just do it. And I promise you, one day someone will see you, pick you up, and it's gonna work. Just keep playing. Don't give up, because this is all it is about. Honestly.
Yes, preach.
That
See,
wasn't
Kakuka,
cringe
our premier team still has a chance.
Exactly,
Our premier
guys.
team
Go
has
on.
a chance. Yes.
I don't think
thank
so.
you so much. Thank you so much for joining me. Have a lovely rest, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. Good luck in the grand finals.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
All right. I mean, like I said, Kakuka, you and I, we have a chance. Christy, you don't know this, but we are down bad. We are down bad in our premier.
I hate competing. I love
Really,
competition,
really
but I
down
hate
bad.
competing. Like, the fact that someone is dependent on me to do something, it just makes me freak out.
At least you didn't blow a 9-0 lead versus FlyQuest Red.
Oh no. Okay, that's true. We did get 13-1 one time, but that's okay. But as you guys can see from the bracket, we are down to our final 2. And to remind you guys, G2 goes and they have already qualified for Sao Paulo for champs. They are going, and tomorrow in 5 maps time, Kakuka, we're gonna find out who's gonna be joining them, BBL or Ascend. A very exciting final, may I say.
Hear me out. Throughout the entire year, we're talking about points, how important they are. It's all or nothing. Nothing that has happened up till tomorrow matters for these 2 teams. It's literally, okay, it doesn't matter how good you have been doing. It's all about this one best of 5. And BBL is going to have the advantage to not only ban those 2 maps, to also choose if they want to be the team choosing the first map or be the team choosing the second one. So, you know, they have that advantage, but after Ascend managed to do today, I think they have a fair chance.
Yeah, and Christy, I know you want to talk about this tomorrow, but who's winning?
You know, look, here's the deal. Logic says one thing. Logic says BBL, the double ban, the upper bracket run. They've looked like they could be able to punch up all year long. But Ascend, they 2-0'd G2, 2 close matches. They just beat Falcons in a BO5. They're riding that high, coming on in. And maybe I'm up on the hopium. But a little part of me says that BO5s are a different animal. Ascend have proven they can do it now today. And I think we might be in for a good one tomorrow. I've got a little feeling. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to curse anything. But I'm just, it's there.
I'm with you.
It's there.
I'm with you. I cannot wait for tomorrow, but thank you very much, you two, for joining me. We're going to be back, the three of us, to bring you guys the grand finals. Thank you for tuning in as well, and for Zach and Ash for bringing us the game today. Congratulations, of course, to Ascent. They made it to a grand final. Before we close the show off, make sure to join us tomorrow, by the way, but before we close everything off, please enjoy the Prime Gaming highlights.
Enemy remaining. Oh my god, I thought she was gonna close it. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Learn to let it go sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout.